Cinderella desperately wants to attend the grand royal ball, but she has absolutely nothing to wear. Facing this hopeless reality, a tiny companion begs a mysterious cloaked savior for a miracle. But the savior is no ordinary saint. Challenged on his bizarre identity, the dark figure scoffs at the ridiculous title of fairy godmother, yet the magic crackling in the air is undeniably real. There is no time to argue over labels. With magical sparks flying, the small creature insists that his white hair and supernatural power make him the perfect guardian angel for this desperate mission. Reluctantly yielding to the pressure, the mysterious sorcerer agrees to listen, only to learn a devastating truth. Cinderella has fallen helplessly in love with the prince. She is completely blinded by her intense devotion, dreaming of a fairy tale romance that she believes will solve all her miseries. The midnight chimes echo through the cold palace walls, leaving behind a single shimmering slipper and a lingering question of what destiny has in store. Sensing the impending doom of this royal match, the tiny companion panics and demands a change of plans, prompting the godmother to hear out a bold, reckless idea. They try to intervene, desperately seeking to lock away the tragic future, but the fateful slipper inevitably finds its perfect match. The grand wedding bells ring out, welcoming the new princess to a life of luxury as the crowd cheers for their eternal happiness. But the promise of forever is a cruel illusion, and 10 years later, a hollow, sorrowful gaze looks out from a silent prison. The palace hallways whisper with cruel gossip, mocking the fallen grace of a woman who once believed in miracles. The dream of eternal love died a long time ago, leaving a fragile soul to rot in the shadows of the royal court. Worn down by time and regret, the cloaked guardian realizes his strength has withered, unable to undo the tragedy he helped create. Yet the memory of her radiant warmth refuses to fade from his cold heart. He remembers the gentle girl who once cradled him with pure, unconditional love, treating even the smallest beast as her dearest friend. He wanted nothing more than to see her truly happy, but the cruel hands of fate ripped that dream away. As the final particles of magic drift into the starry night, he asks if this selfless wish is truly the companion's ultimate desire. In the face of death, the loyal creature does not ask to be saved. It begs only to see her smile just one more time. Moved by this ultimate sacrifice, the godmother grants the final wish, sending the soul back to a world of light, warning them never to cross his dark path again. With a violent gasp, the companion awakens, staring into a mirror in absolute shock. It actually worked. Time has spun backward, offering a precious second chance to rescue Cinderella before the prince can ever ruin her life. Reunited in the humble cottage, Cinderella cradles her tiny friend, her eyes sparkling with unexpected joy. A gentle kiss of gratitude seals their bond, triggering a sudden, blinding explosion of ancient magic. The heavy curse shatters instantly, transforming the tiny beast into a real, energetic human girl. But she is no ordinary human. She's a powerful creature of the wild, reborn with a fiery spirit. Clutching Cinderella in a tight embrace, she swears an oath to never let her suffer the agony of her past life again. This time, they don't need a royal savior. She reveals a mind-blowing secret. She is fabulously, unimaginably wealthy. Armed with divine powers and overwhelming holy skills, she is fully prepared to tear down anyone who stands in their way. Rejecting the hollow promise of forever, she vows to dedicate her entire life to making Cinderella truly happy. Hand in hand, they march toward a brilliant new dawn, completely rewriting the tragic script of destiny. But as the doors of their new life swing open, a dark, suffocating shadow creeps into the room. She freezes in terror, staring at a young, cursed boy coughing up dark corruption, the unmistakable soul of her ancient guardian. The dark memories of the original timeline flood back, reminding her of the glittering palace ball that started it all. She remembers the frantic flight down the stone steps at the stroke of midnight, leaving the glass slipper behind. The obsessed prince kneeling to claim the lost tokens, starting a relentless hunt. A perfect fit that sealed her doom under the guise of romance. The grand wedding that was nothing more than a beautifully gilded trap. The slow, agonizing realization that her fairy tale marriage was a cold, loveless nightmare. Left to weep alone in the dark, completely abandoned by the man who claimed to adore her. Replaced and forgotten, she had watched from the high windows as the prince embraced another. Cast out of the palace like garbage under the cruel excuse of failing to bear an heir. A decade of suffering that ended in utter ruin and heartbreak. The frail dying companion had watched her crumble, too weak to even lift its own body. Until the silent godmother descended into the darkness one last time. With its final fading breath, the loyal creature had made one desperate plea. See your bright innocent smile just once more. To remember the warmth of her touch before the world tore them apart. The precious moments when her happiness felt like it could conquer the entire universe. With a quiet sigh of relief, the faithful companion finally closed its eyes forever. Cradling the lifeless body, the cursed sorcerer wept, bound by a final wish that would echo through the boundaries of time itself. In a realm of blinding light and deceptive peace, a tiny, loyal soul rests, freed from the agony of its past life. It seems like the end of a long, tragic journey, a quiet reward for an ultimate sacrifice. In its final moments, it remembers her, Cinderella, the gentle girl whose pure smile could warm even the coldest of winter nights. But this beautiful memory is just a ghost of a happiness that was brutally stolen away. Before the final descent into the void, the mysterious cloaked guardian stands tall. His eyes are hidden beneath a dark hood, but his silent, powerful presence is a grim reminder of the ancient deal they struck. Reluctantly, the sorcerer cradles the tiny, lifeless form in his rough, scarred palm. The magic is fading fast, and the price of their desperate wish has already been paid in full. If only she had cried out for her own survival. If only she had fought for her own breath instead of yielding to a cruel, loveless destiny. The curse that binds them can only be shattered by the very girl who holds the key to his cold heart. She was loved unconditionally, yet she was left to weep in the silent darkness of a gilded prison. A heavy, lingering question echoes through the void. If she can smile once more, will his tormented soul finally find peace? The dark guardian gazes down, his silent crimson eyes burning with unspoken regret. With a sudden swell of ancient power, the small creature's soul is enveloped in a brilliant, crackling blue aura. The magic of time begins to bend, threatening to tear the fabric of reality itself. The final particles of magic drift upward into the starry night. The deal is sealed, and there is no turning back as the soul is cast violently into the swirling currents of the past. The gentle warmth of her voice hums a familiar, comforting melody. This was the place where it all began, a humble cottage filled with genuine kindness and simple joys. But the peaceful dream is suddenly shattered by a harsh, grating shout. The illusion of a quiet death vanishes in an instant as a familiar name echoes through the room. With a violent jolt, the tiny creature tumbles backward from its golden perch, its heart hammering against its ribs in sheer panic. Dizzy and disoriented, it rolls onto the floor, staring around in absolute disbelief. Could this terrifyingly familiar place actually be the depths of hell? The realization hits like a physical blow. Only the deepest depths of torment could contain those screeching, arrogant voices. They stand there, looking down with those same cruel, mocking sneers. The wicked stepsisters have returned, their spiteful gazes as sharp as daggers. Suddenly, a soft, warm touch interrupts the terror, a giant finger gently pressing into its chubby cheek. The sensation is incredibly vivid, bursting with warmth and life. This is far too real to be a dream or a phantom illusion of the afterlife. It looks up to see her, Cinderella, wearing her simple maid's attire, her eyes shining with pure, untainted joy. It actually worked. Time has spun backward. But a sharp command from the other room shatters the tender moment, forcing the gentle girl to scramble in a frantic rush to obey. As she runs, a sudden wave of confusion washes over the tiny companion. Why are they calling her Sarah instead of Cinderella? She rushes down the hallway, her long golden braids swaying like a pendulum of fate. The tragedy of her future is already ticking away. Every step she takes, every breath she draws confirms the unbelievable truth. This is not a dream, and they have been granted a second chance to rewrite their destiny. "You're late, you filthy wretch!" the stepsister screams, slamming her fist onto the table in a furious display of petty dominance. The family sits at the lavishly set table, showering her with relentless insults. They mock her very existence, sneering at her soot-stained clothes as if she were dirt beneath their feet. She holds the heavy tray, her cheeks burning with deep humiliation. She has endured this torment for years, believing she had no choice but to take it. The tiny companion watches from afar, its heart breaking. Even back then, they stripped her of her dignity, reducing her to a mocking caricature. They ignored her true identity, hiding the name of Seraphina Bluewood under a mountain of soot and cruelty. Left to tremble in the cold shadow, she holds back her tears, a fragile soul bearing the weight of a world that despises her. Hamster peeks out, calculating their next move. If this truly is the Bluewood estate of the past, then the nightmare has only just begun. She walks back into the lion's den, her head bowed low, completely unaware of the tiny guardian preparing to strike. Suddenly, a cold, authoritative voice cuts through the air, sending a violent shiver down her spine. The true monster of the household has finally spoken. It is him, the Count of Bluewood, the head of this wretched family. Her biological father, a man who stood by and watched his own flesh and blood get tormented, proving himself to be nothing but the worst kind of trash. In the previous timeline, he sold his own daughter to the obsessed prince, escaping punishment while his family fell, living in luxury off the blood money of her misery. "Don't talk back to your sisters, you should learn to obey," he sneers, his words dripping with hypocritical authority. Tears well up in her beautiful blue eyes as she bites her lip, forced to accept the cruel words of the man who was supposed to protect her. Because in her dark world, the prince was the only one who ever offered a hand to rescue her, a rescue that turned out to be a gilded trap. "I'm sorry," she whispers, bowing her head while they share smug, triumphant glances, reveling in her submission. This time, things will be different. The loyal companion dashes forward with a fiery resolve. Even if it dies trying, it will destroy this peaceful illusion. With a furious squeak, the tiny beast launches itself across the polished table, moving like a golden streak of lightning. What? A rat? The Count screeches in horror as the tiny Avenger leaps directly toward his smug face. Bullseye! It sinks its sharp teeth deep into his flesh, venting years of pent-up rage in a single glorious bite. The mighty Count crashes to the floor, thrashing and screaming like a baby as the dining room erupts into absolute chaos. It doesn't even tickle, yet the pathetic man wails as if he is being torn apart by a wild beast. What an absolute drama queen! "Get that nasty thing off him!" the stepmother shrieks, her face twisted in disgust as she orders the servants to intervene. Guards charge forward with grim faces, ready to crush the tiny creature, but Cinderella gasps, instantly recognizing her dearest friend. "Don't do this, please!" she screams, throwing her own body into the line of fire to shield her tiny companion. Spreading her arms wide, she desperately begs to handle the situation herself, refusing to let them harm the only creature that truly loves her. The hamster freezes in sheer panic. No, she's going to get hurt trying to protect a mere beast. Without a shred of mercy, the ruthless guard shoves her aside, sending her crashing heavily to the floor with a painful gasp. Will her selfless sacrifice destroy the second chance they fought so hard to obtain? The cruel hand clamps down on the tiny companion with brutal force. Captured in an instant, its small body is pinned, helpless against the raw violence of their captors. With a venomous snarl, the Count winds up his arm, prepared to crush the tiny, defenseless life that dared to stand against him. To him, it is nothing but a filthy plague to be eradicated. With the sickening force, the helpless creature is hurled through the air, crashing violently against the hard stone floor as Cinderella watches in absolute horror. A desperate shriek of pure agony rips from her throat as she witnesses her only true protector get treated with such unimaginable cruelty. Dropping to her knees, she crawls toward the small, broken form, her heart shattering as she realizes the devastating price of its brave defiance. But her tormentors show absolutely no mercy, barking orders to silence her and mocking her desperate concern for a mere pest. Clutching her hands to her chest, she pleads for its life, trying to make them see the innocent beauty of the gentle creature they so ruthlessly harmed. Before she can even finish her plea, a rough, violent grip snatches her from behind, threatening to tear her away from her fallen friend. The wicked stepmother shrieks her true name like a curse, her eyes burning with a sadistic fury that promises a brutal punishment. The cold-hearted woman sneers with utter disgust, accusing her of losing her mind for showing love to something they deem so worthless. Sinking her claws deeper, the stepmother ruthlessly drags her by her hair across the cold floor, ignoring her tearful cries for forgiveness. From the safety of the doorway, the wicked stepsisters watch with smug, venomous grins, delighting in the cruel spectacle of her public humiliation. Handing down a heartless sentence, the stepmother banishes her to the freezing darkness, ordering her to perform endless, grueling labor to pay for her defiance. With a brutal shove, she is thrown headfirst into the dusty gloom of a locked cellar, her knees slamming painfully against the wooden floorboards. A heavy wooden door slams shut with a deafening crash, sealing her into a cold, dark tomb as her stepmother's parting threats echo through the shadows. Throwing herself against the locked door, she pounds on the wood until her hands ache, begging desperately for a shred of maternal mercy that will never come. But a weak, trembling sound from the dark cuts through her panic, freezing her in her tracks as she turns to look behind her. In the center of her trembling palm lies her precious friend, coughing and wheezing as its fragile life hangs by a single fraying thread. Hot, bitter tears stream down her cheeks as she realizes she is entirely powerless to save the one creature that risked everything to protect her. Resting in her hand, the tiny companion trembles, filled with a crushing sense of guilt for acting so recklessly and causing her even more pain. A dark, agonizing realization washes over its soul. Even in the second life, it remains a useless, powerless bystander, unable to wipe away her tears or ease her suffering. Mustering the last of its strength, the small creature squeaks softly, desperately trying to offer whatever comfort it can to its weeping savior. A soft, fragile smile breaks through her tears as she feels the warmth of its tiny body, deeply moved by its unwavering loyalty. For the tiny guardian, that beautiful, radiant smile is a sacred salvation, proving that her pure, unconditional kindness has survived the cruelest of timelines. Sitting alone in the dark, she whispers a gentle promise of friendship, completely unaware of the ancient cosmic forces shifting around them. Far beyond the veil of time, the dark guardian watches with silent crimson eyes, wondering why the magic of the godmother sent them back if they are still too weak to change her fate. But then she laughs softly, confessing that seeing her abusive father scream in sheer terror was the first moment of true joy she has felt in years. Gently lifting the small creature, she whispers that it reminds her of a brave, legendary hero from her favorite childhood adventure stories. With eyes sparkling like stars, she asks if she can bestow a beautiful, noble name upon her tiny savior, Elodie. The name echoes in its heart like a warm embrace, shattering the lingering traces of its tragic, pathetic past with the pure light of her affection. Leaning down, she kisses the tiny creature with profound tenderness, redefining its very existence from a cursed beast into a brave, beloved protector. Suddenly, a brilliant, blinding light bursts from the ceiling of the dark cellar, cutting through the shadows with an overwhelming magical aura. She gasps in sheer disbelief, her eyes widening as she witnesses a miraculous phenomenon unfolding right before her eyes. Meanwhile, in the grand courtyard of the estate, a frantic cry echoes through the air as servants scramble to summon a healer. Clutching his throat in agony, the Count stumbles through the halls, terrified that the bite of the filthy rat has infected him with some deadly, horrific disease. But before he can take another step, a violent, deafening explosion rocks the mansion, throwing him backward in a flash of blinding light. Crashing to the ground, the Count grovels in sheer panic, completely blind to the terrifying power that has just breached his sanctuary. A second, even more destructive shockwave tears through the estate, turning his pristine halls into a war zone of smoke and debris. Looking out at his ruined estate, the Count screeches in absolute agony as his prized, luxurious gardens are reduced to nothing but ash and rubble. Through the thick, swirling dust, a pair of heavy, authoritative footsteps approaches with terrifying calm, signaling the arrival of a predator. The dust clears to reveal the towering, legendary figures of the Beast Duke Valkyrizon and his elite vanguard, their gazes cold enough to freeze the blood in the Count's veins. A breathless servant rushes in, confirming the worst possible nightmare. The monstrous, inhuman ruler of the North has personally breached their gates. Standing tall amidst the ruins, the Duke gestures to his young heir Edmund, who conjures a glowing magical circle of absolute dominance. The massive magical seal projects a booming, godlike voice across the entire estate, demanding the immediate attention of Count Bluewood. The message is clear, absolute, and utterly terrifying, challenging the pathetic Count to listen closely if he values his miserable life. In the center of the projection, the ethereal form of a young captured beastkin girl floats in a sphere of pure magic, revealing the dark secret of their invasion. Back in the cellar, Cinderella watches the glowing projection in absolute shock, recognizing the sacred beastkin child from the rumors of the northern wildlands. The Duke's booming voice delivers a chilling 10-minute ultimatum: return the kidnapped beastkin child or face total merciless eradication. The young heir's golden eyes flash with a predatory, lethal intent, promising that no one in the Bluewood estate will survive if the deadline passes. Trembling in a pool of his own sweat, the Count realizes he has accidentally crossed paths with a true monster of the North, sealing his family's doom in an unwinnable war of survival. From his high balcony, Count Bluewood sneers in disbelief, refusing to admit to the crimes of his household. He demands to know if they dare accuse him of kidnapping a beastkin, treating their terrifying presence as nothing but a baseless trespass in his pristine gardens. But the imposing Duke Valkyrizon is not a man to be trifled with. With a cold, unflinching gaze, he motions to his son, ready to present the undeniable evidence that will shatter the Count's desperate lies. The magical orb flares to life, casting an ethereal blue glow as it projects the sacred coordinates of the missing daughter of the prestigious Ratson family, a rare harvest mouse beastkin. Edmund steps forward, his voice dripping with authority as he reveals the grim truth. The young beastkin lady was believed to have vanished under a dark, malevolent curse, leaving them completely blind to her whereabouts until now. Yet, in a twist of absolute fate, the dormant tracing orb suddenly surged with power, piercing through the dark magic to locate her precise position inside the estate. The Count's heart stops as the magical map locks onto his exact location, sending a jolt of pure terror through his veins as he realizes his fortress is no longer safe. Edmund's eyes flash with lethal intent as he delivers a final freezing warning, giving the Count one last chance to surrender before they tear his mansion to pieces. Before the pathetic noble can even stammer a reply, the Duke steps onto a massive, crackling magical circle, unleashing an overwhelming pressure that rattles the very foundation of the estate. The Count gasps in absolute horror as he recognizes the devastating signature of high-tier explosion magic. The brutal northern lords are actually prepared to vaporize his entire lineage in an instant. Cold sweat pours down the Count's face as he grips the windowsill, desperately trying to comprehend how a beastkin could possibly be inside his walls when they are forbidden from leaving their ancestral lands. His mind races in frantic denial, convincing himself that there is absolutely no way those savage northern creatures could have penetrated the heavily guarded capital, let alone his private estate. To make matters worse, the thought of a filthy rat, the one creature he loathes above all else, brings a wave of utter disgust and rising panic to his chest. Staring out in wild desperation, he tries to assure himself that no such plague exists in his home, ignoring the dark feeling creeping up his spine. But then, a sickening memory flashes through his mind. Cinderella kneeling on the floor, desperately crying out that the tiny creature was not a filthy pest, but a clean harvest mouse. The image of the glowing, delicate creature resting in her hands burns into his thoughts, matching the Duke's description of the missing beastkin noble child. Horrifying realization strikes him like a physical blow. The very beast he tried to crush and kill with his own hands was the Duke's missing target. Panicking, the Count frantically begs for a temporary truce, screaming down at the silent invaders that this is all a massive, catastrophic misunderstanding. He frantically gestures from his high balcony, claiming his estate is too pristine and secure for any wild beast to infiltrate, desperately stalling for time while his mind spins. Turning back into the room with a face twisted in rabid fury, he realizes the beast was the exact same creature Cinderella was desperately shielding. His butler grimly recalls the chaos, remembering that the stepmother and stepsisters had ruthlessly dragged Cinderella away while the tiny creature was left broken and bleeding on the stone floor. Grabbing his servant by the collar with a manic grip, the Count demands to know if the beast is still breathing, his voice shaking with the fear of impending doom. Sinking his fingers in, the Count orders a merciless execution. If that creature is still alive, it must be silenced and destroyed before the Duke's forces can ever lay eyes on it. He knows the terrifying reputation of the Valksen house, the ruthless kings of beasts who view humans with absolute disdain and would happily slaughter his entire family for hurting one of their own. The ancient crest of the Northern Duchy glows in his mind as a symbol of pure, unadulterated violence, a force that acts as the sole brutal authority over the wild borderlands. He realizes with absolute dread that if they came all this way for a single tiny child, she must hold a position of immense power, making her kidnapping an act of war. If that little beastkin survives and exposes the horrific abuse she suffered at his hands, Count Bluewood knows his entire house will be utterly annihilated. With no other choice left, the order is clear and absolute. Every single trace of the beastkin's existence must be erased from this earth, no matter the cost. Back in the freezing dark of the cellar, the blinding magical light finally fades, revealing a stunning transformation as a small human girl with golden animal ears stands before a stunned Cinderella. Cinderella stares in sheer disbelief, her breath catching as she realizes the tiny, battered mouse she saved has taken the form of a beautiful child. Overwhelmed with emotion, she pulls the confused little girl into a desperate, tearful embrace, thanking the heavens that her precious friend is alive and whole. Pulling back slightly, she frantically checks the child's small limbs, begging to know if she has any broken bones or lingering pain from the Count's brutal assault. Squeezing the girl's soft cheeks with immense tenderness, Cinderella is completely overcome by her sheer, undeniable cuteness, her heart melting in the midst of their dark prison. Elodie gasps in shock, her large eyes wide as she tries to process the strange, warm hands touching her face in this brand new human body. Dizzied and utterly bewildered, the little girl stumbles, unable to comprehend how she could suddenly be standing on two legs after spending her entire life as a simple, tiny mouse. Cinderella gently smiles, recalling the old legends and fairy tales she read, realizing that ordinary beasts could never perform such a miraculous feat. She explains the ancient truth of the sacred beastkin noble warriors of the north who possess the divine ability to walk among humans and beasts alike. Elodie looks down, her heart swelling with a mix of awe and anxiety as she looks at her new hands, realizing her true magnificent heritage. Gently reaching out, Cinderella holds her hands with unwavering warmth, promising to stand by her side no matter how much the world fears her kind. Elodie bows her head, deeply moved by the unconditional love of the girl who risked her own life to shield a mere pest from the cruelty of her masters. She throws her small arms around Cinderella once more, finding a safe sanctuary in the embrace of the only human who ever showed her true kindness. Holding her close, Cinderella whispers a gentle vow of eternal friendship, determined to protect this precious bond even if the entire mansion turns against them. But their tender moment is violently shattered as the heavy cellar door is kicked open with a deafening crash, revealing the butler and a mob of armed guards. Cinderella's heart drops into her stomach as she looks up, her eyes widening in absolute horror as her sanctuary is breached. Butler Alfred steps forward, his expression cold and detached as he loosens his collar, ready to carry out the Count's lethal command with chilling efficiency. Throwing her body forward, Cinderella desperately shields Elodie behind her, glaring at the intruders and demanding to know what they are doing in her cell. Alfred ignores her pleas, point-blank ordering the guards to seize the rat beastkin and slaughter it on the spot, threatening them with death if they let her escape. Knowing there is no room for mercy, Cinderella screams for Elodie to run, bracing herself to block the charging guards as they advance with weapons raised. Elodie bolts in sheer panic, her small heart hammering against her ribs as she realizes these ruthless humans are hunting her down to silence her forever. Recognizing she cannot outrun them on two legs, she taps into her newly discovered magic and shifts back into her agile tiny mouse form, diving straight toward a narrow crack in the stone wall. Frustrated by her escape, the butler screams for his men to shatter the stone and tear the very walls apart, turning their desperate capture into a merciless, bloody hunt to the death. Cinderella screams in pure desperation, begging the heartless butler to stop his brutal assault before it's too late. Deep inside the narrow cracks of the stone wall, the tiny mouse scrambles for her life, her small heart blazing with a fierce resolve to survive and bring happiness to the only human who ever loved her. She leaps through the darkness, gathering every ounce of her newly awakened magic, knowing that death in this cold, forgotten corner of the estate is simply not an option. Back in the hallway, the butler roars in savage frustration, ordering his men to kill the beast immediately while Cinderella desperately fights against his iron grip. But the chaos instantly freezes as a powerful, chilling voice echoes through the corridor, demanding to know if they are truly foolish enough to wage war on a mere stone wall. Standing before them in the dim light is none other than the young heir himself, Edmund, his lethal gaze cutting through the tension like a razor-sharp blade. Butler's face drains of all color as he stammers in sheer panic, trying to comprehend how a high-ranking northern noble could have bypassed their security to stand directly in his path. Seizing her only chance at salvation, Cinderella cries out to the young heir, throwing away her fear as she begs him for his divine protection. Tears well up in her eyes as she looks up, her voice trembling but resolute as she pleads for him to save the innocent life currently hunted within these cruel walls. Edmund's golden, predatory eyes narrow as he looks down at her, the heavy weight of his legendary beastly heritage pressing down upon the silent room. Butler breaks into a cold sweat, realizing with absolute dread that if this monstrous northern lord uncovers their dark secrets, the entire Bluewood lineage will be instantly reduced to ash. Whipping around in a rabid fury, the butler violently grabs Cinderella, determined to silence her before she can utter another word of treason. He sneers at her with venomous rage, demanding how a lowly, worthless servant dares to raise her voice and bring shame to their house in front of such distinguished guests. He reminds her of the young heir's terrifying lineage, asserting that a miserable suit girl like her possesses absolutely no right to look upon, let alone speak to, a god of the northern wildlands. Screaming in her face, the butler ruthlessly drags her away, treating her like absolute garbage to be discarded in the deepest, darkest pits of the estate. As she is thrown to the hard stone floor, the cruel, mocking laughter of her stepmother and stepsisters echoes in her mind, reminding her of the endless torment she has endured. The phantom voices whisper their venomous lies, claiming she has no real mother, that the count treats her as nothing but a servant, and that she will never belong to their prestigious house. Looking up from the shadows of her past, she sees the cold, uncaring silhouettes of her tormentors, mocking her very existence as if she were a plague upon their name. They call her a dirty soot girl, a vulgar, worthless maid who deserves nothing but the dirt beneath their expensive shoes, trying to crush whatever spirit she has left. Cinderella trembles, her fists clenching tightly as the suffocating weight of their abuse threatens to break her soul once and for all. Kneeling in the cold, unforgiving dark, she is left completely alone, stripped of her identity and forced into a life of misery. But deep within her shattered heart, a spark of absolute defiance flares to life, screaming back at the shadows that she is not a maid. She remembers the cold, smug face of her father, the Count, who stood by and watched her suffering with a chilling, detached amusement. She remembers the warmth of the tiny, glowing creature she saved, the only soul in this miserable mansion who ever looked at her with pure, unconditional love. Finding her voice at last, Cinderella stands tall and screams her true identity for all to hear, proclaiming that she is the youngest daughter of House Bluewood. The butler's jaw drops in absolute shock before his face twists into a maniacal sneer, accusing her of completely losing her mind and insulting the mercy of her masters. He violently shakes her, trying to break her newfound resolve, but Cinderella struggles with a fierce, unexpected strength, refusing to let them silence her ever again. But before the butler can strike her, a pale, powerful hand descends from the shadows, gripping his wrist with an icy, crushing force. The butler gasps in terror as he looks up, desperately trying to apologize and claiming that this crazy, low-born girl is not worth the prestigious heir's concern. Yet Edmund does not move a single muscle, his golden, predatory eyes boring into the butler with a silent, lethal promise of violence. With a sickening crack, Edmund squeezes his grip, effortlessly crushing the butler's wrist and forcing the arrogant servant to his knees in agonizing pain. Clutching his broken wrist, the butler whimpers in absolute shock, unable to comprehend how a mere youth could possess such terrifying, monstrous strength, while Cinderella steps forward to address the young lord. She introduces herself as Seraphina Bluewood, but her heart sinks as Edmund coldly states that he has never once heard of such a name in the entire Bluewood household. The butler lets out a smug, malicious chuckle, thrilled that the Count's careful erasure of her existence has successfully branded her a dirty liar in front of the northern lords. Cinderella stands frozen, the cold realization washing over her that her own family has completely wiped her from history, leaving her with no proof of her noble birth. Peeking from her narrow hiding spot, the tiny mouse watches in absolute terror, her heart breaking for the brave girl who is sacrificing everything to protect her. Brushing off her own despair, Cinderella desperately pleads with Edmund, revealing that the tiny creature hidden in the walls is a sacred field mouse beastkin who needs his family's help. The butler panics, screaming at her to shut her mouth, but Edmund cuts him off with a single freezing word that echoes like thunder in the narrow corridor. With an effortless flick of his wrist, Edmund summons a brilliant, swirling blue orb of ancient magic, casting an ethereal light across the dark stone walls. From the darkness of the crack, the tiny beastkin stares in wide-eyed wonder, sensing the overwhelming power of her own kind radiating from the glowing sphere. Edmund's voice drops to a cold, calculated whisper as he reveals that the coordinate spell of their tracking orbb lines up perfectly with the exact location Cinderella just described. The butler turns deathly pale, his breath catching in his throat as the realization hits him that their lies have completely crumbled in a matter of seconds. Edmund stares at the glowing orb, confirming with chilling, absolute certainty that the missing noble beastkin child is indeed trapped inside this very wall. Shaking like a leaf, the butler realizes they have been caught red-handed and that there is no longer any escape from the wrath of the Northern Kings. Edmund steps forward, his massive frame towering over the terrified servant as he delivers a simple, spine-chilling command to get out of his way. The butler frantically begs him to wait, desperately trying to construct one last lie to save his own skin and resolve the crisis peacefully. But Edmund has no interest in the pathetic excuses of humans. He raises his heavy staff, his eyes glowing with an unyielding, predatory light. With a deafening roar, he swings the weapon, unleashing a shockwave of raw, destructive force that shatters the stone wall into a million flying shards. As the massive cloud of dust and debris begins to settle, Edmund stands victorious amidst the ruins of the butler's desperate cover-up. Smiling gently down into the broken hollow, Edmund locks eyes with the shivering tiny mouse, whispering that he knew she was hidden there all along. Shockwaves of sheer destruction ripple through the chamber as the heavy stone wall crumbles, leaving the tiny mouse frozen in absolute terror at the raw, unbelievable strength that shattered her hiding spot with a single blow. But the terrifying storm of dust instantly clears to reveal the young heir, Edmund, kneeling gently before her, tilting his head with an expression of quiet warmth as he extends his hand to the shivering beastkin. The tiny mouse's mind races in absolute confusion, unable to comprehend the identity of this majestic, powerful human who treats her with such unexpected tenderness. Before she can fully process the shock, she shifts back into her human form, throwing her small arms around Cinderella in a desperate, tearful embrace, while the young maid weeps in bitter relief, cursing her own perceived helplessness in the face of danger. Clinging to her savior, Elodie fiercely rejects the maid's apologies, her voice trembling but resolute as she insists that Sarah is anything but helpless, having risked her own life to shield her from the cruel guards. With tears spilling down her cheeks, the young beastkin proclaims that the suit girl is the bravest soul she has ever known, a shining beacon of courage in this house of monsters. As the emotional reunion unfolds, a pale, pristine hand enters the frame, offering a clean handkerchief to the weeping girl with silent, aristocratic grace.
Cinderella looks up, startled, to see the legendary northern heir standing tall, his fierce golden gaze softening as he awaits her response.
A deep, burning crimson flush rushes to Cinderella's cheeks, her breath catching in her throat at the young lord's unexpected kindness. With trembling fingers, she accepts the offered cloth, stammering out her quiet gratitude while her heart flutters with an emotion she has never felt before. As Cinderella shyly dabs at her tears, the tiny beastkin narrows her eyes in sudden, intense suspicion, watching the silent exchange with growing possessive jealousy. Edmund quietly turns his head away, maintaining his cool, detached composure, unaware of the miniature tempest brewing right beside him. Incensed by the tender atmosphere, Elodie's face contorts into a hilarious feral rage, her protective instincts flaring as she realizes this handsome noble might be trying to steal her beloved Sarah away. Throwing a silent, dramatic tantrum, the young beastkin fumes with absolute embarrassment, utterly mortified at the thought of crying in front of a boy her own age. As Edmund walks ahead, she glares daggers at his back, silently warning the powerful lord that he had better keep his distance from her precious savior. Unable to contain her fury, she barks out a frantic command for him to step back, demanding he maintain a strict, respectful distance from them at all costs. Meanwhile, back in the lavish parlor, the chilling atmosphere is suffocating as Duke Valkerson calmly sips his tea, his silent presence towering over the anxious Count Bluewood. Attempting to shatter the heavy silence, the hypocritical stepmother showers the Duke with sickening sweet flattery, while the Count nervously sweats, silently begging his foolish wife to shut her mouth. The Duke's golden, predatory eyes narrow, a dangerous glint reflecting off his teacup as his silent gaze promises absolute ruin to those who dare insult his intelligence. A cold sweat pours down the Count's face as he swallows hard, his mind racing with frantic worry over the delay of his butler's lethal measure. Suddenly, the doors are approached and the Duke coldly commands the visitor to enter, sending a jolt of panic through the Count's racing heart. Plastering on a desperate, trembling smile, the Count eagerly urges the newcomer inside, praying to the heavens that the beastkin child has finally been silenced forever. The heavy doors slowly creak open as a firm, youthful voice echoes through the grand parlor announcing the arrival of the Duke's grandson. Edmund steps into the room with absolute authority, but the Count's heart instantly stops as he sees Cinderella standing directly behind the young heir, cradling the missing beastkin child. The Count staggers back in absolute paralyzing horror, the chilling realization slamming into him that the tiny creature he discarded was the highly sacred northern beastkin noble all along. Meeting the Count's terrified gaze, the young beastkin smugly sticks out her tongue, enjoying the absolute dread washing over the corrupt nobleman. Desperate to save his own neck, the Count immediately tries to spin a frantic web of lies, praising Cinderella for rescuing the young lady in a pathetic bid to cover up his crimes. He steps forward with a sickening grin, demanding Cinderella hand the child over to him, but the young beastkin immediately snarls, warning him to keep his filthy hands away from her Sira. With razor-sharp instincts, Elodie loudly exposes his sinister plot to the entire room, revealing how he intends to drag Cinderella away to silence her the moment the Duke's back is turned. Refusing to let the corrupt Count intimidate them any longer, the brave young beastkin lunges forward, determined to fight back with everything she has. With a savage snap of her jaws, she sinks her teeth deep into the Count's finger, unleashing her fury as she screams that he will bitterly regret treating her like an ordinary child. Howling in agonizing pain, the Count loses all control and barks out a murderous confession, declaring they should have slaughtered the brat from the very beginning, only to instantly freeze in horror as the words slip past his lips. The temperature in the room plummets to absolute zero as Edmund's lethal, glowing gaze locks onto the Count, demanding to know if he just openly admitted to ordering an execution. The Countess gasps in sheer panic at her husband's catastrophic slip-up, while the Count frantically stammers, desperately trying to blame the entire murder plot on his servants. He violently denies any involvement, shrieking that the butler must have acted entirely on his own, unaware that his frantic lies are only digging his own grave deeper. Duke Valkyrsson slowly rises, his deep voice carrying the heavy gravity of an absolute ruler as he reveals he had suspected the Count's treachery from the very moment they arrived. Reaching into his pocket, the Duke presents a glittering magical device, his cold smile promising absolute devastation for the lying House of Bluewood. The Count's eyes widen in sheer, unadulterated terror as the magical artifact begins to glow, broadcasting the butler's voice ordering the guards to slaughter the beastkin immediately. The damning recording vividly recreates the brutal instructions given in the dark corridors of the estate, leaving no room for denial. It captures the guards' frantic shouts as the tiny beastkin slipped into the wall, desperately hunting her down like vermin under the Count's orders. The recording echoes the chilling commands to murder the child before they got caught, side by side with Cinderella's desperate pleas for mercy. The devastating mechanism of the magical transmitter is laid bare, a synchronized pair of earrings capable of recording and transmitting every single word spoken in their vicinity. Armed with irrefutable magical proof of the attempted murder, the powerful Northern Lords hold the absolute fate of the entire Bluewood lineage in their hands. The Count collapses to his knees in complete, broken despair, realizing with absolute horror that the Northern Kings had anticipated their every move from the very start. Turning his attention away from the pathetic human, the Duke gently beckons for his young beastkin relative to come to his side. Though Elodie shrinks back in fear, Cinderella offers her a warm, encouraging smile, gently assuring the tiny girl that she is finally safe in the hands of her family. Held securely in the Duke's powerful arms, the young beastkin blushes with embarrassment, watching in confusion as the legendary lord speaks into the magical earring. A faint static-filled squeak echoes through the transmitter as the high-ranking beastkin authorities on the other side respond to the Duke's report. The Duke's expression remains grimly stoic as he listens, while Elodie gasps in shock at the severe, terrifying punishment being decreed from the capital. With a cold, final nod, the Duke promises to execute the decree immediately, leaving the trembling Count and Countess to face a looming, inescapable doom that will burn their noble house to ash. Duke Valkyrsson's voice is like ice, warning the trembling Count Bluewood that escape is utterly impossible, for there is nowhere on this earth he can hide. To make matters worse, a towering, terrifying shadow of the beastkin's true unrelenting wrath looms over the corrupt nobleman, sealing his doom. The Count collapses to the floor, his wife desperately begging him to pull himself together as Edmund looks on with cold, unbothered detachment, knowing justice has finally been served. Declaring their business here complete, the Duke turns to leave this house of horrors immediately, while Cinderella silently follows behind, clutching her own racing thoughts. Edmund steps forward, addressing the young lady in the Duke's arms with absolute respect as he promises to personally escort her back to her true family. The cold northern air offers a rare, gentle smile, his golden eyes shining with a warmth that instantly eases the lingering terror in their hearts. Resting against the Duke's shoulder, the tiny beastkin stares back in quiet wonder, realizing that she is finally truly safe from the monsters who hunted her. Clinging tightly to the Duke's dark coat, a wave of overwhelming confusion washes over the small girl as she struggles to comprehend this sudden, massive shift in her destiny. She buries her face into the fabric, overwhelmed by a flood of emotions that she has never had the luxury to feel before. Looking up with wide, hopeful eyes, she wonders aloud if she really belongs to a highly prestigious, powerful family of her own. A bright, beautiful vision of her and her beloved savior, Sarah, living together in pure, undisturbed happiness flashes before her eyes, filling her with joyful anticipation. Bursting with excitement, Elodie begs the kind-hearted maid to accompany her to her new home, leaving Cinderella completely stunned by the sudden invitation. Cinderella stands frozen, her heart hammering against her ribs as she realizes she has never once considered the terrifying, liberating idea of leaving this abusive household on her own. Transformed back into her tiny, adorable mouse form, the ecstatic beastkin bounces with pure glee, convinced that a life of endless joy with her savior is just within reach. But the sheer breathtaking scale of the massive Ratson family palace looming before them instantly shatters her naive illusions. Staring up at the colossal, impenetrable fortress, the crushing realization hits Elodie that her dream of a quiet life with Sarah might be completely impossible before they even step through the gates. Heavy shroud of utter despair descends upon the tiny girl, her mind racing with the terrifying thought that she is completely and utterly doomed. Gripped by sudden panic, she clutches her tiny head, realizing that at this rate, she won't even be allowed to set foot inside her own family's grand sanctuary. Suddenly, a sharp snap echoes through the air as a tiny mouse guard in miniature armor stands at attention, sending a jolt of pure shock through Cinderella. Spring frantically to the shivering mouse beside her, Cinderella asks if Elodie's parents are actually high-ranking priests of the legendary Beastkin nation. The shocking revelation hits Elodie like a physical blow, snapping her instantly back to reality as her mind struggles to piece together her forgotten past. For generations, the human realm of Terranolia has remained strictly isolated, a world entirely separate from the mystical beasts of the wild. Only the formidable Valkrisen territory stands as the sole, heavily guarded gateway between the human lands and Animanolia, the sacred continent of the Beastkin. This ancient division has kept the two worlds in a tense, unbroken balance, where crossing the border is a feat reserved only for the most powerful nobles. The Duke's cold profile serves as a grim reminder that no one can bypass the strict, unforgiving laws of the border without facing absolute ruin. And yet, here she is, a child of the highest priests of Animanolia, a realm completely cut off from the human world she has known. This forgotten lineage explains the deep, invisible chains of destiny that have bound her to this human maid from the very beginning. In the Beastkin realm, the sacred gift of healing is passed strictly through bloodlines, meaning Elodie's family holds the ultimate divine authority over their kind. Suddenly, the puzzle pieces click together with terrifying clarity as Elodie realizes her miraculous, instantaneous recovery was the result of her own dormant royal blood. Interrupting her racing thoughts, the tiny guard mouse formally announces that the high priest himself is eagerly waiting inside the drawing room. With profound respect, Duke Valkrisen kneels before the tiny mouse, gently offering his hand to guide her toward the emotional reunion she has waited a lifetime for. Suddenly, two tearful mouse parents rush forward, their voices cracking with raw, heartbreaking emotion as they call out to their long-lost child. Staring at the massive hands of the Duke and the tiny weeping figures of her parents, Elodie feels completely suffocated by the sheer weight of this overwhelming moment. As she slowly walks down the vast stone path, she remembers the brutal, agonizing struggle of her past, where survival was a luxury and searching for food was her only reality. For as long as she can remember, she has lived like a stray, never once daring to dream of a family or a place where she truly belonged. But now the dark void of her lonely existence is shattered by a blinding, warm light, forcing her to confront a future she never thought possible. Standing before her weeping parents, with Cinderella and the Duke watching in silent reverence, Elodie is frozen in place, unsure how to bridge the massive gap of lost years. But as her parents wrap their tiny arms around her, the dam breaks, and the immense, comforting weight of a family's unconditional love washes over her shivering soul. Clinging to her mother, Elodie weeps bitter tears of relief, finally letting go of the heavy burden of survival she has carried for so long. Outside, the Grand Palace stands tall under a clear, beautiful sky, symbolizing a bright new chapter for the restored lineage of the High Priests. Wiping away their tears, the grateful parents look up, their hearts swelling with immense gratitude for the human who protected their precious daughter. They remember the stories Elodie told of the gentle, soot-stained maid who knelt in the cold, offering her warmth and safety when the rest of the world offered only cruelty. The memory of Cinderella's tender embrace and protective hands serves as a powerful testament to the unbreakable bond formed in the darkest of times. Turning to the human girl, the high priest solemnly asks if she was indeed the savior who kept his beloved child safe from the clutches of death. Hearing Cinderella's soft confirmation, the high priest instantly commands his guards to prepare a grand banquet, declaring they must treat their human benefactor with the absolute highest honor. Within moments, a lavish, glittering feast of miniature delicacies is laid out, the table bursting with a colorful array of perfect tiny dishes. Sitting beside the tiny, beautifully arranged table, Cinderella beams with pure, unadulterated joy, her heart melting at the sight of the pint-sized celebration. Clapping her hands in delight, the young maid gushes over how unbelievably adorable and tiny the feast is, momentarily forgetting all her past sorrows. As the family eagerly pushes a nutritious dish toward Elodie, the young beastkin blushes in embarrassment, insisting she can feed herself while navigating the complex rules of mouse etiquette. But the high priest coughs politely, reminding them all that even in times of celebration, proper order and ancient traditions must be strictly maintained, leaving Elodie to sweat nervously under her father's watchful eye. The atmosphere at the grand banquet instantly turns electric as the high priest stares in utter disbelief, realizing Elodie is refusing to back down from her shocking request. Shivering with nervous sweat, the emotional parents trade panicked looks, desperately trying to comprehend why their precious child wants to return to the human realm with a mere maid. Standing tall in her true human beastkin hybrid form, Elodie looks down, her mind swirling with a sudden overwhelming storm of memories that threaten to change everything. If she was truly under a curse so absolute that it completely stripped away her memories and forced her into the form of a common beast, how did she manage to break it? She recalls the lonely dark nights of her captivity, and the realization hits her like a physical blow, and the only one beside her when her true power awakened was Sira. Facing her parents across the lavish banquet table, Elodie admits she has no logical explanation for her transformation, deepening the heavy silence in the grand hall. The memory of Sarah's genuine tear-stained face flashes before Elodie's eyes, cementing the unbelievable bond they forged through sheer misery and survival. When the word love finally escapes her lips, Elodie's tiny heart pounds with a terrifying intensity, desperate for validation from her human savior. In a burst of desperate emotion, Elodie rushes forward, her voice echoing off the stone walls as she calls out to her beloved savior with raw, unbridled passion. Clinging tightly to Sarah, Elodie looks up with wide, trembling eyes, voicing the heavy question she has buried deep in her chest. Does Sarah truly love her? Sarah's lips curl into a soft, breathtaking smile, the sheer warmth of her expression instantly washing away all of Elodie's lingering doubts. Laughing softly with pure, unadulterated affection, Sarah confesses that she fell for the tiny girl from the very moment their eyes first met. Blushing furiously, Elodie grips her dress, her heart swelling with an intense, overwhelming joy that she has never felt in her entire life. The sheer innocence and angelic warmth of Sarah's confession completely breaks Elodie's defenses, cementing the maid as her ultimate savior and absolute everything. Without another second of hesitation, Elodie throws her arms around Sarah, holding her as if she were a lifeline in a chaotic, hostile world. The surrounding mouse servants and guards gasp in absolute terror, their eyes wide with shock at the young lady's incredibly bold, rule-breaking display. Right then and there, Elodie drops a devastating bombshell, demanding her parents' permission to leave Anna Manolia behind and live with Sarah in the human world. Elodie's golden eyes narrow with absolute determination as she realizes her dream of happiness is senseless unless Sarah is by her side to share it. Placing a gentle hand on the maid's shoulder, Elodie stands firm, ready to defy the ancient laws of her prestigious lineage for the sake of her savior. Sarah stands frozen in complete bewilderment, completely blindsided by the heavy weight of Elodie's sudden, life-altering declaration. A heavy shadow falls over the courtyard as Elodie notices the Duke's silent, unreadable gaze, wondering if the legendary Northern Lord will block her path. The High Priest frantically pleads with his daughter, terrified that such a hasty, reckless decision will lead their precious child back into absolute ruin. Sweating under the pressure of the moment, the priest trails off, his voice cracking as he struggles to voice the terrifying truths of their family's secret history. To everyone's absolute shock, Duke Valkerson slowly kneels before the tiny beastkin, his deep voice cutting through the panic with an unexpected heavy question of concern. Looking up at the formidable ruler, Elodie's mother desperately begs the Duke to ensure their daughter's absolute safety, realizing she cannot stop her. Observing the Duke's calm, silent acceptance, Elodie realizes with a shock that he is not trying to persuade her to stay. He knew she would make this choice all along. But a chilling realization suddenly grips Elodie's mind. If she was freed from her beastly state, why does no one else in her family seem to carry the same curse? Why would the prestigious High Priest of Anna Manolia family of divine authority be forced to live in the shadows in such tiny, powerless forms? Looking at the bustling palace around her, Elodie pieces together a dark, hidden truth. Their miniature rodent forms were never a curse, but a desperate, forced state of survival. The puzzle pieces finally lock into place with terrifying clarity as Elodie begins to uncover the massive conspiracy that shattered her family's past. Her parents had intentionally sealed her away in a harmless form, hiding her from the ruthless, invisible hands of enemies who sought to eradicate their bloodline. And the proof of this looming, catastrophic threat is locked in a dark future that is rapidly approaching Anna Manolia. In 10 years, the sacred position of High Priest will be violently seized from the peace-loving meadow mice by a ruthless, venomous clan of snakes. A cold sweat breaks over her. Can her sudden reunion, her meeting with Sarah, and this impending dark future all truly be a simple coincidence? Standing tall in the magnificent hallway, Elodie realizes she must prepare herself, for she is the only shield that can save her family from total annihilation. Snapping back to the present, Elodie looks at her tearful mother, determined to cherish every precious moment before the dark storm of destiny arrives. The Duke's deep voice echoes through the garden as he suggests calling the maid Sarah, his golden eyes flashing with a hidden, knowing warmth. As the Duke translates the tiny mouse's frantic gestures, a wave of profound relief washes over the garden, bridging the gap between human and beastkin. Flustered and deeply humbled, Sarah falls to her knees, frantically insisting that it was actually Elodie who saved her from her own miserable life of servitude. Sarah blushes as she realizes she used the name Elodie without permission, praying her informal naming of the royal heir hasn't caused a massive offense. But the mother hamster offers a bright, radiant smile, declaring that if her precious daughter prefers the name Elodie, then Elodie it shall be. Hearing those words, Elodie's eyes well up with heavy tears, realizing how deeply her family respects the beautiful bond she forged with their human savior. A warm blush covers Elodie's cheeks as she clutches her chest, her heart overflowing with a sweet, comforting sense of absolute belonging. Looking up with curious, shining eyes, Elodie softly asks her mother what her original royal name was before she was lost to the human realm. A brilliant vision of her parents in their true, majestic forms holding her as a baby flashes before her as her mother whispers her sacred original name.
Watching her glowing necklace, Elodie whispers the name to herself, feeling a deep, ancient power stir within her soul at the sound of her true title.
Looking at Sarah's kind, smiling face, Elodie realizes that both names are incredibly precious, each given by the people who love her most in the world. Suddenly, a group of struggling mouse guards desperately hauls a massive, beautifully adorned golden chest into the courtyard, drawing Elodie's immediate attention. The heavy lid creaks open, revealing a breathtaking legendary weapon, a massive, glowing warhammer crafted from pure divine steel. Elodie's jaw drops in absolute shock as she stares at the colossal weapon, realizing with horror that the divine power of her family isn't magic at all, but pure bone-crushing physical strength. The weight of the weapon is heavy, but the gravity of her father's warning is even heavier. Never must she wield this devastating physical power against another soul, leaving her to wonder if her silent thoughts have already been laid bare. The high priest's face grows pale, his voice trembling as he admits this heirloom was always meant for her, yet a dark, unspoken premonition of his own grim fate hangs heavily in the air. Holding the beautifully carved chest, Elodie stares at the miniature weapon, realizing that this tiny box holds both her family's legacy and a power far greater than she ever imagined. Eager to understand its true potential, she asks if the weapon possesses abilities beyond mere escape, only for her father's sharp, sudden interruption to cut her off. His gentle demeanor completely vanishes, replaced by a fierce, protective urgency as he commands her never to unleash the hammer's true strength for anything other than survival. The warning only deepens her suspicion that this weapon harbors a destructive secret, especially as her father confesses that even the mighty Valkyrie estate may fall to ruin. Securing her solemn promise to run rather than fight, the emotional parents embrace the reality of her departure, while Elodie quietly resolves to keep her pursuit of their family curse a secret. Looking back at the bustling crowd of her mousekin, she knows that staying would only force them to make the ultimate sacrifice to protect her, making her quiet escape the only choice. With a firm click, she locks the golden box away, determined to uncover the truth behind her family's forced miniature state without drawing the eyes of their unseen enemies. As the carriage begins to move, her parents watch from a safe distance, desperately pleading with the Duke to guard their precious child from the shadows that seek her. The final whisper of her sacred royal name, Gracia, echoes in her heart as she is gently led away into a completely unknown future. Looking back one last time, the sheer weight of what she is leaving behind presses down on her, fueling her determination to return strong enough to save them all. Within hours, the somber silence of departure is shattered as the carriage enters the bustling grand capital of the Northern Territory. Pressed against the glass, Elodie's eyes widen in sheer disbelief at the magnificent, vibrant world of Valkyrie unfolding before her. The wide, pristine streets are filled with an energetic crowd, a stark contrast to the shadowy, cramped survival she's known for so long. She watches in amazement as a gentle sheep beastkin walks freely, completely unbothered by the grand scale of the city. At the sight of a wolf beastkin walking right alongside her sends a sudden, icy shockwave of fear straight through Elodie's chest. Terrified that a bloodbath is about to unfold, she frantically warns the Duke, only for the legendary lord to offer a calm, reassuring smile. Crossing his arms with quiet confidence, the Duke tells her that this is only the beginning and she must prepare herself for even greater wonders. Her mind races as she wonders what could possibly be grander than this, while the silent young master beside her watches her every reaction with keen interest. In the distance, the colossal, shimmering spires of the Valkyrie castle rise into the sky, a peaceful sanctuary where she is promised a safe haven. Staring at her new home, Elodie feels a complex mixture of awe and anxiety, unaware that the quiet young master is observing her lingering hesitation. Sensing her sudden tension, the Duke asks if something is wrong, causing her to flinch under the weight of his sharp, perceptive gaze. Beside her, Sarah gently squeezes her hand, her warm smile instantly grounding Elodie as they prepare to arrange her new quarters. The carriage rolls to a stop in the massive paved courtyard of the castle, signaling the official arrival of the mysterious young lady. Whispers instantly erupt among the gathered servants, their curious eyes darting toward her as they question if she is truly the lost heir of the Gratzen family. Feeling 100 intense gazes locking onto her, a wave of familiar panic washes over Elodie, her instincts screaming at her to hide. Though the servants are secretly overwhelmed by her absolute cuteness, their massive, looming shadows appear as terrifying monsters in her traumatized mind. Clinging desperately to Sarah's dress, Elodie tries to suppress the deeply rooted terror of being the absolute center of attention. Memories of her past life as a defenseless hunted mouse being chased by ruthless giants flash violently in her mind, paralyzing her with fear. She realizes that despite her new humanoid form, the psychological scars of her survival cannot be erased in a single moment, yet she refuses to let her beloved Sarah worry. Shivering and gasping for air, Elodie is suddenly approached by the quiet, intense young master of the estate. Stepping forward with absolute authority, the young master calls out a sharp order to a towering wolf guard nearby. Caught completely off guard, the formidable wolf warrior instantly recoils, frantically apologizing for his perceived offense. Confused and sweating under the pressure, the guard grumbles, wondering why he is the only one getting scolded when the entire courtyard was staring. The young master's voice cuts through the air like ice, bluntly pointing out that the guard's fierce, predatory expression is far too intimidating for their guest. The poor wolf guard stands utterly dumbfounded, his jaw dropping at the sudden, unexpected reprimand.
Seeking to salvage the situation, a flashy leopard beastskin steps up, confidently offering to personally guarantee the young lady's absolute safety. The young master's golden eyes flash with a deadly, piercing glare that immediately shuts down the leopard's boastful grin. With absolute authority, the young master issues a shocking decree commanding every single predator beastskin to stay far away from Elodie.
The announcement sends shockwaves through the courtyard as he explicitly bans even the cat and dog beastkin, labeling them as potential threats to her peace. As the grumbling, intimidating guards are forced to step back, Elodie watches in silent awe, wondering if this intense young master is actually trying to protect her. Suddenly, a warm, heavy hand gently rests on her head as the Duke offers her a comforting pat, instantly melting away her lingering fear. Feeling the sheer warmth of the gesture, Elodie blushes deeply, realizing that the atmosphere of Valkrisen is incredibly free, open, and kind. She watches as humans and beastkin chat and laugh together without a shred of hesitation, a beautiful harmony she never thought possible. Her heart swells with hope as she realizes this peaceful coexistence is a direct result of the historic treaty forged by the ruling house. Under the sacred Valkrisen Treaty, predator and prey, human and beastkin, have lived in perfect harmony on this blessed land for generations. And the sole architect of this beautiful, fragile peace was none other than the legendary Duke of Valkrisen himself. But as Elodie stares at the peaceful paradise, a chilling, tragic memory from her knowledge of the future suddenly grips her soul. In exactly 5 years, this legendary symbol of peace will meet a horrific, untimely demise, plunging the entire Northern Realm into absolute chaos. The horrific truth of the future looms like a dark shadow. The legendary Duke Loga is destined to die of a sudden, unexplained heart attack, triggering a chain of escalations that no one can stop. Without the Duke's stabilizing presence, hatred erupts in the dark as a brutal serial killer begins hunting down helpless beastkin, painting the city streets in blood. The sacred treaty, once a beacon of hope for coexistence, will shatter into blood-soaked pieces, unleashing a merciless massacre that threatens to consume everyone. Out of the ashes of that broken peace, the catastrophic Third Great War will ignite, plunging the entire world into absolute, inescapable ruin. The young master Edmund will fight desperately to protect his homeland until his very last breath, only to meet a tragic end where not even his body remains. All that will be left of the legendary warrior is a silent, cold sword buried in the dirt, a haunting monument to a completely lost future. Even though history eventually clears Valkrisen of starting the war, the scars of betrayal are too deep, leaving humans and beastkin permanently divided by a wall of hatred. The devastating truth that Edmund's entire life was defined by failure and loss crashes over her, but her grim premonition is suddenly shattered as the young master himself looks down and asks if she is all right. Grasping her yellow skirt with trembling hands, she realizes that her knowledge of the future is her only weapon. But can a tiny, cursed field mouse truly hope to stop a global war and alter destiny? Steeling her resolve, she looks up with fierce determination, ready to voice a desperate, impossible promise to save them all, no matter the cost. As they walk through the magnificent castle grounds, she keeps her eyes locked on Edmund, knowing that his grim, tragic fate is already ticking away. Stepping forward with newfound courage, she confronts the Duke directly, declaring that she will personally take charge of his health and ensure he lives. The Duke looks down at her with an amused, patronizing smile, demanding to know how a mere child could possibly protect a legendary warrior's life. With absolute pride, she reveals the secret of her lineage, explaining that her family possesses the ancient power to cure any affliction, even the deepest wounds of the heart. To save him, she is even willing to unleash the terrifying power of her family's divine heirloom, a relic capable of shattering every obstacle in her path. But the Duke instantly dismisses her worries with crossed arms, completely laughing off the idea of needing any saving. He boasts that he knows his own body better than anyone, leaving her screaming in her own mind with pure, unadulterated panic because she knows he is destined to die. The ancient priest's solemn warning about using divine artifacts only in dire emergencies echoes in her mind, making her realize just how high the stakes truly are. The Duke teasingly warns her that if she plays around with such dangerous prowess and her grandfather catches her, she will be in deep, deep trouble. Even the young master joins in, looking down with a rare, amused smirk at her desperate attempt to play the role of a savior. Her jaw drops in utter shock as the Duke smugly boasts that his own doctor guaranteed him another 50 years of perfect health. As the Duke pinches his son's cheek, she realizes that the mismatch between his current health and his sudden future heart attack makes absolutely no sense. The chilling realization strikes her like lightning. If the Duke is perfectly healthy, then his sudden heart attack wasn't natural at all, but the result of a deadly hidden poison slipped into his food. Silent vow hardens in her eyes as she resolves to uncover the traitor in their midst before they can strike their fatal blow. Looking up at the majestic towers of her new home, she knows she cannot just stand by and watch this peaceful sanctuary fall to ruin. But as she is escorted to her personal quarters, the sheer scale of the estate's luxury leaves her momentarily frozen in disbelief.
She stares at the massive gilded bedroom that is now hers, her mind struggling to process how a former servant could be given such royal treatment. The sheer size of her new domain overwhelms her, leaving her to wonder how a tiny mouse is supposed to survive in a room built for giants. Pumping her fists in the air, she decides she cannot waste a single second. She must train her body, build her stamina, and protect her beloved savior, Sarah, at all costs. Suddenly, the heavy door begins to creak open, and her survival instincts instantly flare. She panics that someone is coming to fight her. Polite, cheerful voice fills the room as a squirrel beastkin maid bows low, introducing herself as the young lady's new head maid. But the maid is instantly left speechless as she spots two small legs hilariously poking out from underneath the massive bed. Emerging with a sheepish grin, she is gently asked by the head maid if she was looking for something hidden in the shadows. As the maid suggests a change of clothes, she quickly brushes herself off, insisting that her simple outfit is more than fine. But looking down at her tight sleeves, she realizes she has been wearing the exact same clothes she had before the curse took hold 2 long years ago. As a massive cart loaded with colorful dresses is rolled into the room, she admits to herself that she has absolutely no interest in fashion after living as a mouse for so long. An eager rabbit maid holds up a beautifully embroidered gown, asking if she has any preference for her new wardrobe. Crossing her arms with a blunt, unbothered expression, she flatly states that color and design mean nothing to her. After all, pretty clothes won't fill an empty stomach. Rabbit Maid suddenly remembers that the boxes stacked on the bottom shelf are actually meant for a prestigious noble named Lady Bluewood. The head maid agrees, noting that the beautiful sky blue garments inside are far too large for her tiny frame anyway. At the mention of sky blue, her eyes suddenly light up with wild excitement as a brilliant plan forms in her mind. Ignoring the maid's bewildered looks, she immediately dives headfirst into the boxes, searching for a specific treasure. With a triumphant grin, she pulls out a stunning, shimmering necklace and proudly declares it the absolute perfect gift for her beloved Sarah. The head maid gasps in delight, realizing that there is even a matching pair of elegant shoes that would complete the gorgeous set. They eagerly compare the beautiful options, determined to find the most stunning treasures hidden within the noble's collection. Clutching the beautifully wrapped sky blue box to her chest, she beams with joy, thrilled to have personally selected such a wonderful surprise. Running straight to Sarah's chambers, she bursts through the door, eager to show her savior the token of her immense gratitude. Sarah gasps in utter shock as she opens the lid, unable to believe how perfectly the gift matches her own personal taste. As Sarah holds up the exquisite fabric with sheer joy, the young lady stands proudly in the background, knowing she has succeeded in bringing a smile to her favorite person. Staring at Sarah wrapped in the radiant sky blue dress, she vows to protect this beautiful, fleeting happiness, unaware of the dangerous path she must walk to keep it. Realizing just how much effort Sarah put into making her happy, Elodie squeals with pure delight, her heart swelling as she looks at her beloved savior like a literal angel. But as she stands frozen in adoration, Sarah turns around with a bright, curious smile, wondering if Elodie is ready to see the special clothes chosen just for her. Elodie's eyes widen in absolute astonishment as she spots a beautifully arranged table stacked with the most exquisite, adorable children's garments she has ever seen. She looks up in sheer disbelief, her voice trembling as she realizes that Sarah spent all this time picking out a brand new wardrobe for her as well. With a warm, radiant smile, Sarah assures her that she wasn't alone, explaining that the other castle maids eagerly joined in to help find the perfect outfits. Gently, Sarah holds out a beautifully folded plaid outfit, presenting it to her like the most precious treasure in the world. Softly, Sarah whispers that she hopes Elodie will love these new clothes, her gentle eyes overflowing with genuine warmth and affection. Looking at the gorgeous plaid dress, matching hat, and elegant dark bow, Elodie's heart melts. Every single piece is crafted with unbelievable care and beauty. With the eager help of the maids, Elodie is quickly dressed up, standing before them in a perfect, charming outfit that leaves everyone in utter awe. Beaming with unparalleled joy, Elodie smiles brighter than she ever has before, feeling the comforting warmth of being truly cherished in her new home. Shaking off her awe, Elodie quickly turns the tables, eagerly urging Sarah to hurry up and try on the stunning sky blue gown she selected for her. As Sarah giggles and heads off to change, the friendly headmaid offers to take the young lady on an exciting, exclusive tour of the magnificent castle grounds. Eager to explore her new surroundings, Elodie places her tiny, fragile hand into the warm, steady palm of the kind squirrel beastkin maid. Walking side by side down the grand echoing corridors, the maid explains that this massive, towering wing of the castle is where the legendary Duke usually resides. The maid reassuringly notes that Elodie likely won't need to visit this intimidating area very often, but Elodie suddenly freezes as she senses someone approaching. Emerging from around the corner is the towering, majestic Duke himself, deep in serious conversation with his chief advisor about a highly sensitive investigation. Instantly, the maid bows low in deep respect, while Elodie squeaks out a nervous, polite greeting, completely startled by the sudden encounter. Hearing the explanation that the young lady was simply being shown around, the Duke looks down with a sharp, calculating glint in his golden eyes, declaring it to be perfect timing. A sudden wave of pure cold panic washes over Elodie as she wonders what on earth this imposing, unpredictable giant means by perfect timing. Before she can even think of running, a massive, powerful hand descends from above, locking onto her with effortless strength. With a sudden scoop, the Duke hoists her high into the air, leaving her crying out in sheer shock as she wonders if his idea of physician playtime is starting right now. Smirking down at her, the Duke dryly remarks that he is far too busy to wait for someone with such hilariously short legs to walk to his office before sunset. Elodie's jaw drops as she stares at him in utter disbelief, her pride deeply wounded by his blunt, mocking comment about her tiny mouse legs. Fuming with cartoonish silent rage, she glares at the back of his head, swearing an absolute lifelong oath that she will get her ultimate revenge for this humiliation. Moments later, she finds herself sitting on a massive plush sofa in the Duke's grand office, looking incredibly tiny and utterly bored out of her mind. Looking across the vast room, she spots the Duke buried behind a massive mountain of documents, and when she asks what he is doing, he answers with a single, flat word: work. Sweat dropping in pure exasperation, she complains internally that this is supposed to be her medical observation time, yet all she sees is endless, dry paperwork. But the Duke merely scoffs, reminding her that observation is the absolute foundation of medicine, telling her to sit quietly and watch his every move. She sighs heavily, slumping back as she realizes that the legendary Duke of Valkrisen is nothing more than a stubborn, obsessive workaholic. Stealing her resolve, she realizes that if she wants to prevent his tragic future, she must use this opportunity to watch him like a hawk and uncover any hidden threats. Suddenly, the heavy office doors creak open as a maid politely wheels in a steaming tea cart, offering to prepare a fresh brew to help the Duke push through his exhaustion. As the steam begins to rise, Elodie's sensitive beastkin nose suddenly twitches, catching a highly distinct and familiar herbal scent wafting through the air. In her mind, she immediately identifies the scent of Cinderella tea leaves, a popular stimulant used to boost mental focus but highly dangerous if consumed too frequently. But as she watches the maid prepare the tea, her heart stops as she spots a dark, fine powder being subtly added to the steaming cup. A horrifying truth strikes her like a physical blow. That dark substance is none other than the rare, highly restricted Velma herbal powder. A chilling future memory floods her mind. When Cinderella tea leaves are combined with Velma herbs, they undergo a violent chemical reaction, turning into a lethal, paralyzing neurotoxin. As the Duke calmly lifts the deadly cup toward his lips, Elodie's survival instincts scream in pure panic and she throws herself off the sofa to stop him. Leaping forward with all the strength in her tiny legs, she launches herself through the air in a desperate life-or-death dive straight toward the Duke's desk. With a loud, chaotic crash, he faceplants directly onto the hard floor, sending objects flying everywhere in a desperate bid to disrupt his fatal drink. The Duke stands up in absolute shock, his cup stopping mere inches from his lips as he stares at the chaotic, face-planted little mouse girl groaning in pain on the floor. Sighing in deep exasperation, the Duke gently picks her up, muttering that she is truly a wild child who cannot be left unsupervised for even a single second. He demands to know if this reckless, dangerous stunt is just another one of her childish games, completely unaware of the lethal danger he was just holding. Grasping his collar with absolute desperation, Elodie screams at the top of her lungs, warning him that drinking that tea will result in instant, horrific paralysis. She explains with frantic urgency that while this chemical combination will become popular in 5 years for focus, mixing them in this specific ratio creates a terrifying, silent poison. Her mind races as she realizes this is how the silent assassin operates, by slowly paralyzing the Duke's central nervous system, mimicking a natural heart attack. This insidious, invisible poison is specifically engineered to target legendary high-ranking knights like the Duke, destroying the acute senses they rely on to survive. Desperate to hide her knowledge of the future, Elodie frantically claims that this highly advanced medical warning was passed down to her by her legendary parents. The Duke's gold eyes narrow to sharp slits, realizing that if a successor of the legendary Holy Family makes such a claim, it is a matter of absolute, undeniable truth. Instantly, the maid collapses to her knees, trembling violently in sheer terror as she gasps that she was only following a trendy capital recipe to keep the Duke awake. As the maid desperately begs for mercy, swearing her innocence, Elodie watches in heavy silence, realizing she has just uncovered the first dark thread of a deadly conspiracy that threatens the entire realm. Staring down at her with a steady gaze, the Duke acknowledges that she is speaking the absolute truth, leaving Elodie utterly stunned that he can detect lies with a single look. Yet, a deep sense of suspicion lingers in his mind as he realizes Velma herb was only recently refined, making it virtually impossible for a child to know about its lethal combination. With terrifying authority, the Duke demands to know who passed on the secret recipe to the maid, while Elodie watches from his arms, holding her breath. Trembling under his gaze, the terrified maid finally confesses the name of the mastermind behind the poison, Count Hamilton. The Duke's golden eyes narrow into sharp, deadly slits as his thoughts instantly connect the traitor to the dangerous shadow of the Eagles faction. Turning to his trusted lieutenant, the Duke demands confirmation on who delivered the Velma herbs, only to hear the exact same name spoken aloud. Elodie shivers in fear as she senses a sudden, chilling shift in the Duke's mood, the air in the room turning heavy with pure, unadulterated bloodlust. Coldly, the Duke commands his guard to arrest the traitor immediately, his voice dripping with an icy promise of retribution. The ruthless determination in his voice leaves no room for doubt. The Duke is heading to the dungeons to handle this betrayal personally. "Drag him in, I'll see for myself," the Duke commands, stepping into the dark depths of the castle prison to confront the architect of his near death. Down in the damp dungeon, Count Hamilton lies battered and bloody on the cold stone, desperately crying out that a terrible mistake has been made. Covered in wounds, the traitor frantically pleads his innocence, questioning why he would ever attempt such a foolish and treasonous assassination. But the Duke's lieutenant steps forward, cutting through the desperate lies with a cold, unforgiving tone. The lieutenant reveals that they have already uncovered every single trace, from the precise timing of the herb purchase to the exact supply routes used. Hamilton's eyes widen in sheer paralyzed horror as he realizes his flawless invisible plot has been entirely dismantled. Gritting his teeth against the pain and the crushing weight of his failure, the defeated Count can only let out a bitter, choked groan. Snapping under the pressure, the Count screams in absolute fury, cursing the Duke's name and accusing him of relentlessly pursuing a personal vendetta to ruin his family. Turning a deaf ear to the traitor's raving madness, the Duke calmly asks his lieutenant about the physician's official analysis of the poison. The lieutenant confirms that the assassination method was unprecedented, but when mixed in that precise ratio, it indeed created a perfect, silent neurotoxin. The Duke looks down with a chilling glare, realizing the traitor was waiting for him to build a daily habit of drinking the tea so the eventual paralysis would look like a natural heart attack. Standing tall over the prisoner, the Duke remarks that he has watched Hamilton grow for years, knowing exactly what drove him to this dark path. A heavy flashback fills his mind, returning to the day the Duke shut down the brutal, illegal slave ring run by Hamilton's parents. Even back then, a furious 14-year-old Hamilton had pointed a sword at the Duke, calling him his family's greatest enemy. The Duke had let him slide out of pity, knowing the boy had just lost his parents, his wealth, and his entire world in a single day. Yet, despite being spared and given a chance to rebuild his life under the Duke's quiet supervision, the boy chose the path of poison and shadows. And this is the result, the Duke sighs, staring at the pathetic, bound traitor who threw away his second chance for a hollow taste of revenge. Coldly, the Duke stands up, announcing that he has finally done his part and his mercy has reached its absolute limit. "Now it's your turn to take responsibility," the Duke declares, walking away as Hamilton's desperate screams for mercy echo off the dungeon walls. Without turning back, the Duke delivers his final chilling command to his lieutenant to ensure the traitor's execution is quick and painless. As they walk out, the lieutenant quietly asks if the Duke is truly all right after executing someone he had secretly protected for a decade. Duke closes his eyes and exhales a weary sigh, accepting that it was simply the inevitable, tragic end of a cycle of hatred. The lieutenant wonders if the young miss possessed some form of divine, miraculous intuition, given her legendary family heritage. But the Duke scoffs at the idea, noting that if divine protection were that simple, her family would never have fallen to ruin. Yet, as they walk back toward his office, the Duke realizes he still has no logical explanation for how a child could predict a future poison. Back in the grand room, Elodie sits rigidly on the sofa, shrinking under the intense, unblinking stare of the returning Duke. Sitting across from her, the Duke reveals that the head physician called her a literal prodigy, asking her point blank how she knew his food was tainted. Elodie's heart leaps into her throat as she panics internally, realizing she played her hand far too well and might have exposed her secret. Sweating profusely, her mind races as she desperately struggles to think of a weak lie that can somehow bypass the Duke's flawless lie detector sense. Desperate, she remembers her past life as a stray mouse, starving on the brutal streets and constantly getting sick from eating poisoned scraps. Tears well up in her eyes as she recalls the heartbreaking memory of her early survival when she was barely clinging to life. She remembers the gentle companion who had shared her meager food and kept her safe from the elements when she had nothing. But that brief, beautiful happiness was shattered when her companion accidentally ate poison meant for common household pests. She could only watch in silent, helpless horror as her sole protector's life faded away, leaving her entirely alone in a cruel, unforgiving world. Her companion hadn't even lived 2 full years, a tragedy that scarred her soul long before she ever met her savior, Sarah. Returning to the present, Elodie looks up with tear-filled eyes, sobbing that she only used the physician act as an excuse to inspect the Duke's meals. With her voice cracking from raw, genuine emotion, she weeps that she simply couldn't bear to watch someone she cares about die right in front of her again. The absolute sincerity and tragic pain in her voice strike the Duke like a physical blow, completely silencing his suspicions. Looking at the weeping child, the Duke is deeply moved by the tragic weight of her past, realizing how deeply she was scarred by her early survival. His cold, calculating demeanor entirely melts away, replaced by a deep sense of guilt for pushing a traumatized child so hard. Softening his tone, the Duke assures her that she is safe now, gently telling her that she will never have to face those horrific memories again under his protection. The Duke confidently sweeps the threat aside, assuring her that a small fry like Count Hamilton could never lay a finger on a seasoned warrior of his caliber. But Elodie cannot help the icy dread pooling in her stomach, deeply unsettled by how utterly unfazed he remains after a brush with lethal danger.
If this is merely a regular occurrence for him, she realizes with mounting horror that his enemies must have countless other, far more insidious plots waiting in the shadows. Before she can spiral further, the Duke hoists her up, his piercing gaze locking onto her trembling frame. With sudden, shocking bluntness, he demands she drop the rigid formal protocols and address him as a family member should. He smiles with a rare, genuine warmth that catches her completely off guard, shattering the cold aura he usually wears like armor. Her heart leaps into her throat as she tries to form the unfamiliar, terrifyingly heavy words, tentatively whispering her very first greeting to her grandfather. The Duke gently flicks her forehead with a chuckle, warmly telling her that Grandpa is more than enough for a little rascal like her.
Striking his cane firmly against the ground, he abruptly announces they are heading out, leaving her completely bewildered about where he could possibly be taking her.
A mysterious, knowing smirk plays on his lips as he steps forward, leaving her with no choice but to brace herself for whatever comes next. Suddenly, they step into a massive, sweltering room filled with bubbling cauldrons and thick plumes of steam.
The heavy metallic clang of knives hitting chopping boards echoes through the air, sending an instant jolt of sheer panic through her veins.
She freezes in absolute horror, her prey instinct screaming that dragging a former mouse girl into a kitchen is nothing short of an act of pure war.
Entirely oblivious to her internal panic, the Duke proudly shows off the grand space, suggesting she can play her little dietary advisor games here.
Terrified, she frantically stammers that the cooks will chase her out like a common pest, but he merely huffs in dry amusement. Dark, suffocating memories of her past flash before her eyes, convincing her that the staff are whispering in disgust and plotting her immediate eviction. Sensing her mounting distress, the Duke softly offers to show her the way out, and she desperately clings to the hope of a quick escape. But as she looks at him, a chilling realization strikes her. Did he purposely bring her here to test her deepest, most hidden anxieties?
Her throat tightens and her body trembles violently, the paralyzing fear locking her jaw shut as she struggles to find her voice. In her mind's eye, a giant gleaming kitchen knife looms over a helpless fleeing mouse, bringing her to the absolute brink of panic.
Just as she prepares to bolt, a sudden murmur ripples through the staff, completely misinterpreting her terror as fear of the head chef's scary face.
The towering chef frantically tries to defend himself, pleading that he is a gentle vegetarian who would never hurt a fly, let alone their precious guest. In an instant, the terrifying tension completely shatters as the entire kitchen staff beams with pure, radiant joy at her arrival.
Elodie blinks in sheer, stunned silence, utterly speechless at this incredibly warm and unexpected welcome.
The Duke's knowing smile returns as she realizes the staff are actually keeping their distance out of gentle respect, terrified of overwhelming her. A profound wave of relief washes over her, making her realize that leaving her past behind and following this man was the best decision she ever made. One of the friendly maids gently reaches out, her soft hands coaxing Elodie out of her defensive show.
The maid's face lights up with a radiant, motherly smile that melts away the very last traces of Elodie's lingering fear.
Touching her hand, Elodie is deeply moved by how incredibly warm and safe real human kindness can actually feel. Standing tall, the Duke proudly announces to the entire room that she is here to personally inspect and oversee his daily diet. The kitchen erupts into delighted cheers as they eagerly present her with a pen and paper, begging her to write down her grand meal plan. Though she huffs internally at being treated like a coddled baby, Elodie steels her resolve, determined to prove the true power of her future knowledge.
She grips the pen with fierce intensity, ready to construct a flawless poison-proof dietary defense for her grandfather.
But a sudden icy wave of panic hits her as she realizes that as a former stray mouse, she has absolutely no idea how to write human words.
Looking down at the paper, her heart sinks as she sees nothing but a chaotic mess of illegible, childish scribbles.
The Duke raises an eyebrow at the messy paper, dryly teasing that they will have to start by teaching her how to hold a pen before they even think about spelling. Seeing her write sunflower seeds and wheat on her plan, the Duke looks at her in disbelief, telling her that she must eat proper food if she hopes to live a long, healthy life. Poking her cheek, he declares that it is she who desperately needs a new diet, leaving her to wonder if her current habits are really that terrible. The staff eagerly agree, nodding enthusiastically as they promise to show her just how many delicious, wonderful foods exist in this world. Smiling warmly, the maid offers to bring her a fresh walnut pie and a cup of rich almond milk. Elodie tilts her head in deep confusion, trying to comprehend the bizarre human process of turning hard nuts into a smooth, drinkable milk. But the moment she takes her first bite of the golden pie, her eyes light up with pure, unadulterated ecstasy. She squeals in delight, completely mesmerized by how it crunches on the outside while melting like sweet clouds on her tongue. Eager to share this incredible joy, she looks up at her grandfather and asks if he would like to try some of this magical food too.
She holds up a golden, glistening piece on her fork, offering it to him with absolute sincerity.
The Duke calmly wipes his mouth with a napkin, dryly noting that his reaction to fine food is far more restrained than her explosive joy. Elodie realizes that as a high-ranking noble and legendary knight, he must have eaten luxurious delicacies like this countless times in his life. But a sudden, brilliant idea sparks in her mind. If she can uncover his favorite foods, she might finally unlock the key to preventing his tragic future death. Setting his teacup down with a soft click, the Duke coldly states that there is absolutely nothing in this world that he particularly enjoys eating. Elodie's jaw drops in utter disbelief at his stubbornness, but she narrows her eyes with fierce determination, ready to force him to enjoy life, starting right now. The Duke reminds her that it is not about the grand luxury of the food, but the deep meaning behind sharing it that truly matters. Her mind drifts back to Sarah, who had lovingly crafted a small dress for her, wishing she could give her the entire world.
Back then, even when Elodie was just a tiny, helpless mouse, Sarah had kept her warm and safe in her hands.
Sarah's pure, radiant smile was the warmest thing Elodie had ever known, a bright light in her darkest days. Whenever Sarah found a single delicious seed, she would happily offer it, putting Elodie's hunger before her own. Returning to the present, Elodie holds her teacup, wishing she could share this beautiful safety with her grandfather. But looking at her grandfather's stern reflection in her tea, she wonders how to break through his cold, unyielding armor. When she presses him on his favorites, he flatly denies having any, but she refuses to accept his lonely, isolated existence.
Chuckling dryly, the Duke pinches her cheek, teasing that she is far too clever with words for such a tiny child.
Standing up, he tells her she is free to eat to her heart's content, but his thoughts are already turning to darker matters. He mutters a grim warning about Serenity Villa, emphasizing that no matter who goes there, lethal danger is always lurking. The peaceful name Serenity sounds entirely harmless to Elodie, leaving her deeply confused about what horror could possibly await them. As the Duke prepares to depart, a heavy, suffocating silence falls over the staff, who instantly freeze in absolute terror of his words. Watching his broad back disappear, Elodie's mind races as she tries to decipher the dark secrets of his fragmented family. She remembers that the Duke has 3 grandsons, but which one of them could be the true threat behind his future demise? The eldest is Edmund Valkerson, a formidable warrior destined to lead the household, possessing terrifying strength and ambition. The 3rd grandson is a mystery, a shadow figure wrapped in wealth and influence, plotting his moves from the darkness. Taking a slow sip of her tea, Elodie reasons that the 3rd grandson is too frail and sickly to pose a direct physical threat to her. That leaves only one terrifying possibility. Could the instigator of this entire tragedy be the elusive 2nd grandson? To distract herself, Elodie walks through the sprawling, sun-drenched gardens, but she cannot shake the feeling of being watched. Her friendly beastkin maid smiles warmly, trying to ease her lingering tension with gentle, comforting chatter. Elodie thinks back to how she used to feed Sarah, wishing she could find that same simple peace in this massive, overwhelming estate. Closing her eyes, she sighs, knowing she cannot afford to let herself grow too relaxed when danger could strike at any moment. Suddenly, her prey instincts flare up violently as she spots a dark, slithering shape rustling in the tall grass. She freezes instantly, her heart pounding in her chest as she realizes a deadly predator has breached the sanctuary of the estate. The maid quickly notices her terror, trying to soothe her by explaining that snakes occasionally wander into such a massive garden. But Elodie's mind instantly spirals. With her grandfather's history of poisonings, there is no way this is a mere accident. Trembling, she looks up at the maid and asks if there are snake beastkins living within the Valkerson domain.
The maid nods, listing off the powerful Boa and Kingville families, unaware of the terrifying realization dawning on Elodie.
When Elodie suddenly asks about the legendary lethal basilisk family, the maid gasps in sheer shock. Realizing she spoke too much, Elodie quickly laughs it off as a silly rumor, frantically trying to hide her future knowledge. Yet she can't help but probe further, desperate to know if such a dangerous, venomous clan actually resides within their borders. Maid whispers in a hushed, fearful tone, confirming that the reclusive basilisk family rarely ever leaves their dark, isolated territory. Deep in the shadows, these silent predators operate under mysterious pacts, hidden entirely from the light of day. Elodie shivers, realizing that a clan of reclusive snake beastkins would make the perfect untraceable assassins for her grandfather's enemies. Determined to find a countermeasure, she quickly walks through the grass, her eyes scanning the ground for any hidden clues. Suddenly, her eyes widen in surprise as a brilliant patch of vibrant blue catches her attention. She rushes forward, stepping directly into the field of beautiful, glowing blue flowers. The maid calls out in surprise, warning her that she will ruin her pristine dress if she keeps running through the wild brush. But Elodie ignores the warning, kneeling down to carefully gather the precious stems in her tiny hands. Clutching the delicate blue blossoms, a spark of hope ignites within her as she recognizes their miraculous properties.
Smiling, she proudly explains to her confused companion that these are lobelia flowers, highly prized for their powerful detoxification effects.
When she adds that they are incredibly effective against lethal snake venom, the maid's face instantly pales in sheer horror. But before they can say another word, a silent, ominous shadow looms over them from the edge of the dark woods. Out of the darkness, a mysterious boy approaches, his silent footsteps sending a freezing jolt of terror straight down Elodie's spine. He looks down at them with piercing, blood-red eyes that gleam with a cold, terrifying intensity. The maid suddenly screams in sheer panic, desperately shouting for Elodie to run away from him immediately. Sweeping Elodie into her arms, the trembling maid shields her, her entire body shaking with primordial fear at his presence. The cold, crimson-eyed boy stares down at them, flatly telling them they must return to the safety of the palace at once.
As they flee, Elodie looks back in terror, watching the chilling figure stand silently over the drop blue flowers, his true identity a dark and deadly mystery.
The terrifying truth hits Elodie like a physical blow. The boy standing before her is none other than Karen, the third prince, who was supposed to be dead.
Rumors had painted him as a weak, frail child wasting away from a congenital illness, but the sheer presence of this boy is anything but weak.
Standing under his looming shadow, Elodie feels a profound, unspoken weight pressing down on her entire soul.
Looking directly into his piercing, vacant crimson eyes, she can't help but wonder why everyone fears him to this extreme.
He silently observes their trembling frames, his expression a mask of cold detachment, as if asking why they are so utterly terrified of him.
If his rumored death in her past life was caused by an illness, could it have been a contagious disease that drove people away, or was it something far more sinister?
Deep within her, her primitive prey instincts scream that this isn't just fear of a disease, this is the suffocating dread of standing before a colossal apex predator.
He turns away without a single word, his silent, heavy footsteps fading into the distance as he leaves them behind in the sunlit garden.
Breaking free from her frozen state, Elodie calls out to her maid, a sudden, bold resolve taking hold of her heart. Ignoring the maid's frantic, desperate cries, Elodie dashes forward, determined not to let this mysterious prince disappear back into the shadows.
Her grandfather had warned her of the lethal dangers lurking in the estate, but having survived countless near-death encounters as a helpless mouse, she knows real danger when she sees it.
The humans who ruthlessly chased her down with lethal weapons in her past life possessed far more monstrous, malicious eyes than this lonely boy ever could.
To her refined instincts, the third prince doesn't carry the stench of mindless malice. He is simply wrapped in a deep, agonizing isolation.
Catching up to his steady retreat, she calls out his name, clutching the vibrant blue blossoms tightly in her small hands.
Offering her brightest, most genuine smile, she warns him about the venomous snakes in the area and tells him how to use the flowers to save his life. The prince freezes in utter disbelief, his eyes widening as he processes her unexpected act of pure, unbothered kindness.
Seeing his hesitation, Elodie wonders if he too finds it incredibly difficult to connect with others because of the terrifying rumors surrounding him. Gently dropping the detoxifying blooms near his feet, she repeats her warning, insisting that he must keep them for his own safety.
With a cheerful wave and a bright goodbye, she turns around to leave, her small heart feeling lighter for having extended a helping hand. Aaron stands silently in the field of blue flowers, his gaze locked on her retreating figure as the maid carries her safely back toward the grand mansion.
He had only wandered out to escape the suffocating noise of the estate, never anticipating that he would run into such a strange, fearless little girl.
Whispering the legendary titles of the continent's lost miracles, a dark, solemn realization settles deep within his chest.
Kneeling down, he gently reaches his gloved hand toward the vibrant blue flowers she left behind as a token of protection. But the moment his fingers brush against the delicate petals, a terrifying dark aura surges violently from his hand.
The beautiful blue blossoms instantly wither and decay into black dust, a grim reminder that his cursed touch brings nothing but absolute destruction.
Leaving the ruined petals scattered on the grass, he vanishes back into the oppressive shadows of the forest, resigned to his tragic, lonely fate. Back inside the safe walls of the palace, the sudden rush of adrenaline fades, leaving Elodie completely drained and exhausted. As the squirrel maid frantically scrubs her clean, Elodie sighs, realizing that despite all the maid's dramatic terror, the encounter was entirely peaceful.
Eager to soothe her aching body, she suggests finding Syrah for a comforting snack, only to bump straight into a solid wall of muscle.
Looking up, her heart leaps into her throat as a massive, towering silhouette of a wolf beastkin casts a giant shadow right over her.
Her mouse instincts flare up instantly, forcing an ear-splitting, terrified shriek right out of her throat before she can even think.
To her absolute shock, the massive wolf beastkin screams right back in pure, unadulterated panic, completely startled by her high-pitched shout. Covering his face in deep embarrassment, he frantically stammered out an apology, desperately trying to reassure her that he meant no harm. Lowering his hands, he reveals himself to be Sir Half, the legendary captain of the Silver Knights, looking incredibly meek for his formidable title.
Elodie blinks in sheer confusion, wondering why a powerful knight commander is acting so timidly around a tiny child like her.
He nervously explains that he understands why a small rodent beastkin like her would be naturally terrified of a big, scary wolf. Smiling cutely, Elodie casually shrugs and admits that she isn't actually afraid of him at all anymore. Hearing those words, the giant wolf's eyes light up with pure, sparkling joy as he eagerly asks if he's allowed to stay close to her.
Sweating slightly at his explosive enthusiasm, she gives her permission, prompting him to declare this moment as his lifelong anniversary.
Shifting the topic, Elodie asks what brings him to this part of the palace, and he happily explains that he was guiding an important guest. But when he mentions that the guest asked to speak privately with Lady Bluewood, Syrah, Elodie's heart drops as she recognizes the chilling figure in the distance. It is Wellston, the Crown Prince's infamous manipulative lackey, sending a wave of absolute dread washing over Elodie's past life memories.
In her past life, this was the exact man who had initiated the tragedy, presenting a mysterious glass slipper to the royalty. Sarah had lost a single magical shoe in her frantic haste to leave the palace, leaving a crucial clue behind.
Wellston had taken custody of the enchanted slipper, promising that he would stop at nothing to hunt down the mysterious maiden for the prince.
He had tracked Sarah down, sweet-talking her with promises that the prince was desperately searching for his true love.
Under his manipulation, Sarah was swept into a dazzling, deceptive fairy tale, believing the prince would love her forever.
But the dream quickly shattered into a cruel nightmare as the prince openly betrayed her, leaving her to weep in bitter isolation.
When the palace erupted in political turmoil, Wellston had cruelly demanded that they snap out of their romantic delusions.
He had sneered at Sarah, mockingly calling her a mere Cinderella and demanding she be grateful for being raised from her commoner status, making Elodie's blood boil with absolute fury.
The memory of her past life burns like fire. Wellston's screeching voice rings out, recalling how he ruthlessly demanded Sarah crawl back to the prince like a pathetic, groveling beggar. He was the primary instigator, the monster who orchestrated Sarah's ultimate downfall and delivered her straight to her doom.
Cold sweat runs down Elodie's face as the gravity of the situation hits her. She cannot let history repeat itself, not under her watch. She has to act instantly to pry this insidious snake away from Sarah before his venomous lies take hold.
Clenching her fists, a fierce determination replaces her panic. There is absolutely no time for hesitation, as every second she wastes brings Sarah closer to that tragic fairy tale.
Spotting her towering, soft-hearted knight, Elodie screams his name at the top of her lungs, startling the giant wolf beastkin right out of his boots. Without slowing down for even a second, she leaps forward with her tiny arms outstretched, launching herself directly at him like a flying rodent missile. Half's internal wolf instincts instantly short-circuit at the sheer overwhelming cuteness, eagerly welcoming the ultimate honor of catching the precious little lady. Scooping her up in his massive arms, he holds her tight, though Elodie immediately squirms, desperately demanding he let her down because they have an urgent mission. Clinging to his shoulders, she commands him to run like the wind, directing the bewildered knight straight toward the grand corridor where Wellston is currently whispering his poison. Meanwhile, Sarah stands her ground, her voice dripping with ice as she flatly rejects Wellston's attempts to corner her, but the slimy noble refuses to take no for an answer. Rubbing his hands together with a sickening, predatory grin, Wellston smooth-talks her, mocking her lack of a social debut while fake praising her beauty with dripping insincerity. He leans in closer, demanding to know her address under the guise of sending a royal birthday invitation, trying to ensnare her in his web of false promises. The painful words strike a raw nerve, forcing Sarah to look away in deep, quiet shame as she recalls how her own family treats her as nothing more than a glorified maid. Detecting her sudden vulnerability, Wellston crosses his arms with a mocking smirk, cruelly probing if she is an illegitimate child or merely adopted. His smug grin widens into absolute malice as he whispers a disgusting insult, telling her that while she could never be queen, she would make a perfectly fine royal mistress. Trembling with indignation, Sarah turns on her heel to walk away, sharply telling him he is being incredibly rude, but the persistent parasite reaches out to stop her. In an act of pure, unprovoked aggression, Wellston violently grabs her wrist, his grip tightening as he mockingly asks if she's playing hard to get for a formal marriage. But before he can drag her any further, a sudden shadow looms from above as Elodie comes soaring through the air like a tiny god of vengeance, clutching a massive glowing weapon. With a thunderous impact, Elodie sticks a perfect three-point superhero landing, leaving Wellston completely unconscious and face-planted on the pristine palace floor behind her. Staring at the glowing artifact in her tiny hands, Elodie can't help but marvel at the legendary power of the Holy Hammer of Physics, even if her father warned her never to use it on people. Shrugging with a hilariously smug chibi expression, Elodie reasons that a disgusting vermin like Wellston doesn't actually count as a person anyway, completely baffling the watching Howlf. Tossing her weapon aside, she rushes over to Sarah, frantically checking if she's all right, while Sarah stands in an absolute daze, wondering how a toddler just flew so high. Sarah pulls Elodie into a protective hug, while behind them, Howlf casually drags Wellston's twitching, drooling body along the carpet as if he were taking out the trash. Sweating under Elodie's interrogation, Howlf nervously explains that Wellston had arrived as a trade representative, which was the only reason he was allowed past the security gates. Sarah offers a soft, trembling smile of relief, thanking Elodie for her brave intervention, though she is still clearly shaken by the Viscount's physical assault. But as Howlf drags the limp noble away, a strange shimmering blue light begins to leak out from Wellston's torn pockets. Glowing particles float gently into the air, illuminating the corridor with an otherworldly, suspicious magic that immediately catches Elodie's sharp gaze. Suddenly, the heavy sound of approaching boots echoes down the hall, and Sarah's eyes widen in sheer terror as she whispers the name of the terrifying Duke Valkyrissen. Out of the shadows steps the imposing, silver-haired Duke himself, his stern, golden eyes scanning the chaotic scene with absolute, chilling authority. Seizing the golden opportunity to crush her enemy once and for all, Elodie turns toward the Duke with the sweetest, most innocent smile she can muster. Right on cue, Wellston groans as he jolts back to consciousness, his eyes bulging in utter confusion as his brain tries to process what just hit him. Realizing his hands and feet are bound tightly in thick ropes, he thrashes on the floor, screeching in panic as Elodie cheerfully greets him. Glaring up at the Duke, Wellston desperately tries to play the victim, demanding to know why a noble guest would be tied up and treated with such blatant disrespect. But the Duke's face darkens into a mask of pure, suffocating wrath as he looms over him, pointing out that laying hands on his esteemed guest is the ultimate insult. Sweating bullets, Wellston frantically stammers out lies, claiming he was merely offering an innocent invitation to the prince's birthday banquet. The Duke remains completely unmoved, his massive, scarred hand gently resting on Elodie's head, silent but incredibly protective. Looking down at the groveling noble, the Duke coldly reveals that Elodie's version of the story is entirely different and far more believable. The Duke's golden eyes narrow to slits as he drops a bombshell, accusing Wellston of stealing something incredibly precious from the Valkyrissen estate. Wellston's face pales as he stutters a weak defense, smugly demanding proof of his alleged theft, confident that his crimes are well hidden. His smugness instantly shatters as Elodie proudly holds up the glowing container, loudly declaring she saw the stolen goods fall directly out of his pockets. Wellston's jaw drops in absolute horror as his mind races, wondering how on earth she bypassed his secure magic pouch to retrieve the evidence. Staring at the brilliant blue orb, Elodie realizes the stolen artifact was the secret behind Wellston's sudden rise, exposing his fraud to the entire world. Holding the glowing orb high, the Duke points out the undeniable truth. This rare species does not grow anywhere near Wellston's territory, proving his guilt beyond a shadow of a doubt. Left with absolutely no excuses, Wellston stammers incoherently, his pathetic arrogance crumbling into sheer desperate panic. With a dismissive wave of his hand, the Duke coldly orders his knights to handle the criminal according to the strict ancient laws of the territory. The official house regulations appear in their minds, outlining the severe, zero-tolerance policies regarding illegal contraband and smuggling. Reading aloud from the ancient tome, the silver-haired knight confirms that anyone caught smuggling within Valkyrissen will face a minimum 3-year ban. Wellston secretly sighs in relief, foolishly thinking a simple ban is a minor inconvenience he can easily bypass with his royal connections. But his relief turns to cold, paralyzing dread as the knight reads the final, brutal clause. Those who smuggle protected species will have their wrists severed and face permanent exile. Sobbing hysterically, Wellston begs for mercy, desperately trying to shift the blame by screaming that he was only following the Crown Prince's direct orders. As he shrieks for a single chance to contact the prince to save him, a cold, mocking voice cuts through the darkness, sealing his grim and bloody fate. The room fills with a sudden blinding light as the majestic image of the Crown Prince materializes, instantly throwing Wellston onto his knees in frantic adoration of his royal master. But Elodie's gaze narrows to icy slits, her jaw clenched in pure disgust as she watches this theatrical display of false innocence unfold right in front of her. The prince looks down with a calm, benevolent smile, calling out Wellston's name with an artificial warmth that sends a shiver of dread down the spine of everyone present. Suddenly, the prince's sweet tone turns freezing cold, dripping with sharp disapproval as he demands to know why Wellston is committing disgraceful acts of theft in the sacred territory of Valkyrissen. Wellston's heart stops in sheer panic, his voice cracking as he desperately stammers that he was only gathering magical artifacts for his royal lord. The prince's expression hardens, his eyes flashing with disgust as he flatly denies ever wanting stolen goods, completely cutting the legs out from under Wellston's defense. Wellston's mind flashes back to his previous success, recalling how eagerly the prince had accepted rare silverstone jewelry from his hands, proving his master's utter hypocrisy. Realizing he has been completely abandoned as a scapegoat, Wellston falls to his knees, sobbing hysterically as he begs his royal master not to throw him to the wolves. Without a single shred of mercy, the prince turns his back on his loyal dog, addressing Duke Valkyrissen with a heavy, performative sigh of apology for his subordinate's grave sins. With a dismissive wave, the prince coldly demands that the criminal be punished to the absolute limit of Valkyrissen's brutal laws, sealing Wellston's doom in an instant. The prince's voice echoes with a chilling finality as he commands the Duke to ensure such audacity is never repeated, completely ignoring Wellston's desperate screams for mercy. Standing proud beside her imposing father, Elodie silently observes the swift downfall of the man who once destroyed Sierra's life, though the victory feels hollow under the weight of royal deceit. Elodie looks at the fading magical transmission with deep cynicism, knowing full well the prince was completely complicit in the smuggling and merely sacrificed his pawn to save his own skin.
Yet, she takes comfort in the realization that this massive scandal has permanently severed Welston's reach, ensuring the prince can never use him to target Sierra again.
But as the transmission cuts out, the prince flashes a lingering, predatory smirk that burns itself into Elodie's mind, a silent warning that the danger is far from over. Walking down the quiet, sun-drenched corridor, Elodie tries to shake off the lingering dread of the prince's final, haunting words, reminding herself that she succeeded in keeping Sarah safe. Hurrying back to the guest wing, she is relieved that she kept Sarah away from the chaotic confrontation, making it far easier to crush Welston without any distractions.
She knows Welston's father will soon face the terrifying consequences of his son's crimes, a satisfying justice she intends to witness with her own eyes. Pushing open the heavy chamber doors with a bright, cheerful shout, Elodie prepares to reassure her beloved companion that all the trouble has been resolved.
But her joyous smile instantly freezes as she finds Sarah standing in the center of the room, her shoulders slumped in a heavy, suffocating shadow casting over her face.
A cold dread grips Elodie's chest as she looks at her friend's trembling form, realizing that something has gone terribly, horribly wrong in her absence.
Rushing forward, Elodie frantically asks if Welston's cruel insults are still weighing on her heart, desperate to wash away the lingering poison of that man's words.
Sarah slowly turns her head, her eyes vacant and filled with a quiet, devastating sorrow as she whispers that the Viscount is not the source of her pain.
The air in the room turns to ice as Sierra looks directly into Elodie's eyes, asking a devastating question that strikes like a physical blow. Why was she deliberately excluded from meeting the prince? Sarah's voice trembles with raw vulnerability, wondering if she had somehow done something wrong or if she was simply a burden to those she loves. She presses further, her heart breaking, as she asks if there is some dark, hidden secret about her own existence that she is being shielded from. Elodie's heart shatters into a million pieces at the sight of Sarah's pain, realizing her desperate attempt to protect her friend has instead deeply wounded her fragile spirit. Inside, Elodie panics, knowing that if Sarah had met the prince, the tragic wheels of fate would have started spinning, a terrifying nightmare she could never allow. Stepping back, she struggles with the agonizing burden of her memories, praying with every fiber of her being that Sarah never recalls the horrific betrayal of her past life. Tears well up in Elodie's eyes as she prepares to apologize, willing to take all the blame if it means keeping the darkness of the past away from her precious friend. Before she can speak, Sarah steps forward and pulls Elodie into a warm, desperate embrace, thanking her for always caring so fiercely for her safety. Yet, even as she holds her tight, Sarah's voice is laced with a deep, heartbreaking insecurity, wondering why she deserves such unconditional, overwhelming love. Elodie's eyes widen in absolute shock, her heart aching at how deeply the scars of Sarah's past neglect still run within her soul. Pulling back with a fierce, burning determination, Elodie shouts with all the strength in her tiny body, rejecting the very notion that Sarah is unworthy of love. With tears spilling down her face, she declares that Sarah deserves every ounce of happiness and love this world has to offer, leaving no room for doubt. Overwhelmed by the raw sincerity of the little girl, a profound realization washes over Sarah as she recalls her humble past as a weak, helpless creature. She remembers the painful days of laboring in silence, always protected by others, while she remained utterly powerless to protect herself in return. But now, standing before the fiercely loyal child, Sarah feels a new, burning strength ignite within her own heart, transforming her fragile spirit. With a radiant, tearful smile, Sarah accepts Elodie's love, the heavy chains of her past insecurities finally shattering into dust. Elodie blinks in surprise as the heavy, melancholic atmosphere in the room completely dissolves, replaced by a warm, golden light of understanding. Sarah quietly confesses that her endurance in the miserable Bluewood household was never born out of naive kindness or weakness. She admits that she tolerated the abuse simply because she had absolutely nothing worth fighting for, merely playing the pathetic role forced upon her. But everything has changed now. She is no longer that empty, submissive maid who accepted her miserable fate without a fight. Hugging Elodie tightly once more, Sarah softly whispers that she finally has someone precious she truly wants to protect with her entire life. She vows that she will never let Elodie put herself in danger or bear the heavy burdens of the world alone ever again. Hearing these powerful words, Elodie's eyes tear up, realizing that the fragile girl from her past life has finally grown strong enough to stand on her own 2 feet. Grasping Sarah's hands, Elodie silently promises to stop trying to handle everything in secret, vowing to walk side by side with her through whatever storms lie ahead. With their bond forged anew in absolute trust, Elodie beams with pure joy, ready to focus entirely on building a bright, happy future with the Sarah standing right before her. Outside, the Grand Palace gardens bask in the bright, peaceful sunlight, as if the entire world is celebrating the quiet victory of their deep, unbreakable friendship. Walking tall through the majestic corridors, Duke Valkazan proudly announces that the alliance with Welston has been permanently dissolved, ensuring the shadows of the past can never touch them again. Elodie's heart leaps with satisfaction as the news breaks. The foolish young Master Welston has been officially disinherited, completely stripped of his noble lineage.
To her slight disappointment, the ancient law's most brutal sentence was bypassed, but the utter humiliation remains as the ruined Duke Wellston bows his head to issue a desperate formal apology for his son's crimes. But Duke Valkison is not a man to be swayed by cheap words, cold-heartedly rejecting the apology because sending a treacherous snake like Wellston as an envoy was proof enough of their hostile intent. Consumed by fury after losing years of political plotting and his own family's reputation, the desperate father strips his son of all rank and banishes him to the cold, silent walls of a distant monastery. Watching the dust finally settle, Elodie breathes a sigh of relief, only to freeze when she notices the glowing, fluffy spirits of Valkison are still swirling stubbornly around her. The silver-haired knight calmly explains that these sacred spirits are ancient protectors, inexplicably drawn to the powerful legendary bloodline of the Ratson family. He notes with deep reverence that even among those not born as beast-kind, the powerful divine instinct to protect the chosen child is completely impossible to ignore. Elodie blinks in confusion, but the knight's eyes turn intensely serious as he mutters that this overwhelming primal draw might actually lead to dangerous, uncontrollable desires. The knight boasts of his absolute, unshakable logic as a seasoned warrior, a claim that the Duke silently acknowledges with a firm, knowing nod. But the knight's calm facade suddenly shatters as he admits that the very moment he set foot in Volkisen, all his carefully cultivated logic was burned to ashes. Clenching his fists, he confesses with a trembling, intense voice that a wild, primal instinct overcame him, filling him with a terrifying urge to squeeze, hold, and even bite the precious young lady. A cold sweat runs down Elodie's neck as she stares at him in sheer horror, realizing this beastly warrior has a completely twisted, terrifying definition of a harmless urge. Before she can run, her father casually drops a bombshell explaining that this dangerous urge to consume is a common, terrifying side effect for any beastkin who meets the child.
Hysterical panic grips Elodie's heart as she clutches her grandfather, screaming in absolute terror to know if her own allies are secretly planning to eat her alive.
The silver-haired knight instantly panics at her tears, frantically waving his hands as he tries to explain that his words were meant as a metaphor of fierce, protective adoration. Stepping in like a towering wall of steel, the Duke coldly glares at the knight, commanding him to keep his distance and shut his mouth before he scares the child any further. Ignored and ordered to watch from the sidelines, the grumbling knight can only narrow his eyes, muttering that the Duke is merely using this opportunity to show off his own fatherly bond. But the peaceful bickering is instantly shattered as a sudden earth-shattering piece of intelligence is delivered, causing Elodie's eyes to bulge in pure, unadulterated shock. Swept up in the sudden chaos, Elodie is casually scooped up under the Duke's arm like a sack of cargo as he walks away, grumbling that this delicate situation is rapidly spiraling into a massive, uncontrolled disaster. Dangling helplessly upside down, Elodie's mind races in pure panic as she screams the dreadful news. The scheming, predatory crown prince is personally marching toward the territory of Valkison. Desperate to defend her home and her friends, she frantically clutches her magical miniature hammer, eagerly asking if she should smash the insufferable prince's skull the moment he arrives. To her utter surprise, the Duke looks down with a calm, approving smirk, telling her that if she must face such a monster, she should at least keep a lethal weapon of self-defense on hand. Clutching the glittering weapon of destruction with a bright, joyful smile, Elodie celebrates, while the tiny, sweating hamster god in her mind desperately hopes she doesn't start a war. With a heavy sigh, the Duke merely asks her to give him a brief warning before she decides to swing her divine hammer at the heir to the imperial throne. But as the gravity of the situation settles, Elodie's smile fades. She knows she got incredibly lucky with Wellston, but the cunning crown prince cannot be dealt with by mindless force alone. Her eyes narrow with a cold, calculating resolve as she realizes she has only one viable path forward. She must assemble a powerful, legendary force of reinforcements. The Duke warns her that a single misstep with the royal family could ignite a devastating political scandal, threatening the very foundations of the territory. They cannot allow the prince's dark, corrupt crimes to spiral into a public controversy, but they absolutely must find a force powerful enough to push him back and force him to retreat. To break the heavy tension, the towering knight sheepishly slips on a pair of round glasses, hoping to look less threatening, though the Duke dryly remarks he is still as terrifying as ever. Ignoring the antics, Elodie dashes forward with a sudden spark of inspiration, calling out to her grandfather that she has a brilliant, highly dangerous favor to ask. Radiating an aura of sweet, deceptive innocence, Elodie smiles brightly, hiding the brilliant, tactical trap she's preparing to spring on the imperial court. Gathering the elite beastkin forces in the grand courtyard, the imposing silver-haired captain commands absolute silence as he stands before them with Elodie held high in his arms. Clutching the fierce commander's chest, Elodie looks down at the sea of formidable warriors, her heart pounding as she prepares to pitch her desperate secret operation. Whispers instantly ripple through the ranks of the knights, who are left utterly stunned to see their cold, ruthless captain holding the fragile young lady he once terrified to tears. Shouting over the murmurs, the captain demands total focus, barking that the young miss has a vital, highly confidential mission to present to them. The hardened knights instantly melt, their cheeks flushing with pure adoration as they gaze up at the incredibly cute, determined child standing before them. Striking a proud, dramatic pose, Elodie begins her speech, radiating the fierce authority of a commander despite her tiny, adorable stature. She recalls the arrogant, spoiled nature of the young prince, a reckless beast who thinks the entire role belongs to him and who must be put in his place. Her voice rings with a chilling resolve as she declares that they must strike first, executing a flawless psychological plan to drive the prince out of Valkison for good. In her mind, she imagines completely crushing the smug prince's ego, humbling him beneath her feet until he runs back to the capital with his tail between his legs. But to pull off such a delicate, high-stakes deception, she needs a specialized group of warriors capable of applying the perfect, agonizing amount of pressure. The moment the words secret mission leave her lips, the courtyard erupts into a wild frenzy as the fiercely loyal Beastkin Knights scream at the top of their lungs to volunteer. The captain's booming voice roars for silence, instantly cutting through the chaotic cheers of the eager warriors as he prepares to lay down the brutal rules of selection. He cold-bloodedly announces that only 5 elite individuals will be chosen for this highly covert, delicate operation where blending into the shadows is key. Instantly, 2 rival knights draw their swords with deadly intent, declaring that they will gladly fight to the death right here and now to secure a spot on the mission. Elodie screams in sheer horror, waving her arms frantically as she realizes these battle-hungry meatheads are about to tear the courtyard apart in a brutal, blood-soaked brawl. Suddenly, a blinding golden light fills the arena as a gorgeously dramatic blonde beastkin materializes, proudly introducing himself as Leopard, the legendary commander of the Golden Knights. The silver-haired captain glares with lethal hatred, coldly ordering the uninvited intruder to get lost, but Leopard merely chuckles, claiming the decision belongs solely to the young miss. Bowing with a dazzling predatory charm, Leopard turns his gaze directly to a stunned Elodie, smoothly asking if she will grant his princesses the honor of serving her. Elodie's jaw drops in absolute horrified disbelief as the flashy commander happily explains that princesses is merely the pet name he uses for his endless sea of lovers, plunging the high-stakes military briefing into sheer chaotic absurdity. Elodie's jaw drops in absolute horror as she realizes the sheer absurdity of the Beastkin commander's flashy, dramatic behavior. Elodie's jaw drops in absolute horror as she realizes the sheer absurdity of the Beastkin commander's flashy, dramatic behavior. The heavy military atmosphere is instantly devolved into an embarrassing, chaotic circus, leaving her desperately wondering if she can even trust these eccentric warriors with the fate of Valkison. Right on cue, a troop of beautiful female Beastkin warriors strides proudly into the courtyard, their elegant yet fierce presence radiating power. Leopard smugly boasts that his princesses have arrived, ready to fight, turning the heads of everyone in the arena. Horrified by his casual confession, Elodie points a trembling finger and brands the flashy commander a shameless womanizer. Leopard instantly panics, frantically trying to claim his behavior is merely a natural feline instinct, but the damage is already done. The rival wolf knights waste no time ruthlessly mocking him, barking that if he wants to act like a wild beast, he should start crawling on 4 legs. Leopard's eye twitches as the petty bickering threatens to explode into an all-out brawl right in front of their young leader. Infuriated, Leopard draws his sword and desperately begs Elodie to punish his rivals for blatant insubordination. But before the chaos can escalate further, the silver-haired captain steps forward to shut down the petty dispute, leaving Elodie to quietly calculate her next move. Watching the absolute circus unfold, Elodie silently decides that dealing with one arrogant playboy, the crown prince, is more than enough trouble for one day. She resolves to completely exclude Leopold's chaotic faction and select only the disciplined, fiercely loyal wolf knights for this dangerous undercover mission. Sensing her silent disapproval, the eager wolf knights gleefully draw their weapons to forcibly eject the golden commander. Their eyes gleam with lethal intent as they prepare to crush Leopard's pride, turning the peaceful courtyard into a ticking time bomb of violence. Days pass in a blur of tense preparation, and the focus shifts to a grand, sunlit mansion standing pall against the horizon. Beneath its peaceful, elegant facade, a dangerous web of political intrigue is quietly spinning, waiting for the first match to strike. Deep within the quiet halls of the library, the stoic young heir Edmund Valkison browses the endless rows of books, completely unaware of the approaching storm. He reaches for a volume, his mind heavy with the responsibility of defending his family's sacred territory from royal greed. Suddenly, the heavy silence of the library is shattered by the sharp, echoing sound of footsteps approaching from behind. Edmund freezes, his hand tightening on the book as he senses a highly dangerous, unwelcome presence invading his personal sanctuary. Standing before him with a smug, predatory smirk is none other than Prince Cesar Martino of the rival kingdom of Silveria. The atmosphere in the room instantly drops to sub-zero temperatures as the treacherous royal offers a chillingly casual greeting to his old rival. Edmund turns slowly, his golden eyes narrowing with sharp, unyielding hostility as he demands to know the reason for this unannounced royal visit. He coldly reminds the prince that their previous disputes were supposed to be permanently settled, refusing to back down an inch. Cesar glides forward with sickening grace, smoothly claiming he merely wanted to offer a sincere personal apology and visit an old friend, but Edmund instantly rejects the fake pleasantries, slamming his book down with a cold, ringing declaration that they are not and will never be friends.
Refusing to play along with the prince's manipulative political games, Edmund turns on his heel to walk away, completely dismissing the royal presence. He has absolutely no time to waste on a snake, but the cunning prince is far from finished. Just as Edmund takes a step, Cesar's voice cuts through the air like a knife, asking about the mysterious girl his banished envoy had wronged. Edmund's boots instantly grind to a halt on the cold wooden floor, his protective instincts flaring to life. Edmund tightly controls his voice, flatly stating that the incident was handled according to Valkasan law and is no longer any of the prince's concern, but Cesare counterattacks, smoothly insisting that as the master, he must take personal responsibility for his servant's grave mistake.
Cesare steps closer, revealing that he has heard a fascinating rumor about a woman of legendary beauty residing in Valkas, someone so captivating that one cannot look away. He mockingly asks if the cold, emotionless Edmund has actually fallen in love at first sight, trying to bait his rival? The silver-haired prince strokes his chin, a dark, calculating glint in his eyes as he muses that Edmund's desperate attempt to hide this woman only makes him infinitely more curious. He resolves to track her down himself, eager to unravel whatever secret the duke's family is keeping. Claiming it is merely the proper, honorable thing to do, Cesare flashes a false, glittering smile that hides a venomous intent. Edmund can only let out a heavy, exhausted sigh of pure disgust, fully aware of the prince's sick, manipulative nature. Edmund's eyes burn with a lethal golden fire as he stares directly at the royal, his voice dripping with venomous warning. He flatly warns Cesar that no one in Valkasan territory will ever be allowed to become one of the prince's disposable playthings. Unfazed by the intense threat, Cesar merely chuckles, noting that Edmund is just as delightfully rude and stubborn as ever. He holds up a finger, smoothly asking for just one simple answer before he takes his leave. Cesar promises that if Edmund answers this final query, he will leave the territory immediately without causing any further trouble. Desperate to get the scheming royal out of his sight, Edmund reluctantly permits him to ask, bracing for the worst. Cesare inquires about a legendary substance, the magical cotton, and why Edmund never used his immense status to claim its rare market-altering power for himself. He questions why Edmund stubbornly refused to secure a monopoly on such a valuable world-changing resource. Edmund calmly replies that he simply had absolutely no reason to covet or use such power, leaving the prince utterly baffled. Cesare repeats the words in disbelief, unable to comprehend why anyone would willingly pass up a chance at absolute dominance. Cesare passionately argues that with Edmund's superhuman swordsmanship and the addition of magic cotton, his value and power would skyrocket beyond belief. He mocks Edmund's lack of ambition, claiming the entire world would bow at his feet if he only seized the opportunity. Edmund dismisses the grand speech with a quiet shrug, stating that he refuses to covet power that was never meant for him in the first place. His unwavering, noble principles shine brightly, contrasting sharply with the prince's corrupt, greedy mindset. Cesare presses further, demanding to know why a Valkasan possession shouldn't belong to the heir himself. Edmund quietly explains that to the weak and desperate, that magical cotton is their final ray of hope, and seizing it without earning it is a disgusting insult. Edmund firmly states that he was born into immense privilege and refuses to steal someone else's desperate opportunity just because he has the power to do so. Cesare narrows his eyes, calling him incredibly stubborn, before a sinister thought begins to brew in his dark mind. In a shocking, cruel move, Cesare whispers that if Edmund had learned magic, he might have been strong enough to save the former duke from his tragic end. Enraged, Edmund instantly draws his sword, the lethal blade gleaming at the prince's throat as he warns him that he has crossed the line. Sensing the absolute murderous intent radiating from Edmund, Cesare slowly raises his hands with a mock apology, admitting he stepped over the line. His eyes gleam with sadistic pleasure, thrilled to have finally gotten under his stoic rival's skin. With a cold, dismissive shrug, Cesare turns to leave, noting with a smirk that they never got along anyway. Edmund slowly sheaths his weapon, his knuckles white as he struggles to control the burning, destructive rage inside him. Edmund coldly offers to have a guard escort the royal out, but Cesare smoothly declines, telling him to simply pass his regards to the duke. Every step the prince takes feels like a countdown to an inevitable, devastating clash between their factions. As Cesare's footsteps fade into the distance, Edmund stands alone in the silent library, his sharp instincts screaming in warning. He realizes the cunning prince backed down far too easily, leaving him deeply unsettled about what sinister trap is being laid in the shadows. Meanwhile, Cesare strides down the majestic corridors of the palace, his mind working at a feverish pace as he schemes. He has no intention of leaving empty-handed, and his eyes gleam with anticipation for the ultimate prize he is about to steal. He stops by a massive window, looking out over the territory with a cold, possessive gaze. The pieces of his grand conspiracy are finally falling into place, and nothing, not even the fierce Duke Valkison, will stand in his way. Suddenly, a young maid stumbles upon him in the quiet corridor, gasping in sheer shock to see the crown prince wandering completely unescorted. Cesare immediately spins this surprise encounter to his advantage, flashing his most disarming, predatory charm. Leaning in close, Cesare places a gentle finger to his lips, whispering conspiratorially that he is visiting the estate in absolute secret. The naive maid's heart flutters, completely ensnared by the prince's dangerous, seductive aura. He spins a masterful lie, claiming he desperately wants to find the young lady his servant wronged, just to apologize to her in person. The flustered maid hesitates, blushing furiously as she mutters that she is strictly forbidden from revealing the girl's secret location. Leaning even closer, the prince's eyes flash with a manipulative, hypnotic light as he swears he only wishes to make amends. He softly begs her to reveal where the girl is hidden, exploiting the innocent maid's trust to break Valkaisen's security. Having successfully pried the secret from the maid's lips, Cesare strides toward the western annex with a victorious smirk. He questions why they would house such a valuable target in a separate, unrestricted palace, wondering if it's a strategic blunder or a deliberate trap. His sharp eyes narrow as he analyzes the situation, suspecting that this vulnerable setup might be a calculated cover to project a false sense of indifference. But whether it is a trap or a security failure, the prince is entirely confident in his own supremacy. Cesare smiles darkly, musing that a woman protected by such elaborate strategic maneuvers only intrigues him more. He resolves to captivate her completely, using her to inflict the ultimate humiliation on Edmund and seize control of the territory's destiny. But his train of thought is instantly shattered as he steps into a room and spots a brilliant, glowing cluster of legendary magical cotton. He blinks in utter disbelief, unable to comprehend why such a priceless, heavily guarded treasure is sitting out in the open. He recalls Edmund's foolish, self-righteous speech about refusing to seize power meant for others. Cesare scoffs internally, mocking his rival's weakness and reminding himself that true power belongs only to those ruthless enough to take it. Reaching out with a greedy, triumphant hand, Cesare declares that this godlike power was always destined for him and him alone. His fingers brush against the glowing magic, celebrating his easy victory until a sudden, shocking voice cuts through the air. To his utter shock, Elodie cheerfully pops out from behind a pillar, her eyes sparkling with pure delight as she shouts out the name of the magical cotton. Cesare spins around, his heart stopping as his perfect stealthy infiltration is instantly blown wide open. Running up with a bright, carefree smile, Elodie happily declares that she has been searching for this exact treasure. Recovering his composure, Cesare puts on a smooth, charming facade, softly asking if she is the one who wanted the cotton. Kneeling down, Cesare asks for her name with a gentle, artificial warmth, hoping to easily manipulate and charm the seemingly innocent child. But in her mind, Elodie's sharp intellect is working at lightning speed, instantly seeing right through his cheap, predator-like scheme. Her eyes narrow into a cold, brilliant glint as she realizes the prince went to absurd lengths just to hunt down her beloved friend Sarah. Fortunately, her own tactical brilliance was 10 steps ahead, having already positioned her elite guards to spring the ultimate counter-trap. Flashing a brilliantly sweet, innocent smile, she proudly introduces herself as Elodie. Cesare's eyes widen in stunned realization as he utters her name, suddenly finding himself caught in a deadly web woven by the most dangerous child in the Empire. Cesare's eyes flash with calculating interest as he recalls rumors of the Duke harboring a missing child of high priestly lineage. He studies Elodie closely, wondering if this insolent girl could be the hidden key to the ultimate power he seeks. Dismissing her young age with cold superiority, Cesare towers over the little girl and smugly declares that the legendary magic cotton belongs entirely to him. He expects her to shrink back in fear, entirely unprepared for the rebellion brewing in her eyes. Instead of cowering, Elodie tilts her head with deceptive innocence, pointing a tiny finger as she boldly questions how a royal prince can simply steal a highly protected rare artifact. Her sharp defiance immediately catches him off guard. A dangerous, mocking smile spreads across Cesare's face as he realizes this child is far more perceptive and troublesome than he anticipated. The peaceful infiltration is over, and he must now silence her before she ruins his flawless plans. Driven by ruthless greed, Cesare clenches his fist and resolves to absorb the magic cotton's power right now before the pesky little brat can scream for help. He prepares to seize the divine resource, fully expecting an easy victory. But as his fingers close tightly around the glowing essence, a bizarre, foreign resistance pushes back against his greedy grasp. The magic cotton refuses to dissolve, sparkling with an independent, almost mocking consciousness.
Cesare's smug expression instantly shatters into sheer panic as he stares at his empty palm in absolute disbelief. The divine substance is supposed to disintegrate and merge with his life force, yet it remains completely untouched. Melody crosses her arms, watching his frantic struggle with a calm, pitying gaze as she flatly informs him that no amount of brute force will ever allow him to absorb it. Her words strike his royal pride like a physical blow. The truth of his failure begins to set in. The magic cotton has been heavily reinforced with divine energy, making it completely impossible for someone of the prince's corrupted nature to manipulate. He grinds his teeth as the priceless power slips right through his fingers. To his absolute fury, the glowing magic cotton floats joyfully into Elodie's hands, nuzzling against her cheek like a loyal pet. The legendary resource has made its choice, and it has completely rejected the crown prince. Dark, murderous rage boils within Cesare's chest as he stares at the girl, unable to tolerate being humiliated and ridiculed by a mere child. His sinister composure completely snaps. Elodie maintains her sweet, mocking facade, innocently holding the glowing cotton to her cheeks while whispering that she was never mocking him, but her eyes gleam with absolute triumph, pushing the volatile prince closer to the edge. Looming over her with a terrifying, suffocating pressure, Cesar warns her that his royal mercy has reached its absolute limit. He makes it clear that he will not spare her just because she is young and defenseless. Cesar lunges forward to violently seize the magic cotton by force, but Elodie doesn't even flinch. Instead, she begins a silent, confident countdown in her mind, completely aware that her ultimate trap is about to spring. Heavy synchronized footsteps echo through the corridor, signaling the arrival of an unstoppable force. The countdown reaches its end, and the hunter suddenly realizes he has become the prey. Out of the shadows, a formidable wall of elite beastmen knights materialize, their imposing figures completely blocking the exit. The prince freezes as their icy gazes lock onto his trembling form. Cesare frantically pulls his hand back, his mind racing in utter bewilderment as he wonders how these monstrous warriors manage to bypass his senses and appear out of thin air. He is trapped and he knows it. The lead knight scoops Elodie up protectively, his sharp beast ears twitching as he demands to know why the crown prince is wandering through the restricted western annex uninvited. The security of Valkison has closed in on him. Sweating under the intense, crushing pressure of the elite guard, Cesare desperately searches for a way to talk his way out of the trees in this situation, but the knight's cold eyes demand immediate answers. When the knight calmly states they are here to escort the young lady, the word hits Cesar like a lightning bolt. A sudden, terrifying realization grips his heart. Could this seemingly helpless, insolent child actually be the legendary, long-lost heir of the high priest's noble house? If so, her status is far too vast for him to touch without provoking a catastrophic war. Everything finally clicks into place. The reason the magic cotton was drawn to her so easily is because she carries the pure divine bloodline of its creator. Cesare stares in horror as the true scale of his blunder is revealed. The beastmen knights step closer, their hands resting on their hilts as they demand to know what business a royal prince had with their precious young lord. Cesare's arrogance completely crumbles under their interrogative glares. They warn him that even the slightest threat to the young heir must be reported directly to the duke himself. Terrified of a diplomatic disaster, Cesare quickly puts on a fake, trembling smile and claims it was all a harmless, accidental encounter. Behind his desperate smile, Cesare's mind screams in pure panic, knowing that if his father, the emperor, finds out he tried to steal the magic cotton and laid hands on the priest's successor, his royal lineage will be stripped away. Just as Cesare thinks he might slide by, Elodie points a sharp, accusing finger right at him, loudly proclaiming to the knights that the prince tried to rob her of the magical cotton. She adds that he even claimed the divine resource belongs solely to him, instantly blowing his flimsy cover to pieces. Cesare's jaw drops in utter shock as his lies dissolve in front of the guards. The lead knight's expression darkens into pure murderous intent as he demands to know if the prince truly tried to usurp the Valkison treasure. Cesare waves his hands frantically, desperately trying to backtrack. He nervously chuckles, spinning a pathetic excuse that it was all a simple misunderstanding and that he had no idea she was the legendary Lady Ratson, but his frantic voice only screams of guilt. Elodie immediately cuts him off with a fierce shout, calling him a liar and refusing to let him wiggle out of his crimes. The trap is snapped shut and she is pulling the strings. Squeezing out fake tears, Elodie whimpers that the terrifying prince was about to scold her and violently take the cotton away. The young knight's protective instincts instantly explode into pure rage. Suffocating demonic aura erupts from the Beastman Knights as they tower over the trembling prince, their eyes glowing with lethal intent. They ask if the prince truly dared to threaten their young lady, ready to tear him apart. When the lead knight orders his comrade to immediately report this incident to the duke, Cesare loses all his royal dignity, begging them to stop while silently cursing the clever little brat to hell. Realizing he has been utterly defeated by a child, Cesar mutters a tense goodbye and hastily flees down the corridor, while the knights mockingly note that his calm demeanor is just a pathetic attempt to run away. Elodie watches his retreating figure with a highly satisfied smirk, confident that this brutal humiliation will keep the scheming prince from ever stepping foot in Valkyson territory again. The moment the prince is out of sight, the tense atmosphere evaporates, and the knights lift Elodie into the air with joyful cheers, celebrating the absolute success of her brilliant tactical trap. Grinning widely, the Beastmen Knights eagerly beg their beloved young lord to spend the rest of the day playing games with them as a reward. Their fierce armor contrasts hilariously with their soft, devoted hearts. But Elodie's businesslike, mature side quickly returns as she flatly rejects their offer, declaring that spending the entire day playing is asking for far too much. Seeing their disappointed faces, she compromises by offering them a warm, reassuring hug instead. The fierce knights melt instantly, embracing their brilliant young savior with tearful adoration. Meanwhile, Cesare storms out of the palace gates, his knuckles white as he curses the irritating little brat who single-handedly ruined his grand strategy. His pride has been completely shattered. Stalking toward his carriage, he fumes over the fact that he didn't even get a single chance to locate the mysterious girl Edmund is hiding. This entire trip has been a humiliating disaster. He looks back at the grand estate, unable to believe that a mere child was capable of anticipating his movements and intentionally provoking him into a corner. His obsession with destroying Valkyson only grows darker. Caesar grinds his teeth, knowing that if those wild, beastly knights hadn't shown up at that exact second, he would have easily overpowered the girl and taken the magic cotton for himself. His eyes narrow into a cold, venomous slit as he realizes he has severely underestimated the strategic minds within the Duke's palace. A new, far more dangerous scheme begins to take root in his mind. Reassuring himself that since it was merely an attempt, the news won't reach the Emperor's ears, he tries to salvage his pride by noting that discovering the High Priest's heir is a massive tactical advantage. He climbs into his carriage, dismissing Elodie as just a temporary obstacle. He is confident that a mere child will eventually let her guard down, leaving her vulnerable to his next strike. Cesare resolves to closely monitor both Lady Ratson and the stoic Edmund, plotting to weave a flawless web of conspiracies that will trap them both in one swift stroke. As the carriage door slams shut, Caesar whispers a dark promise that next time there will be absolutely no interruptions to save them. The carriage rattles forward, carrying the venomous prince back to the capital. Back at the sunlit training grounds of the Valkyson estate, the air rings with the fierce clashing of steel as the elite knights continue their relentless training. The peaceful atmosphere hides the growing threat of the coming storm.
Standing high on the terrace, Edmund, the Duke, and Elodie watch the warriors clash below, their united front stronger than ever as they prepare for the inevitable war against the imperial crown. High above the training grounds, the Duke and Edmund note the rapid, almost unnatural progress of their elite knights, but this peaceful observation is nothing more than a fragile shield against the coming storm. The steel clashes violently below, a quiet whisper rises among the onlookers. Could this sudden explosive surge of strength be directly linked to the divine power of the god Finellis? Observing from the terrace, young Elodie realizes that merely keeping the sacred magic cotton nearby is physically amplifying the knight's latent abilities. The legendary resource is already beginning to reshape the balance of power. Surrounded by the overwhelming warmth and devotion of the Beastmen, Elodie begins to understand that her presence alone acts as a catalyst for their strength. To truly prepare for the looming imperial threat, she must deepen her bond with these fierce warriors. But her strategic thoughts are instantly shattered when Edmund looms behind her with an unsettling, intense gaze that sends a shiver straight down her spine. Beneath his loyal exterior lies a formidable, unpredictable mind she cannot afford to underestimate. The heavy atmosphere grows even more suffocating when the Duke gently places his hand on her head, casually mentioning a troubling message he recently received from the front lines. A cold dread begins to pool in Elodie's chest. The casual update hits Elodie like a physical blow, sending her mind racing in absolute panic as she realizes her carefully constructed secrets are about to be laid bare. The past is catching up to them far sooner than she ever anticipated. Nearby, the noble Serafina freezes as she overhears the chilling news concerning the Crown Prince's recent movements and the disastrous aftermath of his failed scheme. The name of the prince hangs in the air like a deadly curse. A heavy, crushing silence descends upon the group as the terrifying reality of their situation sets in. Elodie bites her lip in utter despair, realizing she is completely trapped by her own web of secrets. Serafina's eyes darken as she connects the dots, wondering if the prince's sudden downfall and the political chaos at court were entirely caused by her own presence. The guilt of dragging her allies into a war she never wanted weighs heavily on her soul. Desperate to diffuse the rising tension, Elodie quickly tries to downplay the situation, pleading with her friend to forget about the dangerous prince entirely, but the truth is too massive to be hidden behind childish excuses. Elodie fiercely insists that she escaped the encounter completely unscathed, secretly cursing the Duke for blowing a minor skirmish into a full-blown diplomatic crisis. But her frantic protests do nothing to ease the growing gravity of the situation. Serafina lets out a soft, melancholic sigh, her heart aching as she realizes that Elodie's silence was merely a desperate attempt to protect those she holds dear.
The young noblewoman is forced to confront her own agonizing helplessness. Sensing a sudden chilling shift in her companion's demeanor, Elodie calls out to her in confusion, a terrible premonition gripping her heart as Serafina turns away. With a bittersweet, heartbreaking smile, Serafina looks back at the young girl who has risked everything for her, harboring a quiet resolve that will completely alter the course of their lives. Looking down at the clashing warriors below, Serafina makes a silent vow to become a shield rather than a burden, yearning to possess the strength required to stand firmly beside her saviors. The gentle, fragile girl is gone. In her place stands a determined noblewoman who is ready to endure any trial to claim her own destiny. She must grow stronger no matter the cost. Terrified by this sudden transformation, Elodie desperately reaches out to stop her, pleading with her friend to let others carry the burden of their defense, but the gap between them is already beginning to widen. Elodie's voice trembles as she begs Serafina to let her be the one to face the hardships and absorb the incoming blows, but deep down she knows that sheltering her friend forever is an impossible task. As she stands dwarfed by the grand imposing architecture of the palace, a mocking question echoes in the depth of Elodie's mind. How can a child's fragile body possibly protect anyone when she is merely stumbling from one crisis to the next? A haunting memory from her past life flashes before her eyes, recalling the tragic sight of Serafina pleading desperately with the cold, unfeeling crown prince to save her dying people. The cruelty of the imperial family still burns in Elodie's memories. In that painful past, Serafina had begged to use her divine status for the sake of the suffering commoners, desperately trying to fulfill her duty as a true royal, but her noble heart was met only with icy disdain. The arrogant prince had ruthlessly turned his back on her, mocking her commoner birth and leaving her completely defenseless against the scheming vipers of the court. Reflecting on that tragedy, Elodie finally understands that Serafina never desired a sheltered, luxurious life in a gilded cage. What she truly wanted was the agency to shape her own destiny. The realization strikes Elodie like lightning. In her previous life, the prince had suppressed Serafina's potential, and now her own overprotective nature might be doing the exact same thing. She resolves to support her friend's path, even if it leads into the jaws of danger. Looking at Serafina's startled expression, Elodie prepares to smash the invisible glass cage she had built around her friend, ready to let her fly on her own terms. With a warm, reassuring smile, Elodie steps forward, her heart filled with a fierce new determination to empower her companion rather than shield her from reality. Clasping Serafina's hands tightly, Elodie offers her unwavering support, ready to utilize every strategic resource at her disposal to help her friend rise. Elodie eagerly suggests appealing to her own father to officially adopt Serafina into the powerful Ratson family, a move that would grant her instant nobility and unparalleled political protection. But the Duke and Edmund immediately interject with grim expressions, shattering her hopeful plan with a harsh reminder of imperial law. Beastkin and humans are strictly forbidden from associating in such a manner. The Duke flatly explains that any attempt at formal adoption would be deemed a treasonous violation of royal law, leaving Elodie's jaw dropping in absolute shock as her flawless plan crumbles to pieces. Yet, a dangerous, scheming smirk plays across the Duke's face as he notes that while adoption is impossible, the young noblewoman still desperately requires a shield to survive the imperial vipers. In a booming, authoritative voice, the Duke turns directly to Serafina, offering her the ultimate sanctuary by inviting her to join the legendary domain of Valkyrizon. Elodie gasps at the sheer scale of the offer, while Edmund calmly explains that Valkyrizon exists outside the reach of the imperial laws, a sovereign sanctuary for those who have nowhere else to turn. He reveals the dark, tragic reality of their land, where countless children are abandoned every year, discarded by their tribes for being too weak or possessing volatile, dangerous magic. Hearing of such cruelty, Elodie's eyes flash with righteous anger, unable to comprehend how innocent children could be cast aside for circumstances entirely beyond their control. With a rare, gentle smile, Edmund confesses that he himself was once a lost war orphan, saved from certain death by the Duke's boundless mercy. Under the sacred banner of Valkyrizon, these forgotten children are nurtured and fiercely protected until they are strong enough to forge their own paths in the world. Memories of the Duke standing tall amidst a group of rescued children reinforce the true nobility of the Valkyrizon name, proving that their loyalty is forged in blood and compassion. The Duke looks down at Serafina with a gaze of absolute iron, assuring her that adding one more soul to his protected flock changes nothing. The path to ultimate safety lies right before her. Elodie silently urges her friend to accept the incredibly generous offer, knowing that the Duke's shadow is the only place safe from the Emperor's reaching claws. But to everyone's absolute bewilderment, Serafina bows her head respectfully and firmly declines the sanctuary of Valkyrizon. The room freezes in stunned silence. Lifting her head with an intense, blazing determination, Serafina declares that she does not want to hide. Instead, she demands the Duke's help to reclaim her rightful place in the noble Bluewood family registry. Elodie frantically questions her friend's sanity, while the Duke warns her of the immense danger of returning to the lion's den when a peaceful life of safety is guaranteed here. Serafina looks directly into Elodie's eyes, her icy blue gaze filled with a quiet, unwavering resolve that brooks absolutely no argument.
She acknowledges the brutal truth that her birth family treated her like a shameful disgrace, casting her aside to rot in the shadows.
She refuses to let them keep the legacy that is rightfully hers, plotting to seize back every ounce of power and status that was violently stripped away.
Recalling her dark days of isolation, Seraphina's resolve hardens. She will return to the toxic heart of the Empire to set everything right, using her own hands to exact justice.
Realizing she cannot break her friend's iron will, Elodie smiles softly and squeezes her hands, silently promising to walk beside her into the raging fire. Amused by their fierce resolve, the Duke chuckles softly, realizing Seraphina is not seeking a savior, but a powerful sponsor. The dangerous alliance is forged, and the battle for the Empire's throne has officially begun. The Duke's voice cuts cold through the air, revealing a shocking truth. He was originally tasked by the Ratson family to completely obliterate the Bluewood House. Elodie's heart stops as she struggles to comprehend this hidden threat. A cold dread washes over Elodie as she realizes the horrifying fate that almost befell the Bluewoods. They weren't just going to be ruined, they were destined to be completely wiped from existence. Realizing the gravity of Seraphina's counterproposal, the Duke agrees to inform the Ratson family, promising to advocate for mercy only because it is Seraphina's explicit wish. Seraphina looks down at Elodie with deep worry, reminding her that Elodie was the one who suffered most under the cruel hand of the Bluewoods, questioning if this soft mercy is truly wise. With a bright, innocent smile, Elodie waves off the concern, declaring that she doesn't care about the Bluewood name as long as her beloved friend Seraphina gets what she needs. But beneath that sweet smile lies a chilling, calculated scheme. Elodie knows that a quick, sudden destruction would be far too merciful for the despicable Count. If the house were crushed instantly, the despairing Count might simply end his own life, escaping the agony of his sins. True vengeance requires giving him a tiny sliver of hope, only to slowly dismantle it piece by piece. To watch the very legacy he prioritized over his own daughter slip away slowly is the ultimate torturous punishment he deserves, a brilliant, sadistic plan disguised as mercy. The Duke's eyes gleam with dangerous amusement as he looks upon the girls. Approving of this ruthless intellect, he officially agrees to become Seraphina's powerful sponsor. Contract is sealed, the alliance is forged, and Seraphina prepares to embark on a perilous carriage ride back to the Den of Vipers to reclaim her rightful name. As the carriage wheels begin to turn, the heavy weight of the Empire's corrupt laws looms over them, threatening to crush their ambitions before they even arrive. But Seraphina's resolve is unshakable. She is no longer a defenseless victim, and she will use every legal weapon in her arsenal to seize her birthright. In the vast kingdom of Silvera, there exists an ancient absolute decree that separates their society from all others in the known world. The unique law of succession dictates that all children, regardless of their gender, hold an equal right to inherit the family's legacy, with direct blood descendants taking absolute priority. Born from a historic king who refused to let his crown pass to another bloodline simply because he had only daughters, this law became a shield for female heirs across the land. Which means, by the absolute letter of the law, the true and rightful successor to the massive Bluewood estate is not the cunning stepdaughters Rose or Daisy. Seraphina is the only true blood descendant of the family, the sole legitimate heir destined to inherit everything. As the luxurious carriage rolls through the lush green pathways of the territory, the grand plan begins to unfold in real time. Inside the carriage, Seraphina sits across from Edmund, expressing her deepest gratitude to the young lord for accompanying them on this dangerous mission. Edmund demurely brushes off the praise with a soft smile, claiming he isn't nearly as noble or good as she believes him to be. Elodie watches the interaction with a sweat drop, thinking to herself that truly kind people are always the most self-aware and humble. A sudden loud rumble echoes through the quiet carriage, shattering the serious atmosphere in an instant. Blushing furiously, Elodie sheepishly admits that she's starving because they left the palace in such a frantic rush and completely skipped breakfast. A wave of nostalgia washes over Elodie as she recalls her past life, remembering how Seraphina, even after rising to the holy status of a saint, would pile up mountains of sunflower seeds for any mouse she crossed paths with. The legend of a kind-hearted man who constantly carried and distributed sunflower seeds had even spread like wildfire among the rodent community itself. Hearing her speak, Edmund's eyes widen slightly in recognition, realizing exactly what kind of snack she is longing for. Elodie's eyes light up with pure desperate hope as she asks him if he happens to have any of those delicious sunflower seeds on hand right now. But her hopes are brutally dashed when Edmund calmly reveals he doesn't have any with him, leaving a dramatic, teary-eyed Elodie crying out in absolute betrayal. Elodie stares up at him, bewildered as to why he would always carry them in the past but choose to leave them behind today of all days. With a gentle gaze, Edmund explains that in the past, the mere thought of a fragile, hungry beast child wandering lost in a foreign land kept him awake with worry, so he kept those seeds on him at all times just in case he found her. Elodie freezes, her heart aching as she realizes that even when she was missing and presumed dead, Edmund never stopped searching or caring for her safety. Breaking the heavy emotional silence, Edmund pulls out a brown paper bag with a charming smile, offering her delicious walnut cookies instead. Clutching the bag of treats, Elodie shivers, realizing that Edmund's natural, effortless charm is incredibly dangerous. Any ordinary child would have completely fallen for him by now. Eager to share the joy, Elodie happily offers a cookie to Seraphina, trying to lighten the tense mood of their journey.
But Serafina's protective instincts flare up as she glares at Edmund, coolly warning him that trying to win over a young child with sweet snacks isn't fair play. Carriage atmosphere plummets to absolute sub-zero temperatures as the two powerhouses lock eyes in a silent, suffocating mental battle. Coughing nervously, a sweating Edmund turns away, realizing his subtle attempts to win Elodie's favor have been completely exposed by the sharp-eyed noblewoman. Elodie points an accusing finger at him in her mind, outraged by how dramatically different and polite he acts whenever Serafina's around. Before the bickering can escalate any further, the carriage screeches to a halt in front of the imposing grand facade of the Bluewood estate. Stepping out first, a composed Edmund instructs the ladies to take their time, promising to personally handle the initial situation inside. Watching his back, Serafina mutters to herself that she must keep her guard absolute, determined not to let Elodie be swayed by his clever tricks. Elodie can only sweat in utter disbelief, wondering how on earth she became the meddler when she was the one who wanted to keep Edmund away from Serafina in the first place. Taking a deep breath, the two girls step out of the carriage, but Elodie's heart sinks with a terrible premonition as she wonders why Edmund rushed in so aggressively. Pushing the grand doors open, a horrifying sight greets them. Edmund stands dominant in the center of the hall, his massive sword drawn and pointed directly at the trembling, defeated Count. Serafina gasps as she locks eyes with her abusive father, her cruel stepmother, and her arrogant stepsisters huddled in sheer paralyzed terror. Trembling like a leaf, the Count stutters out his daughter's name, realizing his absolute doom has arrived in the form of a knight's cold steel. With a pathetic, desperate grin, the Count tries to manipulate her, pleading that she has returned to save her beloved father and beg the Duke's knight for mercy. Elodie watches Serafina closely, her chest tightening as she wonders if her friend's iron resolve will crumble now that she is directly facing the ghost of her abusive past. But Serafina steps forward with chilling grace, asking her father if he has any idea how many sleepless nights of sheer agony she endured after being cast out of this house. The Count's pathetic act shatters into furious, indignant desperation as he demands she order the knight to lower his sword, screaming that she is disrespecting her own father, unaware that his reign of terror is officially over. The Count reels back in utter shock as Serafina delivers a chilling confrontation, declaring that experiencing the Duke's genuine kindness made her finally realize how subhumanly her own family treated her. Cold, mocking smile plays on her lips as she tells her father not to worry, claiming her only reason for preserving the family name from immediate collapse was out of respect for their final, pathetic blood bond. The Count's eyes bulge with fury as he demands to know what she means by ruin, completely blind to the fact that his entire world is crumbling right before him. Serafina steps forward with absolute authority, stating she didn't return to explain herself to a man who refuses to understand his own impending doom. Towering over her trembling stepmother, Serafina reveals that she returned to reclaim one specific long-overdue item. Her icy eyes lock onto the shivering woman as she reveals her shock at discovering her own name was completely erased from the family registry just 2 weeks ago. Since names are registered immediately at birth, Serafina notes that her biological mother would never have allowed such a mistake, meaning someone maliciously wiped her existence away. The stepmother's face pales into absolute terror as Serafina asks if she was the mastermind behind the erasure, forcing the woman to stammer out a desperate plea of innocence. Serafina leans down, her voice dripping with dangerous sweetness as she says she is glad it was just a mistake because mistakes can easily be corrected. Stepmother eagerly promises to fix the registry immediately, but the tense atmosphere is shattered when Rose storms into the room, screaming insults and demanding to know why they are bowing to a mere scullery maid. Rose frantically warns Edmund that he is being deceived, but her screeching is cut short by a sharp, violent reprimand from her own terrified mother. Forcing a sickeningly sweet smile, the stepmother desperately apologizes for her daughter's spoiled behavior, promising she will be re-educated immediately. Serafina's expression darkens as she recalls the bitter irony of how she was held to impossible, brutal standards while Rose was allowed to run wild. Brushing off the pathetic excuses, Serafina coldly announces that her reason for returning to this wretched household is incredibly simple. Looking up at the mocking family portrait hanging in the hall, she declares her first objective, to reclaim the Bluewood name that is rightfully hers. Her second goal is to recover her late mother's precious keepsake, the only physical piece of her real family left in this house of vipers. Looking back with a gaze of pure contempt, Serafina orders her stepmother to lead her to the treasures, refusing to waste another single second in their pathetic presence. She walks past her defeated, kneeling father, leaving him trembling under the watchful, ready sword of the Duke's formidable knight. Memories of her desperate childhood flash before her, reminding her of the tragic days when she foolishly believed that working herself to the bone would make her father love her. But those childish delusions are dead. These people have absolutely no value left to her, and she will feel no mercy as she dismantles their lives. The heavy doors of the estate's hidden treasure vault creak open, revealing a glittering sanctuary built on the backs of those they exploited. Serafina steps inside alongside a watchful Elodie, noting with cold amusement just how far her stepmother went to keep this secret vault hidden from the world. Stepmother nervously hands over a beautifully adorned jewelry box, trembling as she pleads that everything Serafina asked for is inside.
While Serafina prepares to inspect the contents, Elodie's beast child senses suddenly tingle, picking up a bizarre, deeply unsettling aura emanating from deep within the vault. Elodie's eyes scan the room and lock onto a mysterious, isolated display case housing a strange bracelet that looks far too precious to be kept in the open. Suddenly, the jewel in the center of the bracelet flares with an ominous, blood-red magical energy, pulsing like a dark, beating heart. A sudden excruciating pain rips through Elodie's mind, forcing her to clutch her head as her vision flashes with violent, terrifying light. Trembling in agony, she realizes this sharp physical pain is triggering the violent awakening of a deeply suppressed memory.
Elodie collapses to her knees, sending Serafina and Edmund into an absolute panic as they rush to her side, desperately calling out her name.
In her mind's eye, a dark blood-red memory unfolds, showing a sinister hand adorned with that very same bracelet offering a horrific contract in honor of a noble birth. The hooded villain stands tall in her mind, declaring his name as Nyx Basilisk and swearing a dark, eternal oath to the gods. She sees the terrifying image of a blazing forest, hearing her own child self screaming desperately for her parents amidst the roaring flames. In the burning ashes, the sinister Nyx Basilisk strokes her head with terrifying mock sympathy, asking what she will do when her life is reduced to endless tears. He casually holds up the glowing bracelet, mockingly suggesting that if the gods are truly watching over her, perhaps they will offer her a helping hand. Sinister Face grins beneath the hood as he dares her to strike him down with divine wrath, fully confident in his absolute wicked power. Gasping for air, Elodie is violently pulled back to reality, her heart pounding in sheer terror as the pieces of her forgotten tragedy finally fall into place. Serafina and Edmund hover over her with wide, terrified eyes, desperately trying to pull her back from the brink of absolute shock. Panicked, Edmund immediately prepares to activate a teleportation artifact to return to the safety of the palace, but Elodie's hand shoots out to stop him. Pointing a trembling finger toward the display case, Elodie demands to know where the stepmother got that specific cursed bracelet. Serafina is bewildered, pointing out that the accessory lacks any noble crests or markings, appearing to be nothing more than an expensive, ordinary luxury item. But Elodie knows the terrifying truth. That very bracelet belongs to the monstrous kidnapper who destroyed her life and cursed House Ratson. The name echoes in her mind like a death knell, Nyx Basilisk, the architect of her childhood nightmare. And the fact that his personal artifact was hidden right here in the Bluewood estate, the very place she first woke up, confirms a chilling conspiracy. Edmund's grip on his sword tightens to a deadly vice as Elodie demands to know if the stepmother accepted the bracelet as payment for selling her out. Terrified of the knight's drawn blade, the stepmother frantically shrieks that a masked man left it behind 2 years ago, demanding they clear the mansion of rats before vanishing. She desperately begs for mercy, pointing out that Elodie is still alive and well as proof that they didn't commit the ultimate sin. Elodie glares at her, realizing the stepmother was too stupid and greedy to realize she was keeping a cursed demonic artifact in her personal vault. A cold dread washes over Elodie as she realizes that if the Bluewoods had been even slightly more thorough, she would have died exactly as Nyx Basilisk intended, like a worthless pest discarded in the dark. Stepping forward with newfound resolve, Elodie demands the stepmother hand over the bracelet immediately, claiming she wants it for herself. Serafina instantly backs her friend up with a cold smirk, dismissing the artifact as a worthless trinket from a stranger, forcing the cornered stepmother to hand over the key to the ultimate conspiracy. The stepmother finally yields under the crushing pressure, her bitter resignation showing as she surrenders the key to the mystery. She planned to sell the artifact, but now she has no choice but to let Elodie take it. Serafina gently places the golden braided bracelet into Elodie's small hands, cementing their victory over the treacherous household. But as Elodie grips the artifact, the weight of her forgotten past begins to settle heavily on her shoulders. Armed with 15 years of future knowledge, Elodie stares at her reflection, her resolve hardening into pure steel. She didn't just survive, she has returned to rewrite her fate and hunt down her executioner. Clasping the bracelet tight, she silently vows that this time she will be the one executing divine judgment. The monster who burned her world, Nyx Basilisk, will pay for every single drop of blood. Back at the Grand Palace, an unexpected apology echoes through the halls, signaling that the investigation has hit a massive wall. The Imperial investigators deliver a shocking report, claiming the bracelet is just an ordinary luxury item with no trace of magic. It makes no sense. How could a cursed, memory-shattering artifact leave absolutely no trail? Elodie forces a reassuring smile, realizing that hunting down the shadowy Basilisk family was never going to be easy. If they are as reclusive as the legends say, she must find another way to expose them. But if the gem is truly non-magical, a terrifying paradox remains. How did a completely ordinary object manage to lock away her entire childhood and trigger her violent memories? A chilling realization strikes her. Perhaps the magic didn't come from the bracelet, but from her own suppressed, childlike desperation to seal the truth away. If so, Nyx Basilisk has made a fatal miscalculation by leaving this catalyst behind. Serafina warmly thanks the young master for risking his position to help them uncover the truth. Edmund responds with quiet, unwavering devotion, swearing he only did what any true guardian would do. But Edmund's eyes betray a deep, painful empathy as he confesses he cannot even begin to comprehend the brutal trials the two girls have survived.
His gentle, genuine smile radiates a warmth that feels almost alien in this world of backstabbing nobles, drawing the girls in.
Seraphina's icy exterior melts slightly at his sincerity, but Elodie's hypersharp instincts suddenly kick into high gear as she observes the exchange.
While the atmosphere turns sweet, Elodie's inner overprotective sister screams in absolute comical panic at Edmund's smooth charm.
She cannot let this charming knight win over her precious Seraphina so easily, forcing her to frantically search for any desperate distraction to break the spell. Blurting out the first thing that comes to mind, Elodie asks Edmund if he knows anything about the shadowy basilisk family. Edmund's expression instantly hardens as he admits he has only heard rumors of their terrifying existence.
He reveals they are ghosts who operate entirely under false names and heavy cloaks, revealing their true faces only to the absolute highest rulers of the empire. The revelation sends a cold shiver down Elodie's spine. If they are so obsessively hidden, why did Nick's basilisk show his face to a mere child during that burning nightmare?
Edmund's sharp eyes lock onto the braided accessory, demanding to know if the bracelet in her hand is tied to those legendary monsters. Seeing the lethal protective fury flare in Edmund's eyes, Elodie realizes she must lie. If he charges headfirst into a nest of vipers, he will be slaughtered by the unseen forces pulling the strings.
She frantically laughs it off, claiming she was merely curious about the rumors, desperately trying to diffuse the knight's growing suspicion.
Edmund reluctantly accepts her excuse, but his strategic mind is already spinning. If the greedy basilisks are involved, a much larger, darker conspiracy is at play.
He wonders aloud what forbidden bounty could possibly entice such powerful monsters to commit a crime of this magnitude. But Elodie already knows the answer. They risked everything for the ultimate prize, the High Chancellor's seat, the seat that speaks with the voice of the gods.
In her tragic past life, their wicked gamble succeeded perfectly, allowing them to seize supreme power and rule from the shadows.
This timeline will be different because the moment Elodie remembered Nick's basilisk's face, a shocking resemblance sparked a terrifying theory in her mind. The reclusive Karin Valkyrissen shares an almost identical, eerie resemblance to the monstrous Nick's basilisk. The strange, unsettling disconnect she always felt whenever she compared Edmund to his brother Karin suddenly makes perfect, horrifying sense. The Valkyriesen family is famous for adopting abandoned children, meaning Karin's true lineage could easily be a carefully fabricated lie. If Karin isn't the Duke's biological son, it explains the chilling disparity in how the household serves Edmund while keeping Karin shrouded in secrecy. But if everyone, including the Duke, is terrified of the boy, why go to such extreme lengths to isolate him in a separate palace wing? Is it truly protection, or is it imprisonment? A mind-blowing theory takes root. What if Karin is not a Valkyriesen at all, but Karin Basilisk, a venomous spy planted directly into the Duke's household? Did the Basilisk family plant their own child to dismantle the duchy from within? Or is there an even deeper, more tragic secret behind Karin's isolation? If the Duke himself chose to hide and protect the boy, knowing his true bloodline, then the master of the house is keeping a secret that could destroy them all. What game is the Duke playing by keeping Karan locked away in that remote annex? What terrifying truth is he desperately trying to hide from the world? If the Duke is willingly harboring a basilisk, then it's highly likely his eldest son, Edmund, is fully aware of the treasonous secret. Probing for answers, Elodie casually asks Edmund about his mysterious youngest sibling, only for him to quickly deflect, claiming Karin is kept away due to a chronic illness. When she presses to know if the illness is contagious, Edmund's subtle sweat and evasive gaze confirm he is hiding something massive. Elodie immediately recognizes the lie. If Karin's illness was truly contagious, they wouldn't let him roam the grounds at all. But if he is genuinely sick and he is her only link to the basilisks, then he might be on the verge of death. She cannot let him die before she extracts the truth, as he is her only physical link to the enemy. Resolving to infiltrate the detached palace, Elodie smiles, confident that her beast child self-healing magic will protect her from any real contagion Karin might carry. She innocently asks if Karin ever wishes to play outside, playing the part of a curious child to lure Edmund's guard. Edmund admits he has never had a real conversation with his brother, and Karin ignores all magic communications, painting a picture of an utterly isolated soul. But the moment Elodie cheerfully offers to use her healing powers to cure Karin, Edmund loses his composure, shouting a harsh, desperate refusal that echoes through the room. Startled by his sudden outburst, Elodie flinches, forcing a guilty Edmund to immediately back down and apologize for his uncharacteristic loss of control. Clenched in defensive tension, Edmund quietly warns her that Karin's disease is far beyond her abilities. After all, not even the legendary Lord Ratson could find a cure. His voice trembles slightly as he confesses that the boy's condition degrades with each passing year, hinting that the end is drawing near. Elodie's heart sinks. If her legendary father failed to cure Karin, her own novice healing magic might be completely useless against this dark affliction. Yet, Edmund quickly offers a warm, encouraging smile, expressing his absolute faith that she will eventually grow strong enough to save his brother. As she walks away beside Seraphina, Elodie's determination only burns brighter. If she cannot cure Karin yet, she will first win his trust and become his friend, setting her trap before the final confrontation.
The next morning, the Grand Library of Bluewood Manor becomes a sanctuary of hope. Seraphina eagerly calls Elodie over, her voice ringing with an excitement that cuts through the lingering shadows of their dark past. Seraphina beams with pride as she presents her new magical tool, eliciting joyful claps from Elodie, who celebrates her friend's brilliance. Finally, they are taking the first steps towards securing their freedom, but the massive pile of documents nearby hints at the brutal struggle ahead.
Surrounding the massive library table are towering stacks of ancient treaties, records, and academy textbooks. Seraphina resolutely announces that starting today she is preparing to reclaim her family's stolen estate from the greedy usurpers. Elodie pledges her absolute loyalty, pumping her fist with childish enthusiasm to cheer her beloved sister on. Yet beneath her cute beast child exterior, she is secretly calculating the dangers of the high society battlefield they are about to enter. Curiosity leads Elodie to examine Seraphina's study itinerary, expecting a standard noble curriculum, but as her eyes scan the tightly written parchment, a chill of horror washes over her. Elodie's jaw drops in absolute shock as she reads the brutal schedule. Seraphina has allotted herself a mere 4 hours of sleep. The sheer intensity of the successor studies and etiquette classes is enough to break a grown adult, let alone a recovering child. Seraphina offers a weary, bittersweet smile, explaining that compared to the pampered high nobles who grew up with elite academy tutors, she is starting from years behind. To survive the cutthroat imperial courts, she believes she must work herself to the absolute bone. Elodie's heart breaks as she clutches the paper, her protective instincts flaring into overdrive. She understands the desperate urge to make up for lost time, but sacrificing physical health will only lead to an early grave. Stamping her feet, Elodie demands that Seraphina promise to sleep at least 8 hours a night, refusing to back down. Seraphina chuckles softly at the adorable fuss, thanking her friend, but both girls know that time is their ultimate enemy. Staring at Seraphina's radiant, gentle smile, Elodie remembers how small, weak, and battered her friend had been in her tragic past life. This time, Elodie vows to ensure Seraphina eats well, sleeps deeply, and grows strong enough to conquer the world. Resolving to be the ultimate guardian, Elodie promises herself that she will stay by Seraphina's side through every grueling study session. But as the hours drag on, the taxing demands of being an active child start to catch up with her tiny body. Overcome by exhaustion, Elodie completely passes out, using Seraphina's lap as a makeshift pillow while her friend quietly reads on. The warm, serene atmosphere feels like a beautiful dream, but Elodie's subconscious is already ticking with an urgent countdown. Suddenly, Elodie snaps awake in a panic as Seraphina gently asks if she fell asleep. Blushing furiously, she stammers an apology, realizing she didn't mean to become a literal burden during their crucial study session. Rubbing her sleepy eyes, Elodie is struck by a sudden jolt of adrenaline. Today's the day she planned to infiltrate the isolated annex to meet the mysterious Charon Valkyrizen. She cannot afford to waste a single second if she wants to catch him before his condition degrades. Scrambling to her feet, Elodie frantically apologizes for the distraction and rushes toward the door, leaving a bewildered Seraphina behind. Her heart pounds with anxiety. If she fails to make contact today, her only link to the monstrous basilisks might slip through her fingers. As Elodie leaves, Seraphina clutches her chest, marveling at how suddenly calm and clear her mind feels. She wonders if this soothing aura is the fabled healing magic of the legendary Benson family, a power so pure it defies belief. Out in the hallway, Elodie's inner pragmatist cynically compares her own beast-child healing presence to a scam artist's advertisement. But she pushes the thought aside. Right now, she has to focus on navigating the dangerous path to Charon's secluded prison. Forcing a cheerful smile, Elodie bids Seraphina a temporary farewell, claiming she is just going for a quick walk to clear her head. Seraphina nods, unaware that her cute little sister is actually marching straight into a den of deadly vipers. Her tiny shoes click rapidly against the stone tiles as Elodie sprints through the palace corridors, her senses sharpening. She promised to return quickly, but she knows the secret she is about to unearth could keep her trapped in the dark forever. Standing alone in the vast book-lined library, Seraphina watches the door close with a lingering sense of worry. She softly whispers for Elodie to return soon, unaware of the terrifying truth her best friend is about to confront. Stepping into the dense, overgrown brush of the palace outskirts, Elodie steels her resolve, knowing she must play her part in this war. Every step brings her closer to the forbidden annex, and the suffocating silence of the forest begins to press heavily against her chest. Reaching the clearing, Elodie gazes up at the looming, dilapidated annex palace, her hyper-sharp beast-child senses immediately screaming in alarm. The air is unnaturally still, not a single bird chirps and no bugs hum, painting a picture of total suffocating desolation. Even more unsettling is the complete absence of any small animals or pests around the decaying structure. An old palace like this should be crawling with life, yet there isn't even a single spider web confirming that this is no ordinary contagious disease. Cold sweat beads on Elodie's forehead as she realizes the terrifying reality. The deadly aura radiating from this place has rendered the entire surrounding environment completely uninhabitable for any living creature. Pushing open the heavy wooden door, she slips into the dark, silent interior, immediately sniffing the air. There is no scent of decay, which points to a horrifying conclusion. This isn't a biological virus, but a lethal, spreading poison. As she creeps further into the shadow-drenched halls, Elodie realizes Charon's body is leaking a colorless, odorless, toxic substance that would instantly kill any normal human. Did the Duke and Edmund isolate him here to protect him, or to contain a walking biological weapon?
Climbing the grand, dust-covered staircase, the sheer scale of the disaster sinks in. Chiron isn't just sick, his unstable beast-child powers are actively destroying everything around him, making him a living, breathing catastrophe waiting to explode.
Suddenly, a faint metallic thud echoes from the upper floor, cutting through the eerie silence. Elodie's ears twitch as she bolts up the stairs, her heart hammering against her ribs as she prepares for the worst. She reaches a set of massive double doors that have swung shut, sealing away the source of the noise. There are no guards, no locks, because the lethal poison inside is the ultimate security system. Gently pushing the creaking door open, Elodie muses with dark irony that she feels like a brave prince coming to rescue a cursed princess locked in a tower. But the darkness beyond the threshold holds no fairy tales, only imminent death. She steps into a pitch-black chamber completely devoid of light where the air is thick with a suffocating invisible miasma. Her beast-child instincts warn her that she is entering forbidden territory where no human was ever meant to tread. Igniting her internal magic to guide her way, Elodie cautiously calls out into the gloom, her voice trembling slightly. The soft, radiant light of her healing aura pierces the dark, searching for the boy who was supposedly on the brink of death. There, slumped on the floor, lies a young boy with pitch-black hair, his pale skin marred by dark, painful bruises. As he weakly opens his blood-red eyes, Elodie gasps, instantly recognizing the terrifying family trait. The boy struggles to lift his head, his breathing shallow and ragged as the poison ravages his tiny body from the inside out. He stares at her in dazed shock, his lips parting as he weakly rasps the legendary name of her father, Ratson. Looking around the gloomy, neglected room, Elodie's heart sinks as she realizes Karen's condition is far worse than she ever imagined. Now she understands why even her legendary father failed to find a cure. This isn't an affliction that medicine can touch. The boy writhes in silent, excruciating agony, his small frame trembling as the dark curse threatens to tear him apart. Elodie clenches her fist, desperately searching her mind for a way to ease his unbearable suffering. Remembering what Serafina and the others said about her unique constitution, Elodie reaches out her hand. If merely holding her could channel her passive healing magic and soothe her allies, then she must take the risk. Grabbing his gloved hand, Elodie unleashes her pure, vibrant beast-child mana, casting a warm, glowing light across the dark room. Instantly, the volatile, destructive poison swirling in the air begins to react to her touch. Karen's red eyes widen in absolute breathless shock as the soothing energy floods his veins. For the first time in his agonizing life, the burning fire in his blood begins to quiet down. Leaning close, Elodie softly asks if he is okay, her eyes filled with genuine, protective concern. But her sudden display of immense power only triggers the boy's deepest, most defensive fears. With a sudden burst of panic strength, Karen violently slaps her hand away, his voice cracking as he warns her not to touch him. Staggering backward, the boy demands to know why she is in this forbidden place, desperately telling her to escape before the lethal poison claims her life too. The sudden exertion is too much for his fragile, failing body, and Karen slumps back onto the bed, completely losing consciousness. Elodie rushes to his side, letting out a breath of relief as she realizes he has only fainted. Though still incredibly weak, his pale face looks far more peaceful now that her magic has temporarily stabilized his core. Staring down at her tiny hands, Elodie smiles softly, realizing that her unique beast-child clutch really did have a healing effect on him. It's a small victory, but it proves Charon is not completely beyond saving. Knowing she cannot stay too long without arousing suspicion, Elodie quietly slips out of the dark chamber, gently closing the massive doors behind her to keep his secret safe. Walking back through the ominous dead forest, Elodie reflects on Karen's panicked warning. He had desperately ordered her to stay away because of the poison, proving that despite his monstrous bloodline, he still possessed a shred of humanity. But a chilling thought crosses her mind as she remembers how easily he recognized her family name. Did he recognize her as a Ratson because he was secretly warned about her, or is there a deeper, more sinister connection? The image of his parting lips burns into her memory. The inside of his mouth was pitch black, and his skin was covered in emerging dark scales. It is the ultimate, undeniable proof. Karen is indeed a basilisk, a lethal black mamba beastman whose very existence is a walking weapon of mass destruction. Now, Elodie holds the key to the ultimate conspiracy, but playing this game could mean unleashing a venom that will destroy the entire empire. Walk away? No, the terrifying truth of Karen's condition weighed heavily on Elodie's mind. If he was leaking a lethal poison that he couldn't control, this was no ordinary illness. It was a ticking biological catastrophe. Her footsteps faltered as she looked back at the decaying, desolate annex. The sheer reach of his deadly influence was unprecedented. Even at this distance, the suffocating aura of his poison still choked the very life out of the forest. If her father's legendary medicine only made Karen's condition worse, then the future held a far darker truth. In just a few years, his volatile poison would grow so monstrously powerful that no barrier would be able to contain it. Chilling memories resurfaced, the horrific massacre destined to strike the Valkasan territory in 5 years. A single person, acting alone, would turn hundreds of innocent souls into piles of silent black dust. It was a tragedy first mistaken for a lethal plague, but the terrifying aftermath proved otherwise. Anyone who dared to touch the contaminated runes had their flesh rot instantly, leaving no trace for chemical analysis to decipher.
A nameless calamity whispered about in hushed, terrified rumors. But if Chiron was indeed the sole perpetrator of that future massacre, then the terrifying legend of the single assassin was horribly real.
The dark puzzle pieces began to click together in Elodie's mind. The chilling newspaper reports of the incident perfectly described the very layout of this isolated Serenity Villa. The record showed Karen died exactly 5 years after that horrific bloodbath. If he truly was the monster behind the slaughter, there were only two grim explanations.
Either his unstable, agonizing poison finally consumed him, erupting in a final, uncontrollable wave of death as he died, or he executed the massacre under the absolute ruthless command of the basilisks before taking his own life. But Elodie shook her head, forcing the dark thoughts away. None of those tragedies had happened yet, which meant there was still a fragile, desperate window of time to act. Chiron was still just an innocent child, a victim of his own monstrous bloodline. Even if he was placed here as a deadly spy, she had to try and steer him away from the path of destruction before it was too late. But if he refused to be saved, if he chose the side of the monstrous basilisks in the end, then Elodie would have no choice but to treat him as a deadly, merciless enemy. Back in the pitch-black chamber, Karen weakly stirred, a low moan escaping his lips as his senses slowly returned. Sitting up on the bed, he gasped in utter confusion. The agonizing, fiery torment that usually clawed at his chest had suddenly quieted down, leaving him feeling lighter than he had in years. Suddenly, his hand brushed against something metallic on the floor. His eyes locked onto a small, foreign object, glinting in the dim light, a lost button. The memory of the strange, golden-haired girl rushed back to him in a sudden, breathless shock. It was impossible. There was no way she could have survived. He stared down at his trembling gloved hands as the horrifying truth began to sink in. She had actually touched him. She had touched his bare hand while his lethal poison was completely out of control. Just inhaling the toxic air in his room should have rotted her lungs instantly. Yet she had risked her life to heal him, leaving him with a restored, stabilized core. He clutched his head in absolute panic. If his toxic blood had reacted to her touch, then her body must have paid the ultimate price. The image of her radiant, innocent smile flashed in his mind, fueling a desperate, suffocating guilt. He scrambled off the bed, his mind racing with terrifying thoughts. She must have collapsed and rotted away on her way out, but there was no body in the room. If her pure healing powers had clashed with his lethal poison, she might be dying a slow, excruciating death. He had to find her. Even if it was just to lay her body to rest, he had to take responsibility. Meanwhile, back in her own warm bedroom, Elodie lay flat on her back, completely exhausted and utterly lost in thought. She couldn't drag Serafina into this danger, but Karen's agonizing screams still echoed in her ears. She stared at the ceiling, wondering if she had fled the annex too quickly. If she returned now, would he just lash out in anger again? She knew her unique constitution had a powerful stamina recovering effect, but she still had no idea how to channel it into true controlled healing magic. She bolted upright on the bed, her eyes flashing with determination. There were too many ticking time bombs waiting in the future, and she refused to sit back and watch them explode. When tragedy inevitably struck her grandfather and the Duke, she needed to be strong enough to save them. She couldn't rely on anyone else to act in advance. That was when a sudden brilliant realization struck her like a bolt of lightning. Tucked away in her memories was the ultimate secret weapon her father had gifted her, the legendary Holy Hammer. She scrambled over the sheets and began frantically digging through her bag. If she had remembered this divine artifact earlier, she could have used its power to stabilize Karen instantly. Her father had warned her to only use it in the direst of emergencies, but trying to prevent a nationwide massacre definitely qualified. She proudly pulled a hammer out, landing on her feet with a look of fierce, childish triumph.
To test its power, she gently tapped the hammer against the floor, watching in awe as a burst of magical, starry dust erupted from the contact.
She grinned, thrilled to see that the legendary weapon was perfectly responsive to her touch.
But as she playfully gave the hammer a firmer, more confident swing through the air, a sudden, terrifying surge of massive energy rippled out. The sheer physical impact tore straight through the bedroom wall, leaving Elodie clutching her head in absolute sweating panic. She crept forward and peered through the massive, perfectly circular hole, praying it hadn't destroyed the entire palace. But instead of seeing the neighboring room, she was met with a swirling, sparkling vortex of pure, ancient magic. In a sudden flash of light, her human form vanished and she was instantly transformed into her tiny, white, round beast child form. The magical vortex pulled her straight through the wall, sending her tumbling down into a breathtaking, massive library filled with millions of glowing ancient books. Landing on the floor, she looked around in absolute wonder, realizing the holy hammer hadn't broken the wall. It had opened a portal to a hidden sanctuary. She scurried over to the nearest shelf, her eyes widening in shock as she read the spines. Every single book in this massive archive was written by the former heads of her own Ratson family. Her tiny paw touched a bright blue book written by the very first family head, Raphael, titled Resurrection and Life, The Gift of New Beginnings. She squeaked in disbelief. If her ancestors truly possessed the power of resurrection, then the Ratson bloodline didn't just heal. They wielded the authority of the gods themselves. She knew the first head was revered as a deity, but seeing the physical proof of his divine power left her completely breathless. Eager to unlock the secrets, she tried to pull a red book from the shelf, but it refused to open, as if the pages were completely fused shut. Suddenly, glowing text boxes materialized in the air around the ancient books, revealing cryptic, floating messages about purification, pain, and detoxification.
She let out a frustrated squeak as books began falling around her. Why were these legendary secrets locked away from her when she needed them most? Dejectedly, she slumped onto her tiny paws. If her unique healing aptitude didn't match the magic of the first head, she wouldn't even be able to open these forbidden texts. But as she turned to leave, a brilliant, glowing trail of stardust suddenly swept past her, pointing her toward a hidden, deeper corner of the divine archive. Guided by the mysterious stardust, Elodie finds herself scanning titles that seem far too gentle for an ancient sanctuary. These books weren't left for legendary warriors, they were parenting guides meant specifically for raising a child. The realization hits her with a wave of warmth. These books weren't written for general descendants, they were prepared by her father for her future, waiting for the day she would inherit the family legacy. Stealing her resolve, Elodie reaches for a heavily locked book, praying that her magical compatibility is strong enough to bypass the seal. The soft click, the heavy lock snaps open, proving her bloodline is recognized by the ancient archive. Her heart stops as she reads the dedication. It was written for Gracia, her past self, confirming that her father knew she would one day return to this world. The sheer depth of her father's devotion leaves her breathless. Even across the boundaries of death and rebirth, he had prepared a path specifically for her. Knowing she returned far sooner than anyone could have anticipated, she looks up at a glowing, secure compartment, sensing her answers lie within. The text details a specific cure, revealing that the precise ingredients she needs are stored right before her eyes. Scurrying over to a massive display of legendary elixirs and a functional heating element, she realizes she has everything required to brew a miracle. With a burst of confidence, she begins combining the powders and measuring the liquids, thrilled to find her hands moving with natural, intuitive expertise. But her triumph is violently cut short as the heating plate erupts and a roaring, sentient flame swallows her concoction whole. Before she can even scream, the talking fire smugly critiques her, telling her that dumping ingredients together like a soup will never yield actual medicine. Shocked by the talking fire's sudden lecture, Elodie demands to know how a mere stove flame could possibly possess such legendary medical knowledge. The room erupts in blinding magical light as the entity proudly reveals its true majestic identity, Inferno, the ancient spirit of fire. Seizing the opportunity, Elodie begs the legendary spirit for help, only to be coldly told that she is far too young and must return in a decade. But she cannot wait a decade. The Empire's destruction is looming, and she desperately warns Inferno that the Ratson family is facing immediate doom. Stunned, Inferno asks if her father warned her of the family curse, but Elodie proudly states she pieced the puzzle together entirely on her own. Though impressed, Inferno tells her to abandon her hopeless quest, but Elodie fires back, reminding him that he too will suffer if their family line collapses. Inferno admits that the sanctuary's defensive seals are only temporary, meant exclusively for the Ratson's protection. The horrifying truth sinks in. If her family falls, the murderous Basilisk clan will gain absolute dominion over this vault of godlike power. She refuses to let their sacred history be desecrated. Every book here belongs to her ancestors, who forged this legacy with their own sweat and blood. But Inferno's expression turns incredibly grave as he asks if she truly believes these books are merely ink on paper. The spirit reveals that every single page was infused with the very life force of her ancestors, designed to empower their descendants to save lives. Inferno delivers a devastating blow. Having watched over the Ratsons from the very beginning, he declares with absolute certainty that her family has no future. Yet Elodie refuses to accept such a tragic destiny, turning her back on the spirit's grim prophecy. Inferno watches her, stunned by the sheer audacity of this tiny child who refuses to succumb to despair. With fierce burning resolve, Elodie declares that she will never sit idly by while an outside enemy drives her beloved family to extinction. As the sole remaining heir of the Ratsons, she rejects the coward's path of running away. She will fight to her very last breath. She slams her paw into the heavy sealed tome, determined to master the legendary medical secrets hidden within its pages. Inferno mocks her ambition, pointing out that even her father couldn't finish these texts, but Elodie vows to work herself to the bone to achieve the impossible. A vision of her future self flashes before her, a determined, powerful healer who will stop at nothing to rewrite history. Sensing her unbreakable spirit, Inferno proposes a high-stakes wager. If she can unlock and read every single page in a month without his help, he will serve her. Spirit's eyes lock onto hers, demanding absolute proof of her divine bloodline. Elodie grins, accepting the challenge with childish bravado, ready to tackle the massive tome head-on. Clutching the heavy book tight, she prepares to begin the grueling journey that will determine the fate of the Empire. But the romantic illusion of study quickly shatters, and Elodie screams in absolute agony as the reality of endless, dense reading sets in. She dramatically flails on her desk, deeply regretting her boastful promise to conquer the entire library in such a short time.
Exhausted and sick to her stomach from information overload, she drags herself up, knowing she still cannot afford to quit. Taking a desperate breath of fresh air in the courtyard, she hopes a brief walk will clear her mind, though the dread of studying tonight still looms heavily over her. The peace is instantly disrupted by a tiny floating puffball of pure mana hovering right in front of her face. Irritated, she waves her hands, complaining that having this silly magic cotton ball floating around ruins her attempt at looking like a dignified lady. She pouts as the mana cloud grows larger, convinced the mischievous little spirit is actively mocking her struggles. Suddenly, a familiar, calm figure approaches through the garden, catching her off guard. Her tutor chuckles at her dramatic complaints, finding her fiery rivalry with the harmless magic cotton absolutely adorable. Intrigued, he gently holds the floating puffball, observing the dense magical aura surrounding it. Squishing the soft cloud, he explains that magic cotton isn't just a toy, is the physical manifestation of raw, pure life energy called mana. Elodie's eyes spark with sudden curiosity as she asks if its power can be amplified even further. He explains that if she possesses enough divine power, she could literally breathe life into the magic cotton, just like the creator deity Gracia once did. The weight of her legendary past self's power looms over her, a reminder of the godlike magic sleeping within her. Elodie quickly laughs it off as a massive exaggeration, dismissing the myths of resurrecting the dead, unaware of just how close she is to unlocking that exact terrifying power. Her tutor eagerly insists that her future potential is limitless, revealing that even the legendary first family head Raphael left behind writings meant specifically for her to conquer one day. Elodie stares down at the soft magic cotton in her hands, her mind racing with determination as she vows to raise it perfectly as her very first step toward unlocking her sleeping divine powers. But her moment of quiet contemplation is suddenly shattered by a strange rustling noise coming from the nearby garden bushes, putting them both on high alert. Out of the grass slithers a dark, menacing silhouette, a black snake with piercing crimson eyes staring directly at her. Panicking, her tutor immediately steps in front of her, warning her that this is no ordinary creature, but an extremely venomous viper whose mere touch could be fatal. As Elodie stares at the creature, a sudden shocking memory flashes before her eyes of her past encounter with the elusive snake shifter Karen. Ignoring her tutor's desperate warnings, Elodie suddenly bolts forward, determined to get closer to the mysterious beast. She studies the snake's distinctive features, realizing its eerie red eyes and black mouth perfectly match Charon's beast form, yet she is baffled by how remarkably calm he is compared to his hostile human self. Sensing her tutor's complete ignorance of the snake's true identity, she realizes this dangerous transformation must be a secret kept entirely hidden from his closest allies. Gently, Elodie extends her small hand toward the venomous viper, softly inviting the deadly predator to trust her. Her tutor watches in absolute horror, screaming at her to pull back, but Elodie remains completely unfazed, confident that the beast will not harm her. To her tutor's sheer astonishment, the deadly viper calmly wraps itself around her arm, completely docile in her gentle embrace. Sweat pours down her tutor's face as he watches this impossible taming, while Elodie playfully warns him to keep his distance for his own safety. She gently strokes the snake, amazed by how incredibly gentle and cooperative he is, completely lacking the fierce hostility he showed in his human form. Staring into those surprisingly big round eyes, she can't help but find the supposedly terrifying predator incredibly endearing. But she violently shakes her head to snap herself out of it, reminding her racing heart that this creature is a basilisk, her family's ultimate natural enemy. Kneeling down, her tutor notes that the snake's easy compliance means it must be accustomed to human contact, suggesting someone smuggled it into the palace grounds illegally. But his analytical tone turns to concern as he spots a jagged, bleeding laceration slicing right through the creature's dark scales. A sudden, grim realization hits the beast child as she remembers her allies searching desperately for their missing comrade Rexon, who was left behind in the dangerous woods. Knowing she must act fast to save him, she quickly reaches into her pouch, searching for a secret weapon to heal his painful wound. Out she pulls a small, carefully sealed container of the legendary potion she brewed herself, ready to test its miraculous properties. When her suspicious tutor questions the origin of such highly advanced medicine, she quickly fabricates a lie, claiming her father gifted it to her before his passing. Channeling her raw mana, Elodie applies the shimmering green healing ointment directly onto the snake's deep, painful wound. Before her very eyes, a brilliant magical glow envelops the torn flesh, knitting the broken scales back together at a terrifying, unnatural speed. Elodie gasps in sheer awe as the wound disappears without leaving a single scar, realizing her ancestors' medical secrets are even more powerful than she ever dreamed. But as the magic fades, the snake suddenly grows restless, shifting uncomfortably on the grass as if sensing an approaching presence. With a swift, silent motion, the healed beast slithers back into the thick foliage, vanishing as quickly as it had arrived. Her tutor peers into the bushes, completely baffled by how the mysterious creature could disappear in the blink of an eye. But Elodie smiles to herself, her resolve hardened as she realizes she finally has the power to prove she can save those around her. Deep in the shadowy forest, a young boy with intense crimson eyes looks back toward the palace, whispering that she was definitely alive, his suspicions growing stronger by the second. Days of relentless, exhausting study flash by as Elodie pushes her tiny body to the absolute limit, determined to master every forbidden herb and secret recipe. She finally wakes up in her luxurious bed, letting out a loud, exhausted yawn as the grueling toll of her secret training weighs heavily on her. Her loyal maid rushes to her bedside, deeply concerned by the young lady's pale complexion and sudden lack of energy. Elodie secretly rejoices, celebrating that she successfully mastered the complex guide to herbalism in a mere 2 weeks, gaining the power to brew cure-alls and sleep-inducing incense.
Her triumph is cut short as a sudden wave of nausea hits her, causing her to groan in pain as her maid gasps in alarm.
Terrified that the sudden environmental change is making the young heir sick, the maid suggests calling for the esteemed palace physician, Packer. She explains that Packer was the trusted personal doctor of the late Lady Rihanna Valkison, the previous duchess who met a tragic end. Elodie's eyes widen as she gazes at a majestic portrait, the name Rihanna Valkison striking a deep, haunting chord in her memory. A horrifying vision of a blood-soaked tragedy flashes in her mind, the sudden, suspicious accident that took the duchess's life 5 years ago, leaving the family in ruins. Her heart sinks as she asks if Edmund, the young lord, has been unable to sleep ever since that fateful bloody day. Maid confirms that Edmund has been tormented by horrific, endless nightmares, only finding solace recently through physician Packer's highly secretive sleep therapy. A dark suspicion blooms in Elodie's mind as she ponders what sinister, unnatural methods this mysterious physician is truly using to alter the young lord's subconscious dreams. She senses a missing piece to this dark puzzle, but her frantic thoughts are suddenly interrupted by a sharp, demanding knock on her bedroom door. Another maid enters with a tense message, revealing that the Duke has suddenly summoned her caretaker for an urgent meeting. Kissing Elodie goodbye, her beloved maid tucks her in, leaving the exhausted girl to drift into a much-needed nap. But her peace is violently shattered as the bedroom door flies open and a harsh, arrogant voice booms through the room, calling her a mere rat. Elodie shrieks in absolute terror, bolted awake as she clutches the bedsheets in sudden, sweating panic. Standing over her bed is a hostile, haughty young boy, demanding she get up immediately now that she is awake. Trembling, Elodie glares at her intruder, furious that anyone would dare to wake her up with such aggressive, disrespectful hostility. But as she locks eyes with him, her breath catches in her throat. His striking hair and cold, golden eyes are an exact, terrifying match to Edmund's. Elodie stares at the haughty boy in front of her, the horrifying memories of her future knowledge flooding back as a name echoes in her mind, the second young lord of the family notoriously known as a reckless troublemaker and a rabid mad dog. Her breathing hitches as she looks upon Zenobia Valkison, the younger brother of Edmund, whose cold, piercing golden eyes and striking looks hide a dark and turbulent spirit. To the outside world, Zenobia is synonymous with chaos, a young noble of the prestigious Valkison house who has built a terrifying reputation for unchecked violence and constant rebellion.
In reading this text faster, in the social circles of high society, Zenobia is a living nightmare, crashing elite gatherings like the Count's Party, loudly mocking the hosts and demanding stronger alcohol with absolute disdain.
His explosive temper knows no bounds. A single glance from a terrified guest is enough to make him bare his teeth and pick a violent fight, sending waves of panic through the noble crowd. The nobility can only whisper in fear, completely powerless to stop him because nobody dares to anger the monstrous Duchy of Valkison by kicking out their uninvited young master. Behind his back, they gossiped about how he was once hailed as a legendary swordsmanship prodigy in his childhood, only to completely throw his brilliant future away and rot into a mere delinquent. As Elodie locks eyes with him in the present, she realizes that beneath his fierce, threatening glare, the current Zenobia is still just a young, immature boy. She ponders in deep confusion, wondering how a child who is still widely praised by the family servants as a promising swordsmanship genius could possibly turn into such a destructive, bitter troublemaker. Zenobia sneers down at her, barking insults about her lack of parents and demanding to know why a useless beastman is lazing around the mansion instead of staying hidden with her own kind. Elodie merely sighs, completely ignoring his loud insults as she realizes his current power level is far too low to pose any real threat to her, driving the arrogant boy into a furious, vein-popping rage. She silently marvels at his sheer stupidity, noting how absurd it is for him to harbor such intense human supremacist hatred when the Valkison Duchy is overwhelmingly populated by beastmen. Zenobia explodes, pointing an angry finger at her and demanding to know where a mere stray beastman picked up such a disrespectful, insolent attitude toward him. Calmly, Elodie cuts through his screaming with a single sharp question, asking him directly if his intense hostility means he truly detests all beastmen. Zenobia flinches in sudden, sweating panic, stammering that he hates dirty rats even more, leaving Elodie to tilt her head in genuine amusement as she asks him why. He struggles to find words, blushing as he lamely protests that they are filthy, dirty, and utterly repulsive, completely unaware of how ridiculous his repetitive insults sound to her. Frustrated by her calm demeanor, the young lord screams that he simply cannot stand the sight of beastmen, desperate to assert his superiority over her. But Elodie's unyielding eyes drill into him, silently demanding a real answer and pushing him further into an aggressive defensive corner. He lets slip a crucial weakness, gritting his teeth as he admits that his grandfather warned him he would be instantly kicked out of Valkison if he caused any more trouble. A devious, smug smile spreads across Elodie's face as she casually shrugs, playfully suggesting that if he hates being here so much, he should just pack his bags and leave. Infuriated, Zenobia raises his voice to scream at the talkative rat, but his aggressive outburst is instantly shattered by a booming, furious roar echoing through the doorway. His grandfather has arrived. The Duke stands at the threshold in a towering rage, his eyes flashing with absolute fury as he demands to know what kind of disgraceful nonsense his grandson is committing. Zenobia freezes in absolute terror while Elodie looks on in shock, realizing her plan to merely scare him had worked far too well. But how did the Duke find them so quickly? Behind the Duke, a nervous squirrel maid steps forward, revealing that Zenobia had ordered her to find Elodie, and sensing danger, she had brought the Duke along just in case. Sweat pours down Zenovia's face as the Duke steps forward, demanding a confession about why he sent a maid to target Elodie and what cruel things he planned to do to her. The young lord desperately pleads his innocence, crying out that he genuinely didn't do anything and bitterly complaining that his grandfather only ever scolds him. Duke slams his cane against the floor, screaming his name in a terrifying display of anger that sends shivers down the boy's spine. Observing the extreme tension, Elodie realizes that this volatile dynamic and unjust scolding must be a constant painful routine for the young master. A strange, fleeting detail about Zenovia's cursed fate flashes in her mind, leaving her deeply unsettled by the mysterious secrets hiding within this broken family. The Duke turns his fierce gaze toward Elodie, his voice softening with concern as he demands to know exactly what horrible things the brat said to her. He urges her to speak the absolute truth, promising that he will personally ensure Zenobia never dares to utter another disrespectful word to her again. Elodie hesitates, realizing that exposing his discriminatory remarks about beastmen would get Zenobia severely punished or even exiled, forcing her to decide if she should handle this volatile boy on her own. Flashing a reassuring smile, she boldly tells the Duke not to worry, declaring that she will meet with Zenobia in person to resolve this and extract a proper apology. She beams with pure, radiant confidence, determined to use her own methods to tame the wild, rebellious beastman prince. Later that evening, Zenobia sits at the dining table, aggressively stuffing his face with food as he fumes over the humiliating turn of events. Elodie sits across from him, playfully teasing him by asking if his sour mood is because his grandfather gave him a severe smack on the head, earning a sharp glare in response. When he tells her to shut up, she smugly pulls out a glittering magic orb, reminding him that Edmund gave her this exact device to summon him instantly if Zenobia ever acted out. Zenobia scoffs in disgust, calling Edmund a mindless gorilla and declaring that he will absolutely never apologize to her, no matter what threats she uses. But Elodie secretly smiles, remembering the Duke's harsh words ordering Zenobia to eat dinner with her or face starvation, realizing she is the only reason he wasn't kicked out tonight. Defeated, the young lord grumbles at her to eat quickly and get out of his room, while Elodie cheerfully digs into her plate, praising the delicious walnut pie. Zenobia raises a piece of luxury seafood, arrogantly asking her what on earth she is eating, confident his noble meal is vastly superior. She stubbornly ignores his boasting, brightly declaring that no matter what fancy food he has, nothing in the world can ever beat the sweet taste of walnut pie. A fierce, childish argument erupts at the table as the two clash over whose dinner is superior, neither willing to back down an inch. Zenobia slams his fork down, shouting that she hasn't even tasted his food and has no right to claim her pie is better without trying it. Elodie panics, crying out that as a tiny field mouse beastman, she couldn't possibly digest his heavy meal, only for Zenobia to loudly call her stupid and remind her that beastmen are omnivores. Before she can protest, Zenobia aggressively shoves the forkful of crab straight into her open mouth, completely catching her off guard. Elodie's eyes widen as she slowly chews, her defenses crumbling under the sudden burst of rich flavor. Her face lights up with absolute sparkling delight, her eyes shining as she eagerly admits that the savory dish is incredibly delicious. Smirking triumphantly, Zenobia gently wipes her mouth and offers her another piece, urging her to try the salty yet savory delicacy. He crosses his arms with pride, gloating that his food was the winner all along, while Elodie giggles happily, realizing that beneath the thorns of this mad dog lies a surprisingly caring heart. Zenobia stammers in sudden burning embarrassment, realizing he is just hand-fed a beastman without a second thought. Across the table, Elodie stares back with a blank, unreadable expression, secretly wondering if this notoriously feared mad dog is actually just a massive, simple-minded idiot. She quietly studies his flustered reaction, realizing that despite the terrifying rumors circulating through high society and the deep anxieties of the castle servants, the boy sitting in front of her behaves like a completely normal child his own age. Her mind traces back to the sheer horror and disgust that true beastman haters exhibit, knowing they would rather burn their utensils than share them with a rat, yet Zenobia just shared his food with her without a trace of hesitation. Leaning forward, Elodie casually drops a bombshell question, asking him straight out if his own grandfather is truly incapable of recognizing his face. Zenovia's golden eyes narrow, a dark and bitter shadow crossing his youthful face as he quietly admits that she caught on to the painful truth far quicker than he expected. The silver fork slips from Elodie's hand, clattering loudly against her plate as she recoils in absolute disbelief, unable to comprehend what kind of patriarch fails to even recognize his own blood.
Looking away, Zenovia's voice drops to a painful whisper as he admits he has long since accepted that he is simply not a person worth remembering, his mind slipping back to a devastating memory from his past. In the cold, dim halls of his childhood memory, Zenovia recalls turning around in hopeful anticipation, only for his grandfather to walk right past him as if he were a ghost, calling out for his brother Edmund instead. The memory of the Duke's piercing, indifferent gaze burns fresh in his mind, a constant reminder of the invisible, impenetrable wall that always stood between them. He remembers the crushing weight of disappointment that settled over the old man the exact second he realized he was looking at Zenovia and not his beloved eldest grandson. Elodie's heart aches at the raw pain in his voice, desperately trying to find an explanation and insisting there must have been some kind of terrible misunderstanding between them. Zenovia merely scoffs, scratching his head with a bitter, self-deprecating laugh as he explains that in the eyes of the Duke, he has never been anything more than a bronze medal. His mind drifts back to the heavy gold medal he once clutched in his small, heavily bandaged hands, a physical testament to the blood and sweat he poured into his training. He remembers the pure, bright smile he wore back then, foolishly believing that bringing home the ultimate victory and a gold medal would finally force his grandfather to look at him with pride. But no matter how hard he worked, no matter how many triumphs he secured, he was always cast aside, forever standing in the shadow of his elder brother. Yet he bitterly notes that at least being in third place meant he was acknowledged in some small way, a fragile, pathetic scrap of recognition that he desperately clung to. But now, as he looks at Elodie, his gaze hardens with a fresh wave of resentment, recalling how his grandfather showered her with warmth, praising her beauty, and treating her like a real granddaughter. Tears prick the corners of his eyes as his voice cracks with raw fury, his pride crumbling under the weight of his long-buried insecurity. The pieces of the puzzle suddenly click together in Elodie's mind, realizing that his hateful outburst and insults were nothing but a desperate defense mechanism born from a terrifying fear of losing his last remaining place in the family. She thinks back to the Duke's explosive arrival, realizing that the old man's fiery rage was not born out of cold indifference, but a deep, turbulent concern. Stunned, Zenovia blinks in utter confusion as Elodie looks at him with a gaze full of profound clarity, about to shatter his entire worldview. Softly but firmly, she tells him the ultimate truth, that if his grandfather truly hated him or had given up on him, he would have reacted with complete, icy indifference rather than raw, passionate fury. Zenovia freezes, his golden eye widening in sheer shock as a single trembling tear spills over, the weight of her words piercing straight through his thick armor. Standing up from her chair, Elodie looks down at him, refusing to let him wallow in his self-pity any longer as she tells him he has simply been making foolish assumptions all on his own. Her voice rings with absolute conviction, challenging him to think deeply about whether a man like the Duke would truly measure his own grandson's worth solely by his talent and achievements. With a radiant, reassuring smile, she stretches her small hand out toward him, offering him a path out of his self-imposed darkness. Zenovia stares at her outstretched hand, his cheeks flushing red as he mutters a soft protest, trying to hide how deeply touched he is by her unexpected kindness. Hesitantly, he reaches out, his larger hand gently clasping her tiny fingers as a warm, unbreakable bond forms between them. Moments later, Elodie cheerfully leads him through the grand corridors, her face beaming with excitement as she drags him along to look for eagles. The long-haired secretary smiles warmly at the sight of them, teasingly noting how incredibly well they seem to be getting along, prompting a flustered Zenovia to loudly deny it. But despite his defensive protests, Zenovia's hand remains tightly clasped in hers, his grip gentle and protective. Suddenly, the secretary's expression turns serious as he mentions the arrival of an unexpected guest, sending a jolt of curiosity through Elodie as she hears the word uncle. Standing in the grand hall, she peers from behind to see a handsome, blonde-haired young man conversing with the Duke, his warm smile masking something unreadable. She notices the subtle tension in the air, the secretary looking unusually anxious as the mysterious guest introduces himself. Elodie's mind races as she recalls the tragic history of the family, remembering that the Duke's nephew, Cassian, had supposedly vanished alongside his parents during the brutal war. Duke stands frozen, beads of sweat forming on his brow as he stares intensely at the young man standing before him, desperately searching for any familiar trait. The blonde guest smiles humbly, acknowledging that after 12 long years apart, it is only natural for the Duke to view him with immense doubt and suspicion. The Duke's golden eyes narrow to slits, observing the young man's striking blonde hair and brown eyes, an exact chilling match to the lost child of his memories. The guest's smile falters slightly as he begins his tale, admitting that his memories of the past have been fractured and incomplete, having spent his youth believing he was merely the son of a poor serf. A cynical gleam flashes in the Duke's eyes as he mutters under his breath, finding the sudden, convenient excuse of amnesia to be far too predictable for a potential swindler. Recognizing the deep-seated skepticism, the young man chuckles softly, reaching into his collar to retrieve a hidden proof he brought along for this exact moment. He pulls out a weathered gold locket which pops up and to reveal a faded, cherished portrait of a loving couple from the past.
Holding the locket out, the young man directly asks the Duke if he recognizes the very heirloom he once gifted his father, a treasure kept safe through the absolute chaos of war. He recounts the horrifying final moments of his father's life, remembering how the man shouted through the smoke and blood, commanding him to run and survive at all costs. The memory of those desperate final words, ordering him to seek out his uncle, strikes a powerful emotional chord within the Duke's guarded heart. The young man clasps his hands humbly, his gentle demeanor radiating a deep sense of longing and relief at finally finding his way home. Leaning in close, the Duke demands to know if there is anything else from his childhood that still lingers within his fractured memory. The guest smiles warmly, his eyes shining as he prepares to delve deeper into his past, ready to provide the final, undeniable proof of his true identity. He begins to recall a tender, distant memory of a towering, bearded man standing over him, a figure of strength and comfort from his long-lost childhood. He remembers tears streaming down his face as that warm, comforting hand gently patted his head, a forgotten touch of a father's love that now threatens to rewrite the entire future of the Valkysen Duchy. The heavy silence in the grand study is shattered as the Duke's low, commanding voice cuts through the air, ordering his mysterious guest to look him dead in the eye when he speaks. The young man doesn't flinch. Instead, a fragile, tearful smile washes over his face, as if he has spent his entire life waiting for this exact, terrifying confrontation. Watching breathlessly from the shadows, Elodie and Zenobia freeze as the guest dips into a respectful bow, his voice thick with emotion as he addresses the intimidating patriarch as his uncle. But Elodie's sharp mind is already racing with doubt, a cold spike of suspicion digging deep as she realizes that if this stranger were truly the Duke's long-lost nephew, there is no logical reason the old man wouldn't recognize him instantly. Her thoughts spiral into darker territory, wondering if the Duke's memory of his family has simply faded over the decades or if they are currently standing in the presence of a brilliant, dangerously calculated fraud. From her hidden vantage point, she watches them sit down to converse, the bizarre distance between them screaming that the only man alive who should know the boy's face is acting like he is speaking to a complete stranger. Suddenly, Zenobia whispers beside her, his temper flaring as he straight up calls the newcomer a cheap scammer who crawled out of the woodwork to steal what isn't his. Surprised that the hot-headed boy has actually made a logical point for once, Elodie can barely react before Zenobia leans in, urgently suggesting she use her unique beastman abilities to transform and spy on them from the shadows. A playful smirk tugs at Elodie's lips as she whispers back, teasingly reminding him of how loudly he claimed to despise receiving any help from a rat. Stuttering and deeply flustered, Zenobia frantically scratches his head, trying to construct a clumsy apology while desperately hiding just how terrified he is for his grandfather's safety. But Elodie's brief amusement quickly evaporates as she stares out at the towering, dark corridors of Valkysen Castle, knowing that even if she manages to infiltrate the room, reading the true intentions of a master manipulator in a den of secrets is nearly impossible. She knows the castle is alive with a hidden network of beast servants who have already begun watching the guest's every move, yet the fact that not a single one of them has questioned his legitimacy points to a chilling reality. Either this man truly is the miracle survivor of a tragic war, or they are dealing with a con artist so incredibly skilled that he has bypassed every single security measure in the duchy, which leaves Elodie with only one dangerous path forward. As the dark, heavy shadows of the study wrap around the tense conversation between the Duke and his alleged nephew, Elodie realizes she must take matters into her own hands before a devastating lie tears this family apart. Sometime later, inside a quiet room, a crackling, tiny fire spirit leaps with joy, proudly declaring that since Elodie managed to master her complex magical studies in record time, it will officially help her uncover the castle's deepest secrets. Transforming into her tiny white ferret form to keep a low profile, Elodie paces anxiously, her thoughts consumed by the Duke's strangely soft treatment of an unverified stranger, making her wonder if Zenobia's wild claims about his grandfather's inability to recognize faces are actually true. Sensing her overwhelming anxiety, the glowing fire spirit hovers close, gently asking the young master if she is already exhausted before their secret research session has even begun. The elemental spirit pauses, narrowing its fiery eyes in deep concentration as it listens to her describe the bizarre behavioral patterns of the stern patriarch. With a solemn sigh, the spirit reveals a devastating truth, that if the Duke is indeed suffering from the rare, mind-bending condition of face blindness, there is no magic or medicine in the world that can simply cure it. Flip-paging frantically through an ancient, dusty book, the spirit explains that the affliction is far more complicated than a simple physical wound, leaving Elodie to desperately ask how they can possibly heal a mind that cannot see its own family. Spirit looks up gravely, explaining that while the root cause varies, the most critical element to unlocking this cognitive prison is the patient's own deeply buried will to see. Elodie tilts her head in quiet horror, realizing that those who suffer from this affliction often completely lose the desire to improve, choosing to live in a blank world of shadows, a tragic coping mechanism that perfectly describes her grandfather's cold isolation. Clutching the heavy, ornate book tightly in her tiny paws, she stares at the ancient emblem on its cover, the weight of the Duke's silent, decades-long suffering pressing heavily on her chest.
Determination burns in her golden eyes as she vows that before she can hope to heal him, she must first investigate the exact trauma that shattered his mind and forced him to lock his heart away.
Outside, the silver moon hangs high over the silent, imposing fortress of Valkyrissen as the Duke finally breaks the long silence, quietly informing his guest that a room has been prepared for him to stay.
Bowing low with impeccable elegance, the blonde young man murmurs his deepest gratitude to his uncle, quietly stepping out of the room as the heavy wooden door creaks shut behind him. Alone at last, the Duke's golden eyes narrow in agonizing conflict, desperately asking himself if the young man truly behaves like the beloved nephew he lost 12 long years ago. With a trembling hand, he reaches into his desk drawer, the wood sliding open with a low creak as he retrieves a long-hidden relic of his painful past. He gazes down at a faded portrait of his brother and a young, smiling boy, his heart aching with a desperate, suffocating hope that this newcomer might truly be Cassian. His mind drifts back to a haunting memory of his brother standing by a sunlit window, a solemn, lingering shadow casting over what should have been a peaceful afternoon. He recalls his brother laughing off his own grim premonitions, yet pleading with him to protect his wife and young son if the chaotic winds of fate ever tore them apart. But fate was merciless, and while the Duke was away fighting on the front lines of the Great War, a sudden, brutal conflict erupted, reducing his brother's beautiful estate to a roaring sea of ash and flame. By the time the horrifying news reached him and he rode like a madman back to the domain, there was nothing left but smoking ruins and charred wood. The memory of that devastating scene flashes fresh in his mind, his golden eye widening in raw, unadulterated horror as the overwhelming guilt of his failure threatens to consume him. A phantom image of his smiling brother appears before him, a painful reminder of the request he had foolishly laughed off, never imagining it would be the very last time they would ever speak. Tightening his grip on the picture frame until his knuckles turn white, the Duke whispers that even if he cannot be certain of the boy's identity, protecting him now is his last chance at redemption. Tears of regret glaze his sharp eyes as he realizes that if he can save this young man, he might finally find the courage to face his brother's spirit in the afterlife. Lost in his quiet, agonizing grief, he continues to trace the faces in the old portrait, completely unaware of the tiny guest waiting just outside his door. Startled out of his dark thoughts by a soft, hesitant knock, the Duke quickly masks his vulnerability, his stern voice commanding the visitor to enter. To his surprise, Elodie quietly steps into the room, her eyes darting toward the empty halls as she politely inquires if the guest is safely retired to his quarters. Peering over the edge of his massive desk, her heart thumps nervously as she decides she must bring up Zenobia first to gauge his reaction and unravel his mysterious ailment. Walking closer, she softly addresses him, her gentle voice cutting through his defensive, cold exterior as she prepares to drop a daring question. She thinks back to Zenovia's bitter, heartbroken face, knowing she must tread carefully to avoid triggering the Duke's explosive defensive mechanisms. Boldly, Elodie looks him in the eye and asks him straight out why he chose to completely ignore Zenobia during his explosive arrival earlier. The Duke's hand freezes instantly, the sharp quill stopping dead against the parchment as a heavy, suffocating tension floods the room. Elodie watches him intensely, noticing how his entire posture stiffens, confirming her suspicion that any mention of his younger grandson strikes a deeply raw nerve. Pressing his palm against his forehead with a heavy, exhausted sigh, the Duke finally confesses the painful truth, admitting that he does not harbor any hatred towards Zenobia, but simply possesses a mind that cannot distinguish the faces of his own flesh and blood. Elodie gasps softly, the stunning confirmation of Zenovia's claims leaving her completely baffled, unable to comprehend how a legendary commander could function normally while living in such terrifying cognitive darkness. Looking away in shame, the Duke whispers that his world was not always a blur of faceless ghosts, tracing the origin of his mental prison back to a devastating, bloody battle from his youth. His mind plunges back into the horrific chaos of the battlefield, remembering the deafening screams, the clash of cold steel, and the single tragic moment of hesitation that shattered his mind and locked his vision away forever. Amidst the roaring chaos of the war zone, the young Duke stood heartless and cold, entirely deaf to the desperate pleas of an enemy surrendering for his life. In his ruthless drive to survive, his heavy blade cut through flesh without a shred of hesitation, a silent horror painting the battlefield in thick, hot blood. But as the warm crimson spray hit his face, a sudden piercing shock shattered his icy composure, forcing him to witness the true consequence of his brutality. Trapped in a vicious cycle of violence, he continued to strike down those who stood in his path, his mind slowly fracturing as the sheer weight of death piled up around him. Panic seized his chest as a chilling realization took hold. In his blind fury, he had crossed a line from which his soul could never return. In one devastating, irreversible split second, a tragic error occurred on that blood-soaked field, carving an eternal, agonizing scar deep into his very being. The phantom pain of that mistake began to rot his perception from the inside out, driving him to doubt his own senses until his mind completely fractured. Years later, the haunting punishment manifested when his own family placed his newborn second grandson into his trembling arms, begging him to hold the child. He gazed down, desperately wanting to connect with the child who supposedly carried his late mother's beautiful eyes, wishing to name him Zenobia in her honor. But as he looked down, a horrific chill seized his heart as he realized he could see nothing but a blank, terrifying swirl of shadows where his grandson's face should have been. It was the ultimate cruel curse. Having failed to protect the loved ones he cherished, his mind had locked away the ability to ever look upon his family's faces again. He accepted this absolute blindness as a righteous punishment, choosing to live in perpetual, cold isolation to keep the raw guilt of his sins alive. Returning to the present, the Duke hangs his head in heavy shame, keeping the worst of his horrific memories buried so as not to traumatize the young child standing before him. Gently patting Elodie's head, he whispers that the past should remain buried, promising that he will finally make amends and speak to Zenobia himself. But Elodie's sharp golden eyes narrow with fierce determination as she boldly declares that if this curse was born of war trauma, then it can absolutely be cured. The Duke pulls back with stern finality, coldly insisting that because this affliction is his self-imposed penance, it must never be fixed. Frustration flares within Elodie as she fiercely argues that harboring such toxic guilt forever is not a punishment, it is a senseless tragedy. She knows that those who lock themselves in the past end up slowly corroding their own souls and ruthlessly wounding everyone who dares to love them. Stepping closer, she looks him dead in the eye and pleads for him to choose life, telling him she wants her grandfather to live a long, happy life by their side. The Duke gasps, his cold exterior completely shattering as she adds that his stubborn refusal to heal is breaking Zenobia's heart every single day. Silence suffocates the room as the old commander stares down at the small child, completely paralyzed by the raw, unyielding truth of her words. Deep down, Elodie understands his agony perfectly, recalling her own tragic past life where she clung to fleeting memories while drowning in a sea of absolute loss. She remembers the sheer, desperate madness of wishing to rewrite history, warning him that staring only at the dead past will eventually consume him entirely. She offers him a warm, radiant smile, a blinding beacon of hope piercing through the decades of cold, suffocating darkness that built his mental prison. For the first time in 12 agonizing years, a spark of warmth flickers in the Duke's weary eyes as he looks at the young girl standing before him. The crushing weight of truth hits him as he realizes she is right. His obsession with his old failures has only ended up deeply wounding his living grandchildren. The fading ghost of his beloved daughter seems to smile upon him, gently urging him to finally let go of the suffocating chains of the past. Seizing the moment, Elodie eagerly reaches into her dress and pulls out a small ornate bottle, pleading with him to take the medicine if he truly wishes to see them. With a trembling hand, the Duke hesitates before reaching out, deciding that for the sake of his family, he must find the courage to trust her. Without another second of doubt, he uncorks the vial and downs the mysterious liquid in one desperate, hopeful gulp. He stands perfectly still, holding his breath as he waits for the legendary miracle to take effect, hoping his blank world will finally flood with color. But as he looks at Elodie, his heart plummets to his stomach. Her face remains a blank, unreadable void of pure shadow. Seeing his utter disappointment, Elodie frantically scratches her head and sheepishly confesses that she accidentally gave him her trauma medicine for broken legs. Yet, as the Duke coughs in sheer disbelief, a clever smirk plays on Elodie's lips as she catches him completely flustered, proving he truly wants to get better. A magical warm aura envelops them as she happily beams, knowing that his subconscious desire to see his grandchildren is the true key to unlocking his mind. Holding his massive hand tightly, she reassures him that with his newfound will to heal, they will uncover the perfect cure together. Squatting down to her eye level, the Duke chuckles softly, marveling at how a child so small could possess the cunning and resolve of a true Valkyrisan. Pushing him toward his desk, Elodie excitedly urges him to test his progress by pulling out the one relic he has hidden away for over a decade. With a racing heart, the Duke retrieves the dusty picture frame, his hands shaking as he prepares to look at the face of his beloved late brother. For the first time in 12 long years, the blurred shadows peel away, revealing the sharp, intelligent features of his sibling and the sweet smile of young Cassian. Meanwhile, deep in the dark guest quarters of the castle, the mysterious blonde visitor stands quietly by the door, a chilling silence hanging over the room. A cold, sinister smirk spreads across his face as he whispers to himself, celebrating how perfectly his dangerous gamble to deceive the Duke has paid off. His mind drifts back to 5 years ago, remembering the miserable, penniless life he lived in the muddy, forgotten ruts of a distant dock town. Desperate to escape his pathetic existence, he had spent his days laboring in the sun, praying for any dark miracle that could turn his miserable life around. That was when he crossed paths with a quiet, broken traveler who had crawled into his wretched town, shivering under a tattered cloak. Sensing a golden opportunity, the young man's eyes gleamed with a dangerous, predatory spark as he began to plot a horrifying path out of his misery. He recalls the exact moment he spun around in shock when a passing traveler recognized a ragged beggar and whispered the name of Lord Cassian. Feigning deep sympathy, the young man had taken the fragile, traumatized heir into his home, serving him warm tea while secretly extracting his secrets. He listened in intently as the real Cassian wept, brokenly confirming that everyone in his castle had perished in the war, leaving him completely alone. Staring at the broken boy, a wicked, calculated plan solidified in the imposter's mind, leading to a chilling plot to steal the dead heir's identity and claim the massive wealth of the Valkyrisan duchy for himself.
The imposter's mind raced with a piece of gossip he had picked up in the grimy streets, a whisper that the formidable Duke Valkyrson suffered from complete face blindness due to war trauma. If the old monster couldn't even recognize his own flesh and blood, how could he possibly expose a fake? Looking at the frail, shivering boy sitting before him in the rundown cabin, the imposter knew he had to keep the real Cassian isolated and weak. Feigning a kind, caring smile, he urged the exhausted heir to rest, masking the dark, parasitic ambitions clawing inside his chest. This was his ticket out of the gutter, a golden opportunity handed directly to him by the gods themselves. He wouldn't just escape the filthy countryside, he would seize a life of absolute luxury and power, leaving his wretched past behind forever. But to pull off the ultimate deception, he had to study his target like a predator, memorizing every tick and gesture of the fragile boy until he could mimic the great Cassian flawlessly. He carefully observed the real Cassian's eating habits, noting how the traumatized noble now swallowed food he once despised, building a detailed mental archive of the boy's behavior. The old servant smiled warmly, completely oblivious to the wolf in sheep's clothing, mentioning how the Duke would surely be overjoyed to see his beloved grandson grown and healthy. Every innocent detail spilled was another weapon added to the imposter's arsenal. For 5 long years, he lived a lie, meticulously acting the part until the very last person who could remember the true Cassian's face had gone cold in the ground. With no witnesses left to contradict him, the stage was finally set to unleash his masterpiece of fraud. He dreamed of the immense wealth, the vast territories, and the supreme power of the Valkyrson Duchy, his mouth twisting into a greedy, sinister smirk as he envisioned it all falling right into his hands. Returning to the present, a sudden summons from the Duke pulls the imposter from his wicked daydream, forcing him to quickly put on his mask of gentle humility. Stepping through the massive doors, he confidently expected to find a desperate, guilt-ridden old grandfather waiting to cling to his only remaining heir. But instead of a weeping, broken old man, he is met by the cold, imposing figure of the Duke holding a sharp-eyed little girl who stares right through his soul. The Duke calmly introduces the small child as his personal physician, sending a sudden spike of icy dread shooting through the imposter's chest. Before he can even speak, the tiny girl levels a sharp finger straight at him, loudly proclaiming to the entire room that he is nothing but a filthy fraud. Sweat beads on the imposter's brow as he frantically tries to maintain his composure, forcing a gentle, self-deprecating smile to sway the Duke back to his side. Clasping his hands meekly, he plays the victim, soft-spokenly admitting that it is only natural for people to be suspicious of his sudden return after all these years. But Elodie is entirely unmoved by his act, thrusting an ornate book forward and coldly declaring that a face like his has absolutely no place in the Valkyrson lineage. The imposter's heart thumps wildly as he stares down at the portrait, his voice wavering as he desperately tries to dismiss her accusations as a mere childish prank. Realizing the old Duke can only see a terrifying blur of shadows, the imposter tries to laugh it off, pleading for the child to stop harboring such groundless hatred toward him. He insists that if they only look closer, they will see his striking resemblance to the late Lord, unaware that Elodie's golden eyes are already trapping him in a corner. Narrowing her eyes at his persistence, Elodie reaches deep into her bag, determined to drag his dark secrets out into the light once and for all. She pulls out a shining, ornate vial filled with a deep crimson liquid, declaring that it is a powerful potion that forces anyone who drinks it to speak only the absolute truth. Cold sweat drenches the imposter as he recoils in horror, loudly protesting against drinking such a dangerous and highly suspicious substance. But the Duke steps forward, his massive frame casting a suffocating shadow as he commands his supposed nephew to drink the potion and prove his identity. Paralyzed with fear, the fake heir realizes this terrifying child is not just some random orphan. She is a ruthless mastermind who holds his very life in her hands. She truly represents the divine path. There is no way out. Refusing her medicine would be treated as an act of absolute blasphemy against the gods. His mind panics, screaming in silence as he stares at the shining vial, desperately searching for any loophole to avoid his imminent doom. Did he make a fatal slip of the tongue, or has the old commander somehow recovered his shattered memories? The Duke's golden eyes narrow with lethal intensity, demands cutting through the heavy air as he asks why a true heir would ever hesitate. Under that suffocating gaze, the imposter feels the invisible noose tightening around his neck, his heartbeat roaring in his ears. The Duke demands he drink it immediately, his booming voice leaving absolutely no room for negotiation. The terrifying old commander looms closer, reminding him that a loving uncle is waiting for his beloved nephew to prove his words. Trembling violently, the imposter reaches for the vial, his mind screaming in utter desperation as the trap finally snaps shut around him. In a flash of panic desperation, his fingers slip, and the precious potion crashes onto the cold stone floor, shattering into 1,000 pieces. Feigning a clumsy accident, he stammeringly apologizes, secretly gloating that a holy relic like a confession drug cannot possibly be replaced so easily. But Elodie merely giggles, reaching back into her pink bag and pulling out a massive handful of identical bottles she made in advance. The imposter's jaw drops in absolute horror as this final defense is effortlessly pulverized by the smiling child. Before he can even take a breath, a massive iron-like grip clamps around his throat, lifting him off his feet in a display of monstrous strength. The Duke stares down at him with glowing razor-sharp eyes, whispering the terrifying truth that his broken vision has been completely healed. Gagging for air, the imposter trembles as the Duke growls that he can see his face with perfect clarity, and it is the face of a complete stranger. The old commander's cold fury fills the room, his towering presence promising a swift, merciless end to the rat who dared to desecrate his family's name. Later, in the quiet sanctuary of his study, Elodie comfortably rests on the sofa, sheepishly admitting that her truth potion was actually just a placebo. She winks playfully, explaining that it was merely a confidence-boosting stimulant designed to make a nervous liar panic and expose their own guilt. She beams at him, pointing out that her mind games work perfectly to flush out the rat, just like her medicine unlocked his own stubborn heart. The Duke rests his chin in his hand, a quiet warmth filling his weary chest as he realizes his subconscious desire to see his grandchildren was the true key to his cure. Elodie offers him a sweet, radiant smile, expressing her simple, heartfelt wish for her beloved grandfather to finally find a little bit of happiness. But the warm moment is abruptly cut short as the Duke suddenly stands up, his eyes turning back into cold, unforgiving flint. With a voice like grinding stone, he declares that true peace cannot be achieved until those who dared to deceive the Valkyrisan pay the ultimate price. Even Elodie shivers slightly, remembering the terrifying, overwhelming aura of the eagles who serve as the Duke's personal executioners. Sticking his hands in his pockets, the Duke turns toward the door, telling her to go to sleep while he personally visits the dark depths of the underground prison. Left alone, Elodie turns back to her massive research books, her golden eyes burning with a fierce determination to uncover the remaining secrets of this world. The fury burning in Zeno's veins is white-hot as he clenches his fist, roaring in pure disgust at the audacity of the imposter who dared to target his vulnerable grandfather. Blinded by rage, he storms down the palace corridors, ignoring the desperate pleas of the maids trying to hold him back as he vows to tear the fraud limb from limb. But as his anger surges, a bitter, familiar doubt creeping into his heart stops him cold. Would his grandfather even care? Or would the old commander simply see this as another reckless act of violence from a troublemaker? He stares down at his trembling fist, choking on the painful realization that he doesn't know how to protect his family any other way than with his raw, destructive strength. He bitterly compares himself to the perfect, calm image of Karen, a brother who always knew how to command respect while he remained a chaotic black sheep in the family shadow. Suddenly, the heavy silence of his self-pity is shattered as Elodie bursts into the room, her voice cut with urgency as she calls out his name. Startled, Zeno quickly turns away to hide his face, but the sharp-eyed little girl is already running toward him, immediately noticing the raw emotion swelling in his eyes. Demanding he stop crying, she thrusts a massive leather-bound volume into his trembling hands, declaring it to be a key that will change how he sees everything. Zeno stares down at the worn cover, his heart skipping a beat as he realizes he is holding his grandfather's private, closely guarded diary. Elodie coaxes him to open it, her bright, knowing eyes urging him to find the answers he's been desperately seeking his entire life.
With a shaking hand, he turns the first page, stepping directly into the private, silent thoughts of the formidable Duke Valkyrisan.
The elegant cursive reveals a shocking vulnerability, a daily record written under medical advice, kept so the deteriorating commander would never forget the faces of the people he loved most. The early entries reveal the heavy political burdens of the duchy, grumbling about annoying telegrams from an overbearing emperor who still couldn't let go of the past. But as Zeno reads on, the entries shift to the birth of the grandchildren, painting a picture of a fiercely protective grandfather who viewed his growing family as his ultimate sanctuary. Scanning the paragraphs, Zeno murmurs that there doesn't seem to be anything unusual, but Elodie eagerly points a finger deeper into the pages, urging him to look closer at a specific date. Diary entry recounts the day of Zeno's birth, detailing how the baby was named after the late Duchess because of his striking, beautiful golden eyes. The text details a heartbreaking truth. The Duke's worsening sight prevented him from recognizing the infant's face, yet he spent hours cradling the crying child, searching for any small detail to anchor his memory. The commander's words express a quiet, terrifying worry that as his twin grandsons grew, his failing eyes would completely rob him of the ability to tell them apart. Zeno's eyes widen as he reads of his 3-year-old self running wild with a wooden sword, his grand, energetic strides bringing a rare, genuine smile to the weary Duke. But the tone turns to sheer terror on the page detailing the day young Zeno brandished a real blade, accidentally slicing his own hand and sending the Duke into a blind panic. The memory of that day is laid bare, not with anger, but with overwhelming relief that the wound healed without a permanent mark, revealing the deep, silent love the Duke harbored behind his cold exterior. Snapping back to reality, Zeno looks down at his unblemished hand, whispering in self-deprecation that he believed his grandfather simply saw him as a disappointment.
Elodie gently corrects him, her soft voice cutting through years of pain as she explains that the Duke's distance was never out of coldness, but a constant, silent prayer to keep his passionate grandson safe. She points to another entry, revealing with a bright grin that the Duke had proudly recorded Zeno's spectacular victory at the regional swordsmanship tournament. Stunned, Zeno frantically flips through the pages, his chest swelling with an emotion so intense it leaves him breathless. He reads the words over and over, realizing that the formidable war hero he feared was actually his greatest, most devoted admirer all along.
But as he turns the page, the diary shifts into a darker, far more chilling recollection of a quiet, moonlit night.
The Duke writes of a specific clever trick he used to identify Zeno. The wild boy was always covered in dirt and sweat from training, his collar left completely unbuttoned. By contrast, his brother Edmund was always meticulously neat, carrying a subtle aristocratic fragrance that set them apart. The final entry details a horrifying moment of realization when the Duke confronted a seemingly neat boy in the dark corridor, calling him by Zeno's name, only to realize the chilling truth when the child didn't respond like his chaotic brother.
The diary ends with a sorrowful reflection on how the boys grew to resemble each other so perfectly, leaving the aging commander to carry the heavy weight of his quiet, protective observations alone.
Elodie offers him a warm, triumphant smile, proving once and for all that he was never second best in his grandfather's heart. Overwhelmed by the flood of unconditional love, Zeno covers his face as tears finally break through his tough exterior, weeping for the years he spent in bitter, needless doubt. He stands up, his heart finally set free from the heavy chains of insecurity as he realizes how deeply his grandfather understood and cherished him. Elodie beams with pride, knowing she has successfully mended a broken bond and given the young lord the strength to stand tall beside his family. She glances at the portrait of the stern Duke hanging on the wall, seeing the warmth hidden beneath that legendary, unbreakable facade. Sometime later, the Grand Duchy is bathed in the peaceful morning light as a playful voice rings out through the gardens, inviting a companion to join in on a sweet morning snack. Elodie skips ahead on the polished path while Zeno follows close behind, playfully teasing her about her bottomless appetite. Elodie sighs dramatically, thinking to herself that while she is glad Zeno has finally stopped snarling at her, his sudden puppy-like clinginess is becoming a bit of a handful.
Zeno catches up to her, a gentle, surprisingly soft smile on his face as he asks if she would like to share some warm walnut pie.
Surprised by his sudden sweetness, Elodie turns around, her eyes widening in realization at how much his attitude has shifted. Striking a smug, victorious pose, Elodie extends her hand to him, anticipating that his pride will soon get the better of him and he'll revert to his usual stubborn self.
To her absolute shock, Zeno gently takes her hand with an easy, warm smile, agreeing to accompany her without a single word of protest.
Staring at his surprisingly docile, golden-eyed expression, Elodie can't help but compare him to an eager, loyal puppy waiting for approval. Suddenly, her playful thoughts are interrupted by a hushed, frantic whisper echoing from the servants' quarters nearby. She pulls Zeno to a halt, listening intently as the palace staff exchange wild, unbelievable rumors about the Duke's sudden physical changes.
Servants whisper in stunned disbelief that the Duke's signature white hair has begun to sprout black from the roots, as if his very youth is returning.
Another servant eagerly chimes in, confirming that the deep, war-torn wrinkles on the commander's face have miraculously softened, defying all laws of aging. A cold shiver runs down Elodie's spine as she realizes the sheer gravity of what she is hearing. Could her custom-made treatments have triggered something far more powerful than simple healing?
She locks eyes with Zeno in absolute shock, her mind racing with a terrifying, thrilling realization as she wonders if she has accidentally reversed the flow of time itself for the most powerful man in the Empire.
Zenobia slams the heavy double doors open, dragging a startled Elodie into the Duke's private study with an urgent cry that completely shatters the room's quiet sanctuary. Ignoring the sudden intrusion, the Duke slowly removes his spectacles, rubbing his temples as he mutters about a strange, dizzying fog that has clouded his eyes ever since he took those mysterious new medicines. Elodie's golden eyes widen in sudden realization as she suggests a thrilling possibility. What if his vision isn't failing, but has actually been completely cured? She races forward, her heart pounding with a mixture of hope and fear as she realizes that while she only intended to heal his physical wounds, her custom treatments might have inadvertently reversed his very aging process. Leaping straight into his arms, she examines his face with absolute awe, wondering if this incredible physical reversion is a unique trait of the Valkyrian bloodline or if she has unknowingly brewed a divine elixir. Gently rummaging through his hair, she suddenly gasps in sheer amazement, screaming out to Zeno that their grandfather's signature white hair is actually growing back solid, vibrant black. Duke merely gives them a dry, calm look, quietly reminding the shocked children that his hair was originally jet black before the heavy tolls of war and age took their toll. Zeno stands frozen in absolute disbelief, staring at his grandfather's rapidly youthful appearance as the sheer magnitude of Elodie's miracle finally sinks in. Quickly trying to cover up his ignorance, Zeno laughs awkwardly, stammering that of course he already knew that, even though his sweating face betrays his utter shock. The warm moment vanishes instantly as the Duke's gaze turns ice cold, bringing up Zeno's recent habits of skipping classes twice a week and letting his grades plummet to a shameful new low.
Looming over the trembling boy, the stern commander demands to know why he detests studying so passionately, refusing to let his grandson's typical excuses slide this time. Watching the formidable Duke scold Zeno with such vibrant, youthful energy, Elodie sweats nervously, realizing that while his health is fully restored, his terrifyingly sharp temper has returned with it. Turning his back to them, the Duke sighs heavily, muttering that while his own body is healed, his worries have only doubled now that he hears his other grandson, Edmund, is falling ill. Sensing a long, tedious lecture on the horizon, Elodie quietly slips out of the study, throwing a playful, apologetic thought back to Zeno as she leaves him to face their grandfather's formidable nagging alone. Walking down the empty, sunlit corridor, Zeno grumbles in irritation, calling Elodie a little coward and assuming she has run off to stuff her face with sweet snacks again. His thoughts are abruptly cut short as he crosses paths with physician Packer, the longtime personal doctor of the former Duke couple, who greets him with a polite, measured smile. The doctor gently inquires about Zeno's sleep, reminding him of the terrible, recurring nightmares that used to keep him tossing and turning all through the night. Packer coaxes him to continue taking his prescribed medicine to prevent stress-induced insomnia, but Zeno casually waves it off, declaring that he doesn't need those pills anymore. Smiling with a pure, uncharacteristic warmth, Zeno happily admits that his heart is so light and peaceful now that he can't even remember why he used to resent his grandfather. As Zeno laughs about his old foolish fears of the Beastmen, Packer's polite smile instantly fractures, his face falling into a dark, sinister shadow as a chilling silence fills the hall. Completely oblivious to the doctor's creeping malice, Zeno playfully asks if there's any miracle medicine that can increase his intelligence instead, only to receive a flat, sweating refusal. Grumbling that his brother Edmund must be the reason for his lack of brain power from hitting him so often, Zeno scratches his head, completely missing the dark tension radiating from the silent physician. Walking away into the shadows, Packer's eyes narrow with calculating fury as he mutters that Zeno was supposed to be flying into a blind, uncontrollable rage at the Ratson family by now. He questions the rumors with growing dread, wondering if that mysterious child Gracia Ratson truly possesses genuine healing powers, and if the Duke's legendary recovery is actually real. A chilling realization grips his mind. If this miraculous healing continues, the entire Valkyrison Duchy will eventually fall right into that little girl's hands, ruining his carefully laid plans. Reaching into his coat to clutch a mysterious purple vial, Packer vows that he will never let his years of meticulous manipulation go to waste, whispering that he must act promptly before everything slips from his grasp. Turning back to Zeno with a forced, sweet smile, Packer presses the glowing poison into the boy's hands, urging him to take it regularly to help improve his volatile temperament. But even as Zeno walks away with the bottle, the sinister doctor sneers in the shadows, comforting himself with the dark thought that he still holds Edmund completely trapped within his web of lies. Sometime later, in a quiet, dimly lit corridor, the stoic Edmund stands silently against a massive wooden door, his eyes clouded with a deep, exhausting weariness. He stares blankly ahead, marveling at how Packer's special medicine is so incredibly potent that it completely erases even the faintest memories of the horrific nightmares that plague him.
Staring out the window at the bright, clear sky, he tries to shake off the lingering fog in his mind, desperately whispering to himself that he must pull his shattered consciousness together.
But the peaceful blue sky only drags him back into the painful memories of that fateful winter day, a day that started out as entirely ordinary, with training and bickering like any other. He vividly remembers how wild and troublesome a 7-year-old Zeno was, while his younger brother Karen was always so timid, hiding fearfully behind the snow-dusted trees. The memory of kneeling in the snow to comfort the shivering red-eyed child flashes before his eyes, recalling how the young boy had immediately fled in terror the moment he tried to show him any affection. Standing in the quiet hallway, Edmund clenches his fists as he relives the crushing guilt of that ordinary day, a day when he carried silent, unspoken grievances he could never share with anyone. And on that exact, deceptively peaceful day, the ultimate tragedy struck, a brutal, shadowy slaughter that tore his beloved parents away from him right before his very eyes. The horrific image of his younger self covered in splattered blood, staring down at his trembling hands as he cried out for his father, burns freshly in his mind like an unhealing wound. He clutches his aching head in pure agony, remembering how the relentless, suffocating nightmares have haunted him every single night since that bloodbath, refusing to let him find a moment of peace. Suddenly, his dark spiral is broken as he notices Elodie standing nearby, her bright golden eyes looking up at him with deep, silent concern. Dropping to one knee to match her height, Edmund offers her a soft, reassuring smile, gently telling her not to worry because he is perfectly fine, while urging her to speak up if she is ever feeling sick. He reassures her that he is diligently taking the special medicine prescribed by physician Packer, but his words only spark a sharp, intuitive alarm inside Elodie's brilliant mind. As Edmund explains that the medicine conveniently forces him to forget his nightmares, a sudden, heavy footstep echoes behind them, accompanied by a freezing, menacing voice calling her a little rat. Zeno stands looming over them, his eyes glowing with an eerie, unnatural pink light as he venomously asks Elodie if she is in league with the monstrous killers who slaughtered their parents.
Blinded by a sudden, irrational surge of fury, Zeno steps closer, his face twisted in pure hatred as he demands that she tell the truth about her secret alliance with the murderers.
Edmund instantly stands up, putting his body between Zeno and the trembling girl as he coldly commands his chaotic brother to back off and not interfere.
Elodie watches in mounting terror, her mind racing as she realizes that Zeno's sudden, terrifying shift in personality matches the exact symptoms of Packer's mind-altering drugs.
Staring at his brother's unrecognizable, hostile expression, Edmund's voice drops to a warning low, telling Zeno that his wild accusations are crossing a dangerous line.
Reaching out to diffuse the explosive tension, Edmund firmly grabs Zeno's wrist, commanding him to step aside so they can talk things through calmly. But Zeno violently slaps his hand away, screaming at his brother to shut up and stay out of things if he doesn't know the dark secrets hidden within this castle. Unleashing a lifetime of suppressed trauma and rage, Zeno roars at the top of his lungs, declaring that their parents were brutally slaughtered by the very beast people they are now harboring. Edmund is frozen, staring at his brother in utter disbelief, unable to comprehend the sheer depth of the poisonous hatred that Zeno has harbored in his heart all this time. Zeno fires back with absolute conviction, screaming that their parents' deaths were no mere tragic accident. Zeno paces forward, his voice heavy with a cold, unnatural hostility as he barks that he finally understands the deadly cost of letting outsiders walk freely into their sacred home. Edmund steps back, his voice trembling as he demands to know what has possessed his bright, cheerful brother to speak with such dark, venomous malice. Whirling around, Zeno points a trembling, accusatory finger directly at the terrified Elodie, shouting that she is the most dangerous intruder of all. He claims she is merely using her family's status to bypass their authority, using her charm to seize control of the duchy's heart. Edmund is utterly appalled, demanding to know if Zeno has truly threatened an innocent child based on nothing more than his own wild, toxic delusions. But Zeno refuses to back down, his eyes blazing as he suggests that Elodie might actually be in league with the very monsters who slaughtered their parents. Clutching his aching head as Zeno's wild conspiracies spin deeper out of control, Edmund raises his voice, commanding his brother to stop before his madness completely tears their family apart. Stepping forward, Edmund firmly grips Zeno's shoulders, demanding to know who planted these dark, hateful thoughts in his head, but Zeno merely stammered, defensively lying that he came up with these terrible theories all on his own. Edmund refuses to buy the lie, fiercely declaring that Zeno was born bright, loving, and positive. He would never naturally dream up such vile, hateful schemes. Angered by his brother's complete lack of trust, Zeno growls in frustration, demanding to know if Edmund truly thinks he is too foolish to think for himself. Blinded by a fresh surge of irrational fury, Zeno lunges toward Elodie once again, vowing that he will never let her escape until he uncovers the truth, his dark aura flaring with terrifying force. With a swift, powerful movement, Edmund slams his chaotic brother down to the floor, pinning him beneath his weight as he roars for him to stop this madness once and for all. Pinned to the cold floor, Zeno desperately cries out that he will never believe their parents' deaths were a simple accident, forcing a heavy, devastating truth out of Edmund's mouth as he whispers that it wasn't an accident, it was his own fault. Dragged into a painful memory of that horrific winter day, Edmund's past self screams in pure agony, taking the entire burden of the tragedy onto his own shoulders, while swearing that the beastmen were entirely innocent. The shocking confession leaves the room in a stunned, breathless silence as both Elodie and Zeno stare at Edmund in complete, horrifying disbelief. Kneeling over his brother with his head bowed in deep, crushing guilt, Edmund whispers that the tragedy occurred solely because of his own failures, completely shattering the tense atmosphere of the hall. Summoned immediately to the Duke's private study, Edmund and Elodie stand in tense silence before the formidable commander, waiting for his judgment on Zeno's explosive outburst. Stepping forward with a pale, trembling face, Zeno desperately tries to explain himself to his grandfather, admitting that he has no idea what came over him but was suddenly possessed by an absolute certainty that he had to attack. The Duke merely sighs heavily, steepling his fingers as he coldly reminds Zeno that a sudden, baseless thought can never serve as a valid excuse for threatening an innocent child's life. Sensing that something is horribly wrong with Zeno's mind, Elodie bravely steps forward to defend him, urging her grandfather to listen because Zeno is fundamentally good and would never harbor such evil intentions. But the Duke's gaze remains unyielding, coldly telling her that it is not her place to interfere before ordering his trusted aide, Eagles, to escort her out of the study. Zeno flinches in pure horror as he watches Elodie get pushed away, a crushing wave of guilt washing over him as he realizes his reckless actions have dragged his beloved protector into trouble. Refusing to back down, Elodie struggles against her escort, screaming that Zeno is far too simple-minded to have ever plotted such complex dark malice on his own, begging the Duke to wait just a little longer. The Duke's amber eyes narrow with freezing imperial authority as he declares that regardless of where the rumors came from, Zeno chose to act on them, meaning that by the law of the land, he must be exiled from the duchy.
A heavy silence falls over the grand study as the Duke delivers a final desperate lifeline stating that Zeno can only avoid exile if they can find concrete proof that he was not acting of his own free will. Tears of bitter regret stream down Zeno's face as he realizes his grandfather actually cares deeply for his safety, leaving him to desperately wonder why he was possessed by such a sudden, uncontrollable urge to destroy everything. Suddenly, Elodie breaks free and throws her arms around Zeno in a warm, protective embrace, loudly declaring that she refuses to let him be cast aside. Stunned by her unwavering loyalty, Zeno looks down at her with tears in his eyes, quietly asking how she can possibly be so certain of his innocence. With a bright, teasing grin, Elodie replies that she knows he's far too much of an idiot to ever act with such calculated cruelty, leaving Zeno completely speechless. Profound sense of relief and warmth floods Zeno's chest as he realizes that even though he lost faith in himself, Elodie's comforting words are the only thing keeping him grounded. Turning back to his grandfather, Zeno realizes that the Duke's silent, stern gaze isn't filled with hatred, but a quiet, desperate hope that his grandson is telling the truth. The Duke offers a subtle, reassuring look, confirming that his cold facade was merely a test to see if Zeno's heart was truly lost to the darkness. Relieved and profoundly grateful, Zeno whispers a silent, heartfelt thank you to the brilliant little girl who just saved his life. Wiping away his tears with a flushed face, Zeno grumbles in embarrassment while Elodie beams with pure, triumphant joy, having successfully diffused the explosive family crisis. Sometime later, the two sit quietly on a plush sofa, the residual exhaustion of the traumatic ordeal hanging heavily over Zeno as he rests his head in his hands. Watching him closely, Elodie's sharp mind begins to piece the bizarre puzzle together, realizing that Zeno was perfectly normal just hours ago and looks completely fine now, leaving a massive, unexplained gap in his behavior. Trying to recall his steps, Zeno rubs his eyes, explaining that after his scolding, he simply had lunch and went about his day as usual. But Elodie's suspicion flares as Zeno suddenly shifts back to his loud, bickering self, leaving her to wonder if he unknowingly consumed some sort of slow-acting poison during his meal. Suddenly, Zeno snaps his fingers as a crucial memory returns, recalling that on his way back from the study, he crossed paths with Physician Packer. Elodie's golden eyes widen in instant alarm, her voice dropping to a serious whisper as she demands to know exactly what kind of medicine the doctor gave him. Zeno casually explains that after mentioning his nightmares and insomnia, the physician pressed a special remedy into his hands to help calm his nerves. But as Zeno talks happily about how light his heart feels, Elodie sweats in terror, realizing the terrifying speed at which his personality swung from homicidal rage to peaceful bliss. A horrifying realization crystallizes in her brilliant mind. If Zeno's entire personality and memories shifted the moment he consumed that medicine, then the drug itself is the direct catalyst for his madness. A vision of sinister purple poison flows through her thoughts. This isn't just a basic remedy, it is a highly advanced chemical brainwashing designed to turn a peaceful boy into a hateful, bloodthirsty weapon. Her blood runs cold as she remembers that Physician Packer was the personal doctor of the former Duke couple and is currently treating Edmund's chronic insomnia with the exact same medicine. The memory of Edmund's agonizing confession flashes before her eyes, and she realizes his deep-seated guilt and fractured memories might also be the result of Packer's insidious manipulation. Looking out at the quiet castle corridors, Elodie realizes that while she was focused on saving Zeno, Edmund's life has been slowly slipping away under the doctor's creeping malice. She knows there is no time a human is more vulnerable than when they are sleeping, meaning Edmund is in grave, immediate danger of having his mind completely rewritten by the sinister physician. Racing to her hidden workshop in the Grand Library, Elodie prepares to analyze the mysterious substance before the doctor's poison can claim another victim. Inside her sanctuary, her small spirit companions present her with a massive pile of glowing purple vials they managed to secretly recover from Zeno's quarters. The spirit helpers confirm that they have gathered every single bottle of the suspicious medicine, waiting anxiously to see what their brilliant young master will do with them. Squeaking in alarm, the little hamster spirit warns her that this liquid radiates a highly volatile, unnatural energy. Examining the glowing purple fluid with intense concentration, the flame spirit gravely warns Elodie that this is no ordinary medicine, but a highly dangerous, mind-altering drug designed to shatter a person's soul from the inside out. This is no ordinary concoction. It is a forbidden, unholy energy, an outright heresy that defies the laws of the gods themselves. In a world governed by divine order, the supreme deity maintains an absolute, untouchable authority over the minds of mortals. This dark substance harbors a sinister power completely divorced from the heavens, defying the sacred hierarchy of the gods. It is the magic of a rebel, a rogue force that has broken free from divine rule to rewrite human minds through forbidden sorcery. The truth is horrifying. This liquid is a toxic blend of hallucination, amnesia, and absolute brainwashing, engineered to break a soul. Chilling realization strikes Elodie. This drug can infiltrate the subconscious. It means someone is actively controlling the targets from the shadows. Deep within the dark history of the duchy, the sinister name of Packer finally links back to the horrific tragedy that claimed the previous rulers.
It was Councilman Packer himself who once stood accused of orchestrating the brutal assassinations of Edmund and Zeno's parents.
Though he stood at the very center of the murder investigation, the councilman somehow managed to evade justice before the trial could even begin.
As war erupted and chaos swallowed the land, the case was swiftly buried, allowing a wolf to hide in plain sight as the family's trusted doctor. The horror of the situation is absolute. The murderer who took his parents' lives is the very same man drugging Edmund's mind every single night. Panic surges through Elodie's small companion as she drops everything, scrambling to move before the trap completely closes on the young lord. Sprinting through the shadows of the massive library, she knows that every second wasted brings Edmund closer to an irreversible mental prison. There is no time left to lose. Edmund is in immediate mortal danger, his very soul hanging by a thread. Far across the castle, Edmund violently thrashes in his sleep, trapped once more in the suffocating vice of his perpetual nightmare. In his dreams, the warm, smiling face of his late mother appears, a heartbreaking beacon of a life that was stolen away.
He is dragged back to that final fateful carriage ride, recalling how his mother gently urged him to let go of his rigid burdens and rest. She teased him with gentle eyes, reminding him that a child should never have to carry the weight of the world on their shoulders.
With a playful laugh, she playfully confiscated his study books, desperately trying to teach him how to simply be a child.
She reminded him that his younger siblings didn't need a perfect role model, they just needed a brother who could smile.
Her voice carried a quiet, profound wisdom, urging him to learn how to live for his own happiness above all else. Back then, young Edmund could only look on in confusion, unable to comprehend his mother's unconventional, carefree heart. Even his father joined in on the warmth, playfully telling his wife to stop teasing their overly serious eldest son. She only laughed, her eyes shining with an immense protective love that Edmund would carry with him forever. The warmth is violently shattered as a massive tremor violently rocks the carriage, throwing their peaceful world into absolute chaos. Terror grips young Edmund as a sinister signal pierces the cold air, a warning that the beastmen have somehow ambushed their classified route. Stealing her gaze, his mother instantly draws her blade, preparing to step out into the freezing storm to face the unseen threat.
She presses her finger to her lips, ordering Edmund to remain hidden in the dark carriage no matter what happens outside.
She reassures him with a final, desperate smile, promising that the adults will handle the danger while he stays safe. But outside, the sounds of desperate combat grow louder as the duchy's elite knights struggle to hold back the overwhelming assault. Choking on the thick smoke and dust filling the carriage, young Edmund realizes he cannot simply sit by and watch his family die. Gripping a heavy sword with trembling hands, he unsheaths the steel, determined to join the fray despite his mother's warnings. Bursting out into the snowy woods, he is met with a chaotic blur of clashing steel and hooded figures engaged in a brutal battle to the death. Edmund's mind races in survival mode as he realizes the sheer ferocity of the assassins who have dared to strike their convoy. Scanning the bloody snow in sheer panic, he calls out for his parents but finds himself surrounded only by hostile-looking threats. Suddenly, a dark, unnatural impulse floods his young mind, whispering that he must slaughter every living soul to ensure his own survival. Driven by a sudden, bloodthirsty madness, he lunges forward, convinced that anyone left standing is a dangerous enemy who must be eliminated. The memory fractures into a crimson blur of torn flesh and splattered blood as he swings his sword with terrifying, reckless abandon. When the dust finally settles, young Edmund stands frozen in horror, staring down at the lifeless, blood-drenched bodies of his own mother and father. Edmund jerks awake with a suffocating gasp, his eyes wide with the lingering, paralyzing terror of his fractured past. Clutching his throbbing head, he desperately clings to the false relief of his nightly medicine, grateful that the drug suppresses the worst of these horrific memories. In the quiet of his room, the shadow of Physician Packer looms close, offering a mask of deep concern as he checks on the young lord. Extending a gentle hand, the doctor softly promises to fetch a calming potion to soothe Edmund's shattered nerves once more. Looking at the doctor's retreating back, Edmund feels a profound sense of gratitude, believing this man is his only savior from eternal madness. He remembers how everyone comforted him after the tragedy, insisting that the horrific event was nothing more than a tragic accident. Even his grandfather had gently patted his head, urging him to rest and let go of the impossible guilt eating him alive. Yet the devastating truth remains carved into his soul. It was his own sword that struck down his parents, turning his life into a lie. He knows his parents were peerless warriors who would never have fallen to mere assassins. They could only be defeated by someone they trusted. They let their guards down and died because they were trying to protect him, leaving Edmund to carry the crushing weight of their blood on his hands. Wandering down the dark corridors, Edmund is consumed by a quiet despair, knowing that if he ever fully remembers the truth of that day, he will lose the will to live. The crushing weight of survival has poisoned Edmund's mind for years, forcing him to bottle up his agonizing guilt and swallow the bitter pain alone. Tortured by the belief that he committed an unforgivable sin, he trembles in the dark, convinced his life is already over and there is no redemption left for him. For 5 long years, the insidious voice of his caretakers has echoed in his ears, reminding him that as the sole heir of Valkyrissen, he has no right to show weakness.
With his parents dead, his grandfather fading, and his younger siblings far too young to lead, the entire burden of the territory was violently forced onto his fragile shoulders. Resolving to endure the torment, Edmund reaches once more for the deceptive medicine, only for the heavy bedroom doors to be slammed open, shattering the silence. Standing in the doorway is none other than Elodie, her expression fierce and unyielding as she prepares to confront the darkness threatening to consume him.
Striding confidently into the chamber, she completely ignores the startled defensive physician, her eyes locked solely on the suffering young lord. Edmund can only stare in sheer bewilderment, unable to comprehend why this young girl would risk everything to save a self-proclaimed monster like him. Ignoring his self-deprecating words, Elodie firmly grasps his hand, urging him to stand and leave this den of manipulation behind. Caught completely off guard, the sinister doctor realizes his perfect facade has cracked, and playing the gentle healer is no longer an option. A dark, calculated sneer begins to form on Packer's face as he realizes this child has somehow uncovered his plot, yet he dismisses her, confident that a 5-year-old is powerless to stop him. Confident that his victim is already too deeply brainwashed to rebel, the doctor sneers, smoothly stepping forward to demand the exhausted lord return to his bed. But as the wicked physician offers yet another dose of his toxic calming potion, Elodie defiantly raises her magical hammer, cutting him off with absolute authority. Her voice rings with divine strength as she declares that she will personally banish the insidious nightmares that have kept Edmund in chains for years. Edmund, still trapped under the drug's heavy fog, desperately tries to defend his trusted doctor, completely blind to the venomous trap he is in. Looking at him with profound warmth, Elodie vows to tear down his endless cycle of suffering once and for all, promising him a future free of terrors. Without wasting another second, she pulls the young lord along, leaving the furious, paralyzed doctor frozen in his own malice. For the first time in 5 years, a flicker of genuine shock and hope pierces the dark shroud of Edmund's mind as he follows her lead. Within the sanctuary of his subconscious, the lingering traces of his nightmare begin to unravel, taking him back to the fateful day his tragedy began. He is dragged back to the warm interior of the family carriage, a heartbreaking memory that always serves as the cruel catalyst for his torment. Even in his youth, he was driven by a desperate, suffocating need to inherit his family's legacy, completely unaware of the trap waiting in the snow. He remembers how his mother gently chided him, urging him to put down his books and simply enjoy being a child. He clings to the memory of her beautiful, carefree laugh, a precious light that would soon be permanently extinguished. Suddenly, a dark, mocking whisper echoes through his mind, taunting him that a life lived solely for others will only lead to his own destruction. The dream fractures as horrific truths are laid bare. The unspeakable tragedy was never an accident, but a cold-blooded murder meticulously blamed on an innocent child. The peaceful memory of the carriage ride violently shatters as a sudden impact sends a jolt of pure terror through young Edmund's heart. He remembers his mother reaching for her sword, promising to return shortly, while his young panicked voice begged her not to leave the safety of the carriage. Staring through the glass, he watched his parents step out into the freezing white storm, marching directly into a lethal ambush. Then, a strange, toxic smoke began to seep into the carriage, blurring his vision and forcing his fragile consciousness to fade away. The terrifying truth finally crystallizes. He didn't commit a bloody slaughter, he had simply fainted, entirely helpless to protect them. It was all a calculated frame-up, designed specifically to paint the exceptionally talented eldest son as a ruthless, bloodthirsty monster. By convincing the traumatized boy that his own hands were stained with his parents' blood, the shadow conspirators successfully locked his mind in a prison of guilt. Read this text with a faster speed. Deep in his subconscious, a chilling, familiar voice echoes, revealing the sickening method used to break his spirit and force him to endlessly relive the trauma. It was the insidious plan of physician Packer all along, using daily hallucinations and brainwashing to mold the heir into a perfectly obedient puppet. Just as the dark, toxic illusion prepares to swallow his soul forever, a warm, gentle touch breaks through the suffocating darkness. Back in a real world, Elodie sits softly beside him, her small hands radiating a pure, purifying light that gently dispels the lingering poison from his mind. Sensing the toxic haze finally lifting, she smiles down at him with immense relief, her gentle voice welcoming him back to reality. Edmund's eyes snap open, the dull, lifeless haze of the brainwashing drug completely vanished, replaced by a brilliant, clear golden light. Sitting up in a rush, he looks around his room, shocked to find his mind incredibly light and entirely free from the usual suffocating fatigue. He clutches his forehead in utter disbelief, realizing he has never woken up with such a sharp, unclouded consciousness since the day of the tragedy. Observing his shock, Elodie softly asks if the nightmare had returned, her gaze steady and full of profound understanding. Staring down, Edmund notes with growing confusion that while the dream was clearer than ever, the heavy guilt that usually crushed his chest is entirely gone. But before he can dismiss it as a mere trick of the mind, Elodie intervenes with absolute certainty, ready to reveal the truth of his stolen past.
With unwavering conviction, she reveals that the horrifying memories of him slaying his parents were nothing more than a false, fabricated curse planted inside his head.
She points directly to the incense burner beside his bed, explaining that the toxic scent lit every night was the direct catalyst for his altered memories.
Thanks to her timely intervention, the sinister drug has been completely burned away, leaving the doctor's dark influence broken beyond repair. Yet the deep-seated trauma still clings to his soul as Edmund desperately wonders if he can truly be absolved of the guilt of failing to protect his family. The painful memory of their deaths flashes before him, the agonizing weight of his perceived failure still threatening to pull him back into despair. But Elodie gently pats his head, her warm, bright smile cutting through his remaining doubts as she reminds him that surviving that terrible day was not a sin. As tears finally stream down his face, the heavy, suffocating shackles on Edmund's soul shatter, paving the way for a long-awaited path to true freedom.
Cornered in his secret chambers, Physician Packer stares at his magical communication sphere in utter panic as his mysterious co-conspirator berates his sudden failure. The brilliant 10-year plan to control the young Lord of Valkyrissen is unraveling in a single night.
Trembling with rage, Packer attempts to deflect the blame, screaming back at the shadow figure who promised him perfect execution. His pristine facade has crumbled into pure desperation, all because an unexpected rat dared to interfere. The cold realization of defeat washes over him as he clutches his head in sheer disbelief. 5 years of psychological torture and meticulous drugging have been obliterated in a matter of hours by a single meddlesome child. Falling to his knees, the doctor begs his unseen master for a swift escape route, promising to craft an even more flawless scheme next time. But the cold, mocking voice on the other side only sneers at his pathetic weakness.
A chilling truth begins to dawn on Packer as the voice dismisses his failure as a mere failed experiment of fake power. Horror grips his soul as he realizes he was never a trusted partner, only a disposable lab rat.
The voice remains utterly indifferent, declaring with absolute cruelty that a fake can never truly measure up to the real thing. Packer is left completely frozen, staring into the dark abyss of his own abandonment. With a malicious chuckle, the mastermind declares that a far superior subject has finally emerged, rendering the doctor entirely useless. Packer begs frantically, realizing he is about to be cast aside like trash. The communication sphere suddenly fractures with a sharp crack as the mastermind coldly bids him farewell. The absolute finality of the severed connection leaves Packer entirely defenseless. Before Packer can utter another word, the sphere disintegrates into useless shards, scattering across the cold stone floor. His final lifeline has been violently severed, leaving him utterly alone in his sins. Unleashing a roar of pure frustration, Packer slams his fist against the ground, cursed by his own foolish trust in a faceless monster. But there is no time left to grieve his betrayal. The shadow of retribution is already closing in. Forcing himself to stand, his mind frantically races to construct an escape plan before the estate's guard discovers his treachery. He knows that escaping the wrath of Valkyrissen's beastmen on his own is nearly impossible. A venomous grin returns to his face as he hatches a desperate parting act of malice to frame his savior as a fraud. If he can sow deadly discord between the humans and beastmen, the ensuing chaos will be his perfect cover. Stumbling back toward the door, he reassures himself that even if his lies are eventually exposed, he will be long gone. But his frantic escape is suddenly halted by a chilling presence. He remembers the dark, toxic seal he spent 5 agonizing years weaving into the young lord's very soul. A puppet so deeply broken cannot simply be cured overnight, or so he desperately hopes. He clings to the belief that the lingering residue of his brainwashing is too deep to be fully erased. It is his ultimate trump card, a lingering curse waiting to be triggered once more. An arrogant smirk crosses Packer's face as he convinces himself that his psychological chains are unbreakable, but his wicked thoughts are instantly shattered by a sudden heavy metallic sound. The heavy doors slam open to reveal a towering figure bathed in cold, piercing light, Edmund himself. The hunter has become the prey, and the young lord's eyes burn with a terrifying clarity. Packer's heart stops as he stammers out the lord's name, his eyes frantically darting to see if Edmund has brought guards with him. Realizing the young lord stands alone, a dangerous gamble begins to form in his mind. Masking his terror with a slimy, obsequious smile, Packer smoothly steps forward to regain control of his prized puppet. He mockingly inquires about the girl, hoping to find a crack in Edmund's armor. Taking a subtle step closer, Packer feigns a dramatic sigh of resignation, suggesting that his services as a healer are no longer required. It is a calculated distraction to draw the young lord into arm's reach. With a predatory glint in his eye, Packer reaches his hand outward, summoning the dark, hypnotic energy of his memory-wiping magic. He intends to forcefully tear away the young lord's newfound clarity and plunge him back into eternal darkness. But before the toxic spell can touch his skin, Edmund's hand moves like lightning, grabbing the doctor's wrist and twisting it with bone-shattering force. Packer's confident smirk instantly dissolves into a blood-curdling shriek of agony. Staring down at his former captor with blazing golden eyes, Edmund is filled with a devastating, icy fury at his own past gullibility. The realization of how easily he was manipulated only hardens his resolve to exact justice. Writhing on the cold floor, Packer gasps for air, his fragile ego completely shattered by the young lord's monstrous, unyielding strength. He is utterly powerless against the warrior he tried so hard to break.
Standing tall like an avenging deity, Edmund piece by piece dissects the sinister medical treatments that only worsened his suffering over the years. The horrifying puzzle is finally complete and the doctor's lies are laid bare. Clawing desperately at Edmund's boots, the terrified physician begs for mercy, frantically offering to sell out his shadowy co-conspirators. He tries to shift the blame to save his own miserable skin. But even as the confession spills from his lips, Packer's mind is paralyzed by a sudden sickening doubt. He realizes he has absolutely nothing left to bargain with. In truth, Packer is as blind as his victim, never once learning the name or face of the elusive mastermind who abandoned him to die. His treason has left him completely isolated. Edmund's gaze remains colder than the winter snow as he slowly pulls a pair of thick black leather gloves over his hands. The lack of a mastermind's identity will not save the puppet from his immediate judgment. With a voice laced with pure, unadulterated menace, the young lord promises that every single dark secret hidden in the doctor's mind will be extracted by force. The interrogation is about to begin. Surrounded by towering, fierce beastmen warriors, Packer weeps and begs for his life as the guards themselves warn the Lord that another strike might kill the fragile human. The terrifying power of Valkyrson is finally awakened. Gritting his teeth in silent fury, the Beastman commander admits that his own blood boils with the urge to rip the doctor apart for what he did to the beloved late ducal couple. The deep-seated loyalty of the territory is a force to be feared. He remembers the legendary late rulers who embraced the Beastmen as their own family, creating a sanctuary of peace and mutual respect. Their kindness was a sacred bond that Packer dared to desecrate. The late couple's endless compassion extended even to the wildest of Beastmen children, offering them a true home when the rest of the world hunted them down. The garden of the ducal estate was once filled with laughter, a safe haven where young Beastmen could play without fear. These fierce warriors owe their very lives to the grace of Edmund's parents, making the doctor's treason an unforgivable sin against the entire Beastmen clan. Trembling in the dirt, Packer's pathetic cries of repentance echo through the damp chamber as he desperately tries to claim he is remorseful for his years of betrayal. He claws at the cold ground with blood-stained fingers, screaming for a mercy he never once showed to the young lord he systematically tortured. Turning his back on the doctor's pathetic wails, Edmund coldly orders his guards to drag the traitor to his grandfather for a brutal, exhaustive interrogation. Stepping out into the quiet hallway, the young lord's thoughts are suddenly interrupted by a soft, familiar voice calling out to him from the shadows. Edmund's eyes snap open in shock as he recognizes the mysterious individual standing before him in the dim light. Emerging from the darkness, clad in a heavy traveling cloak, Karen steps forward, prompting a baffled Edmund to wonder how he even managed to locate this hidden dungeon. With a low, solemn voice, Karen requests they move to a more private place before delivering a shocking plea to let him personally deal with Packer's execution. A dark, crushing guilt hangs heavy in the air as Karen reveals the grim secrets of Serenity Palace, confessing that a mountain of dead bodies lies buried beneath its foundation, all by his hand. He speaks with the agonizing weight of someone who relives the horrific deaths of those victims every single day of his life. Looking up, Karen's piercing red eyes flare with an icy, vengeful determination as he begs Edmund to deliver the wicked doctor to him alive. Hidden nearby, the small, anxious beast companion panics, realizing that if Edmund and Karen handle Packer in secret, she will lose her only chance to extract vital information about the grand conspiracy. Peering out from the safety of her hiding spot, her eyes follow the mysterious hooded figure as he retreats back into the darkness. A bizarre, nostalgic feeling suddenly washes over her as she stares at Karen, wondering if this dark, cloaked figure is somehow connected to the legendary fairy grandmother. Shaking off the ridiculous thought, she realizes the nostalgic feeling stems from Karen's striking, beautiful eyes that look identical to those of her forgotten savior, leaving her with a lingering, heartbreaking mystery. The terrifying realization hits her like a physical blow. If Karen is identical to the legendary fairy grandmother, then could the mysterious woman who saved her life also share the terrifying face of the Nyx basilisk? Her thoughts spin into absolute chaos. Karen and the deadly basilisk are virtual copies of one another, yet the comforting grandmother she remembers possessed long white hair and a deeply raspy ancient voice. She shakes her head frantically, desperate to reject the horrifying truth. It had to be magic, a powerful illusion to mask her true age, yet she can't escape the dread that the savior she loved belongs to the Empire's most feared clan. Her panic explodes as she lunges forward, screaming Karen's name into the dark corridor, desperate to prevent him from vanishing back into the shadows of his secrets. But the cloaked figure flinches, pulling away with a sharp gasp before bolting into the gloom. He retreats back into the darkness, leaving her alone with her unanswered questions. Before she can pursue him, the heavy footsteps of Edmund echo behind her. Terrified of revealing her secret spying, she frantically conjures a clumsy excuse to hide the truth. Forcing a nervous, light-hearted laugh, she assures the young lord she's completely unharmed, but Edmund's golden eyes narrow as he sturdily warns her that this dark subterranean dungeon is far too dangerous for a child.
She stammers out another lie, claiming she simply got lost, desperately praying he never discovers she bypassed his nights by shapeshifting into a tiny mouse, otherwise she'll be locked down forever. Desperate to divert his sharp intuition, she changes the subject, prompting a sudden pause in the young lord as he softly asks what name he should call his savior. Casting aside her fear, she beams with a radiant, wide smile, proudly offering him her true name, Elodie, cementing their bond of trust in this dark place. Seeing the warm, relieved smile return to Edmund's face, she lets out a silent breath, relieved that her dangerous infiltration remains entirely unsuspected. Edmund leans down with quiet gentleness, questioning if there was something specific she needed from him, while she desperately feigns simple curiosity. Staring into his brilliant golden eyes, she marvels at how much kinder he feels now, a soothing and protective presence compared to the broken puppet he was in his nightmare. Seizing the perfect opening, she leans in, eagerly demanding to know if he managed to extract any vital information from the treacherous Counselor Packer. But Edmund's face instantly darkens with a heavy, profound disappointment, revealing that Packer was merely a low-level puppet blindly acting under a faceless master's commands. The investigation has hit an absolute dead end. The elusive mastermind insulated themselves so perfectly that Packer never once saw their face or learned their name before being abandoned to bleed. Her brow furrows in deep thought as she wonders if her theories were completely wrong. Could Packer's treachery truly have had no direct link to the catastrophic fall of House Valkyrissen? Yet, even without solid proof, the scattered puzzle pieces point to one undeniable, terrifying certainty. Whoever orchestrated the slaughter had commissioned the services of the deadly Basilisk clan. The mere mention of the Basilisk sends a paralyzing chill straight through her heart, the ominous shadow of the Viper clan looming larger than ever before. Shocked to her core, she demands to know how he could possibly uncover such a hidden connection, only for Edmund to calmly reveal he extracted it directly from the doctor's fractured memories. She shudders at the sheer ruthlessness of his power, but Edmund explains that the distinct appearance and chilling behavior of the Shadow Messenger in those stolen memories can only belong to a basilisk. The horrific grand scheme finally stands fully exposed. A brilliant mastermind hired the basilisks, who then subcontracted Packer to murder the Duke and Duchess and systematically brainwash their young heir. A sudden, sickening realization strikes her soul like lightning. This elaborate chain of proxies and hidden puppet masters is the exact same method used in her own abduction. The beast who threw her from the cliff had hidden their identity flawlessly, using the basilisks to mock and torment her family. The curse of Ratson and the slaughter of Valkyrissen share the same bloody origin. The terrible truth crystallizes. A single, all-powerful enemy is orchestrating the violent ruin of the Empire's greatest families from the deepest shadows of the court. Gulping down her rising panic, she realizes their only hope of unmasking this mastermind is to hunt down the basilisks directly, and Karen is her only link to them. But a chilling, sudden thought halts her in her tracks. Did Charon flee from her just now out of sheer terror because he feared being branded a traitorous spy? If the basilisks planted Packer here as a spy, Karen must be living in constant dread of being suspected next. And if that's true, what does Edmund think of him? The realization hits her with staggering clarity. Edmund already knew Karen was a basilisk. That's why he ran after him into the dark corridors without a single hint of suspicion. She remembers the profound depth of the Valkyrissen legacy, how the late Duke had once embraced a young, lonely basilisk boy with unconditional, fatherly warmth. The ducal family accepted Charon despite the dark reputation of his birth, choosing to place their absolute trust in him from the very beginning. When Edmund turns to leave, declaring his urgency to report these grim findings to his grandfather, she suddenly steps forward, calling out his name with desperate urgency. Sensing her frantic emotion, Edmund pauses in shock as she realizes there is no longer any reason to hide her secrets. If they are fighting the same shadow, they must stand together. Grasping the air in front of her, she begs him with wide, pleading eyes never to tell her parents about her dangerous infiltration, knowing they would instantly panic. She warns him that if her family finds out the truth, they will drag her back to Ratson territory immediately, separating them and ending their search for justice forever. Sensing her absolute sincerity, Edmund hesitates, his golden eyes filled with a quiet, heavy intensity as he prepares to ask her for a critical favor. He kneels down to look her in the eyes, his voice softening with a protective, solemn weight that makes her hold her breath. Placing his hand over his heart, he begs her to remember that the sins and crimes of the Basilisk clan do not belong to Karen, shielding his childhood friend from her judgment. His eyes burn with an intense, raw plea, praying that when she finally understands the full scope of this tragedy, she will not hold Karen's blood against him. She stands entirely frozen, deeply moved by the profound, unbreakable loyalty Edmund harbors for his friend despite the world's hatred. Beaming up at him, her bright, pure smile washes away his anxiety, serving as a beacon of hope in the midst of this dark conspiracy. With a wisdom far beyond her years, she declares that being born under a criminal is never a sin. Only choosing to participate in the crime is the true evil.
She knows that Karen is still hiding from her, a lonely figure slipping away into the cold, silent night to escape his own tragic heritage. But she vows that if he stops avoiding her, if the towering wall of guilt between them can crumble even a fraction, she will pull him back from the edge of despair. Filled with a powerful, burning sense of purpose, she resolves to heal Karen's wounded soul, no matter how difficult the journey ahead. As the morning sun rises high over the magnificent estate, she turns her sights toward her next daunting, impossible challenge. Back in her quarters, she playfully asks her squirrel companion about her paralyzing fear of Karen, prompting the maid to frantically object. With absolute determination, she declares her ultimate mission. She is going to completely cure the third young master's mysterious, incurable illness. Her companion stares at her in sheer disbelief, questioning if she even possesses a way to cure such a dark affliction, forcing her to admit she has no plan yet. But her companion's next words hit her like a bucket of ice. Even if a miracle cure existed, young Master Karen would stubbornly refuse to let anyone save his life. Karen's mysterious illness is not a contagious plague, but the rumors whispering through the corridors are already spreading like wildfire. How can a child hope to convince the estate's servants that she can cure a curse everyone is terrified to even name? Fear hangs heavy in the air, a choking fog that drives the servants to flee in terror at the mere sight of his shadow. Dozens have already perished under this dark affliction, cementing Karen's reputation as a walking omen of death. Yet, Elodie knows the bitter truth behind the tragedy. None of this is his fault. The lives claimed by the curse were lost only because foolish intruders willfully ignored his warnings and trespassed into his domain. He did nothing but isolate himself, living like a ghost in his detached palace to protect the very people who hated him. But the cost of his silence was far more horrifying than anyone could have predicted. Day after day, he was forced to watch in absolute agony as reckless intruders withered and died right before his eyes. The sheer trauma of those bloody deaths has left his young, fragile soul utterly broken. A sudden, agonizing realization strikes Elodie's heart. Is that why Karen was so incredibly sharp and hostile? Because he was paralyzed by the fear that his presence would bring death to those around him once again? The relentless trauma has left scars too deep to heal, forcing him to lock his heart away from a world that treats him like a monster. But the cold political reality of his lineage is an even greater threat to his survival. This is House Valkyrison, and Charon is a basilisk born of the very assassin clan hired to slaughter the ducal family. In a house built on such bloody history, a viper can never hope to live in peace. Even if he remains entirely innocent, the moment House Valkyrison is threatened, his bloodline will make him the prime suspect. Pushing everyone away was his only shield, because nothing hurts more than false hope. Yet Elodie refuses to let despair win. Staring into the horizon, she vows to shatter his wall of isolation and find a way to save him, no matter how impossible the odds may seem. But determination alone cannot bridge the gap. How could a child hope to cure an illness of the heart and soul when she cannot even test her theories on a living subject? Her father's medical journals clearly warn that the mind is infinitely more delicate than the physical body. One wrong step could shatter Karen's fragile psyche forever. Suddenly, heavy footsteps echo through the quiet corridor, shattering her deep thoughts. She spins around in surprise as Zenobia trudges into view, looking utterly defeated. Rushing to his side, Elodie demands to know what has drained the energy from the usually rowdy boy, only for Zenobia to let out a heavy, dramatic sigh. Seeing his miserable expression, Elodie's eyes light up with a sudden, brilliant idea, instantly sending a shiver of dread down Zenovia's spine. He groans, complaining that her mother is absolutely terrifying. Elodie freezes in absolute shock. Her gentle mother has actually arrived here in Valkyrison. Instantly, warm memories of her mother, Sarah, wash over her. To Elodie, Sarah has always been the epitome of grace, warmth, and gentle love. Outraged by the accusation, Elodie fiercely defends her mother, demanding to know how he could possibly call someone so sweet terrifying. How could anyone ever fear her beautiful, kind mother? To Elodie, Soraya is incapable of harboring a single cruel bone in her body. Confused by her intense defense, Zenobia scratches his head, wondering what kind of motherly warning could have possibly provoked such a reaction. But Zenovia's memories are filled with a chilling, stern warning. Sarah had looked down on him with a razor-sharp gaze, demanding he protect Elodie at all costs. To Zenobia, the protective warning felt exactly like being scolded by a dangerous absolute monarch. Elodie sweats, realizing her mother's hidden maternal wrath is a force to be reckoned with. Flashing a bright, nervous smile, Elodie desperately tries to soothe his wounded pride, assuring him her mother simply worried too much. Desperate to change the subject, she asks where he met Sarah, only to learn her busy mother was spotted heading toward the Grand Library. Elodie's ears droop in sadness, realizing how lonely she feels with her mother constantly buried in her studies, prompting Zenobia to blink in utter confusion. Instantly, the young lord's face lights up with a massive, unshakable confidence, puffing out his chest with dramatic pride. He loudly declares he will take her outside to play and cure her loneliness, but Elodie instantly sees right through his heroic act. He just wants to escape his own lessons. Caught red-handed, Zenobia stammers in embarrassment, desperately insisting he is only trying to keep her from being lonely. Elodie lets out a silent, affectionate sigh, realizing that despite his pride, he is truly beginning to treat her like his own little sister. Giving in to his energetic pace, she races alongside him out into the sun-drenched gardens, letting the warm air chase away her heavy thoughts. But the frantic play session leaves her completely exhausted. Dragging her feet back inside, she vows never to use physical play as therapy again. How does he possess such monstrous strength? Yet physical exhaustion is the least of her worries. The real trouble lies in the dramatic storm brewing right around the corner. Her instincts are proven right when a furious scream echoes down the hall. The princess of the Beast clan yells at Zenobia to get lost, her eyes flashing with tearful anger. Zenobia pleads with her to wait, but the proud princess storms off, vowing never to speak to him again as Elodie watches the sudden heartbreak in absolute shock. Stepping out from her hiding spot, Elodie playfully teases the devastated boy, joking that he has just lost a lover. Desperate to salvage his pride, Zenobia snorts and boasts that she will return to him eventually, leaving Elodie staring back with a completely flat, deadpan look. He strikes a dramatic, sparkling pose, proudly declaring himself the absolute greatest male of the legendary warrior clan. Elodie instantly regrets even listening, but as Zenobia mutters about how a quick physical scuffle fixes people in his clan, a dangerous spark ignites in her mind fix. A wild, chaotic idea takes root. If Zenobia's warrior clan believes in fixing things through physical impact, maybe she can apply a similar raw shock to cure his arrogance. Casting a dark, mischievous shadow, Elodie beckons Zenobia to step closer, her sweet smile masking a truly terrifying intent. Zenobia shivers, backing away as her eyes turn predatory, but Elodie merely coos, teasing his warrior pride to lock him in place. Trapped by his own boasting, Zenobia tries to stand brave, sweat pouring down his neck as Elodie promises she will finish this quickly. The wild laugh, she unleashes a crackling wave of magical energy, lunging forward to deliver her unorthodox physical therapy directly to the proud warrior. A blood-curdling scream echoes through the entire estate, scattering a flock of terrified birds into the burning sunset sky. Back in the library, shapeshifted into a tiny mouse, Elodie sighs in defeat. Her flame companion flatly remarks that Zenobia is far too stubborn to ever be rehabilitated. Dragging herself up a massive book, Elodie grumbles in frustration, realizing why there are absolutely no medical texts on curing sheer stupidity. But as she struggles to lift the heavy cover, she realizes she must look beyond physical impacts and master the arts of purification and detoxification. Collapsing onto the floor in exhaustion, she gasps as her companion warns her that purification is a high-level ability far beyond her current limits. A grim reminder hits her hard, recalling the sheer, draining toll of her magic when she healed a fallen knight from his bloody wounds. If curing a simple physical injury nearly cost her entire life force, then attempting to purify the dark, ancient basilisk curse bound to Karen's soul might actually kill her. The painful memory of her past limitations flashes before her eyes. She had easily closed the gaping wound in the knight's stomach, but she was entirely powerless against the lingering, venomous fever that followed. If a basic antidote hadn't been on hand, her healing magic would have been a useless miracle. Back in her hidden study, Elodie laments her inability to cleanse even the simplest poisons, but her flame companion quickly cuts through her self-doubt, reminding her that mastery takes time. If she studies step by step, the power of true detoxification will eventually be hers. Brushing her doubts aside, her companion urges her to transition from physical anatomy to the far more delicate study of the mind. With a heavy sigh, she cracks open her very first text on psychology. The ancient pages reveal a daunting truth. To heal a fractured soul, one must carefully approach their darkest memories while keeping their present mental state completely stable. One careless step could shatter the patient's mind forever. She cries out in absolute despair. It sounds so simple on paper, but how is a mere child supposed to navigate the treacherous, jagged ruins of a broken psyche without destroying it completely? Seeing her panic, her companion offers a crucial piece of advice, explaining that the first step to healing is stripping away the target's defensive armor to reach their buried truth. But before she can even process his words, her companion suddenly freezes in terror. He senses a massive localized disturbance. Someone is violently pounding on the physical wall of her room. She gasps in sheer shock, her heart leaping into her throat. Who could possibly possess the strength or the audacity to breach her private chambers? Her companion screams a frantic warning. The intruder is actively trying to break down the very magical barrier she used to enter this room. If the wall shatters, her deepest secrets will be laid bare. Terrified of being exposed, she shifts out of her animal form and sprints at breakneck speed back toward the fading portal. Hopping back into her human body, she fumes with mounting rage. What kind of absolute madman would dare to physically demolish a wall inside the grand estate? Determined to defend her sanctum, she grabs her squeaky toy hammer, raising it high as she prepares to unleash absolute fury upon the unsuspecting intruder. But as the stone wall violently implodes before her eyes, the hammer slips from her grasp. She stands completely paralyzed by the sight of the dust clearing. There, standing amidst the rubble and gasping for air with a face full of sheer terror, is the third young master himself, Karen. Her mind reels in absolute disbelief. The boy who had spent weeks avoiding her like a plague has just physically smashed his way into her room. Confused and overwhelmed, she demands to know why he is here, her heart hammering against her ribs as she tries to comprehend his sudden, reckless desperation. Panting heavily, Karan weakly confesses that he only came to make sure she was safe, leaving her utterly stunned as she demands to know how he even knew she was inside the wall. Panicking, she struggles to find a lie to cover up the existence of the magical pocket dimension, desperately searching for an excuse to hide her secret library. To mask her anxiety, she immediately goes on the defensive, fiercely scolding him for being completely reckless and destroying estate property without a second thought. But Karen stammers in frantic protest, explaining that he felt her presence suddenly vanish inside the solid stone and feared she had been swallowed by the dark. Her eyes widen in a sudden realization. He tracked her presence, an advanced martial technique she had only ever heard the legendary knights talk about. Realizing the threat of exposure, she dramatically wails that his destructive entry has ruined her secret hideout, warning him that the adjoining room is incredibly dangerous. Cold sweat breaks across her neck as she remembers the spatial layout of the estate. The very room directly behind this ruined wall belongs to her mother, Sarah. An awkward, heavy silence falls over the dust-covered room as the two children stare at each other, the tension thick enough to cut with a blade. Seizing the perfect distraction, Elodie points a dramatic, accusing finger at the flustered boy, loudly branding him a shameless pervert for trying to sneak into her mother's room. Mortified and utterly exhausted, Karen lets out a defeated sigh, muttering that since she is clearly alive and well, he is leaving immediately. But before he can even turn around, Elodie lunges forward like a predator, her hand clamping down around his wrist in a vice-like grip. He demands she let him go, but Elodie merely flashes a brilliant, mischievous grin, refusing to let her elusive target slip away. The boy who always flees the moment their eyes meet has delivered himself right to her. There is absolutely no way she is letting this golden opportunity escape. She delivers a ruthless ultimatum. If he tries to run, she will immediately report his wall-smashing antics to Edmund, forcing him to stay and face her. Karen flinches, his gaze darkening as he whispers a single chilling word that makes her entire body freeze. Basilisk. The heavy silence returns as Karen reveals a horrifying secret. He overheard a rumor that the person who kidnapped her 2 years ago belonged to the assassin clan. Elodie's heart stops. How could he possibly know about the kidnapping when only her grandfather and Edmund were supposed to carry that secret to their graves? Karen explains that he accidentally caught them discussing the threat of the basilisk, and the mention of his own bloodline filled him with a sudden, suffocating panic. Because he felt her presence vanish right after hearing about the assassin threat, he genuinely believed his family's vipers had come back to slaughter her. Truth hits her like a physical blow to the chest. Karen didn't break the wall out of anger. He did it because he was terrified she was being hunted by his own kin. He quietly admits he knew the Duke and Edmund would never blame him directly, but the sheer terror of his lineage being used to hurt her drove him to madness. Deeply shaken by the heavy burden he has been carrying all alone, Elodie stares at him in heartbreaking realization, desperate to undo the damage of her own carelessness. Sensing her silent pity, Karen's defense mechanisms snap back into place as he coldly asks if she is finally satisfied, turning to walk back into the shadows. Panic surges through her. She calls out to him to wait, but her mind races. What words could possibly heal a soul that believes it is a curse to everyone it loves? Suddenly, a memory of her father's gentle guidance echoes in her mind, reminding her that true healing cannot be found in books, but in unconditional warmth. She looks at Karen's retreating back and realizes she must act now or he will lock his heart away in that frozen palace forever. Casting all hesitation aside, she charges forward and throws her arms around him, trapping him in a desperate, fiercely tight back hug. Karen gasps, his entire body stiffening in absolute shock as the sudden, overwhelming warmth of her embrace shatters his icy defenses. Squeezing him with all the strength her tiny arms can muster, she softly whispers her deepest thanks for rushing to save her. She makes her voice clear and unwavering, assuring him that she never once suspected him of harboring any dark intent. Feeling his rigid posture slowly begin to soften, she presses closer, hoping the steady beat of her heart can drown out the cruel whispers of his lineage. She holds onto him as if he were a precious lifeline, silently vowing to never let him face the terrifying darkness of his bloodline alone. She looks up, her eyes blazing with fierce determination as she declares that he has absolutely nothing to do with those assassins because he is Karan, not a monster. But as she holds him tight, a lingering question remains. Will this burst of warmth be enough to melt his defenses, or will he slip away back into the lonely shadows of his detached palace? Karen freezes, a single bead of sweat tracing down his cheek as the sudden, overwhelming warmth of her embrace shatters his icy defenses. He stands paralyzed, completely unsure of how to react to a touch so utterly devoid of malice. Slowly loosening her grip, Elodie gently reaches out to him, her voice soft but steady as she explains that hiding one's suffering in absolute isolation only makes the agonizing pain 1,000 times worse. She beams up at him with a radiant, heart-melting smile, her imaginary animal ears and tail twitching with an innocent, uncomplicated affection that catches him completely off guard. Her bright, sparkling laughter fills the tense space, offering him a pure, unconditional acceptance that he has never once experienced in his entire cursed life. Karen's heart races in utter confusion as he stares down at her, wondering if this foolish girl even comprehends the sheer terrifying danger of the monster she is offering her hand to.
Sensing his stubborn reluctance to accept her kindness, Elodie's soft expression instantly vanishes as she puffs up her cheeks and yells in dramatic offense, completely shattering the tragic atmosphere with her chaotic energy. But as he turns away, Karen's hand clenches into a tight, desperate fist, his mind bitterly reminding him that all warmth is fleeting and that the entire estate is destined to be brutally destroyed by the basilisk sooner or later. Dark, suffocating wall of fear rises within his chest, screaming at him to keep his distance. If she ever realizes the true horror of his bloodline, her current warmth will instantly turn into crippling regret. He forces a massive, agonizing chasm of emotional distance between them, standing lost in the dark shadows while her bright, glowing figure remains tantalizingly out of reach. Stepping away into the quiet, rustling gardens, he leaves her behind, his heavy footsteps echoing with the crushing weight of a destiny he feels entirely powerless to escape. Looking back at the grand, silent estate towering against the dimming sky, he wraps his isolation around himself like armor, retreating back to the lonely safety of his detached palace. Yet, no matter how hard he tries to block her out, memories of her relentless kindness flood his mind, reminding him how she had saved him with antidote herbs when he was nothing but a suspicious stranger to her. He gazes up at the rustling canopy, a painful whisper escaping his lips as he realizes her warmth is only going to make him desperately greedy for a happy life he has absolutely no right to claim. Squeezing his eyes shut in a desperate attempt to lock his desires away, he forces himself to remember the solemn, tragic vow he made to himself long ago. The painful memory of his early childhood flashes before him, back when he stood before the cold, mocking gazes of the high-ranking nobles who looked down on him like a defective, useless tool. A tiny, helpless child surrounded by overwhelming hostility, he had been entirely isolated, left to drown in the suffocating, cruel expectations of his family. He remembers trembling under their piercing, judgmental words, reminding him of how incredibly small, weak, and fragile he appeared to be on the outside. And then the towering, terrifying shadow of the basilisk patriarch had loomed over him, a sinister smile sealing the boy's tragic fate as the dark, suffocating legacy of the Snake Clan claimed his soul forever.